in, everybody. How you doing today? I'm Kane.
The worst freaking state to live in right now is Florida, and nobody's talking about it.
But
I've worked in insurance for 30 years. Here's why Florida pays the most and how you could cut your rate by up to 80%. Let me make this...
Great song, nice mellow tune. Everybody, even Gabriella, is totally stressed out to the max. I thought we'd bring something mellow today. Even my screen is huge. I couldn't even pull it down in time. Oh my goodness, mega star. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you probably one of the most influential YouTubers on the planet. Gilly, everybody know. It's Meg P and Gilly. Hi, Gilly. Every time I see your name now, I have to go and watch, I don't know if the song Rhinestone Cowboy was part of that, but it's the John Travolta Scientology occult film classic, Urban Cowboy. And is it Jennifer Tilly in that? Just so gorgeous in that movie. Oh. You guys ever want to buy me a girlfriend? That's the one. That is the look that I'm looking for. And I hope you're enjoying yourself today. If you're new to MK Ultra, please hit that subscribe, do a like thing for me. It's all I got going for me right now. And to do anything other would be uncivilized. Let's see if I get a little louder. That's a little louder. It'll get a little deep throated. Pitch wise, I mean. But I know what you guys are thinking. And you're right. I went to Lowe's and I meant to have all the pieces here for you to show you for the project XYZ that I was working on there. If you're new to MK Ultra, we do things a little bit differently. We don't kind of follow any guidelines. And I'll say it right out there for YouTube to do what they want with it. That's how it is. We're having a good time, and we do follow true crime. And I came up with a slogan, if you guys want to hear it. Does anybody want to hear it? Sorry, I'll just take crickets. Exposing the truth, one laugh at a time. Okay? Even JJ even laughed. My timing right now, because I got a little upset. So what happened was, I know you guys know that I'm a solderer, fixer of electronic stuff, and it's literally like having the caveman from the Geico commercial set your plates at the table, fine china. That's my skill level and approach. The real problem when it comes down to brass tacks is that William Tardy, sir, welcome in, always a pleasure to see you, sir. Is that with the guitar pickups, it comes with these very thin little brittly wires that if you look at them wrong, they melt and go away, and then they're too short. You got to buy a whole new $102 thing. So on the last show, we did a tutorial on how to solder your guitar output. It's called the output jack. It looks like an input because you're plugging the cable into it. It's actually outputting the sound to the amplifier. And you can't see him right now. He's laying in bed recovering from the surgery. The biggest problem, there was a lot of problems. There's always a problem. But on today's problem is that, okay, so it's a flying V guitar. You guys are probably familiar with, hanging in the corner there, and where the cable goes in, I did not have the locking washer to hold it in, and the reason that I didn't have the locking washer to hold the nut in to keep it from spinning around and breaking the ground wire that I soldered is because of you. And I want to thank each one of you. Because the last time I went to Lowe's, the guy was rude and abrupt with me, and I was just like, forget it. I guess they don't have it here. It's a guitar specialty thing. It's a thin little wafery washer and nut set. So I go in today thinking, this will go smooth. This time they're going to handle it. They got one job at Lowe's: help me, help you. And so I go in, and the nice lady, because I had a gift card my brother sent me for my birthday, and we tried to use it last time to order a sink, and that clumsy oaf could not get it done. We tried to charge me an extra $20, so if that lawsuit, I think I've talked about it to a few people, and they said it's correct. that they've been ripping off people for years. But that's neither here nor there. I went to the guy. I went to the nice lady. I said, "Do you know anything about these cars?" "Oh yeah, I think you have to do something special, and you have to call him and all that." I'm like, I have I other life to go to, and I can't be here looking for a washer and a nut for the rest of the day. And I just finished. I'm gonna get into the DoorDash thing in a minute. Don't even. But yeah. So I'm like, yeah, and she's like, yeah, and so we're gonna make it work. And the guy, here's the kicker. The guy who was eventually graced me to help me was standing there the whole time. And I told the lady what I needed, the whole situation. And he seemed like a nice guy, but he was doing some stock stuff. I didn't, you never see the guy, So I walk around 5 miles, 6 miles, and I find somebody adjacent, this old man, stocking a shelf to the aisle that I needed to be on. And so I, long story short, not at all, I cut some guy off, and I'm like, "Sorry, I saw the guy." He's like, "Oh, go get him, man." And so I run up to the guy, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I need," I did the full description of what I needed. To the T. It was a beautiful description. You'd be very proud. And he goes, and then he puts something else up. He said, "Oh, you gotta find the guy." I was like, dude, I'm just an inventory vendor stock, but he was in the Lowe's uniforms. Yeah. I'm like, "Oh great, thank you." Yeah. And so I just go back and wait on the aisle, and finally he's like, "Girl, we got patient. Somebody that gives a shit over this asshole and needs something. Got a gift card." And anyway, the guy took his sweet time. Waited like probably 5 minutes. He was standing there right at the front desk, about within eyesight. And then he starts sauntering over to me like this motherfucker. Just see it in his face. And so I'm like, "Oh, it was you the whole time." And he's this New York guy, And I'm like, "Oh, man." And I'm like, "I need a locking." It's called a sawtooth or a tooth locking washer. It holds it in. Lifesaver for me it would have been. But that didn't work out for this guy. And so he grabs, if you guys are familiar with washers that come with, I think it's like with plumbing usually, and it's a solid thick washer. Washer's a donut, basically, ladies, if you don't know. The nut is the donut that screws onto the thread and holds it on. The washer just floats in there to create a space. This is going somewhere. Anyway, so he hands me this. It's like if I asked for if I asked for a lawnmower, and he handed me a pair of scissors. It literally was the same thing, because it's just the washer and it's got a bend in it. And I'm like, that's not it. Maybe I'm not explaining it to you properly. And his motivation was not to help me. I found out this at that point, that this guy and I were not going to grow up to be best friends, that we weren't going to Camp Salaga. And he puts it in my face and says, "This is a locking washer." I don't know how many other people had been in there describing the wrong washer to him that day, but I was the last one that was going to get away with it. And so I'm like, okay, it's my fault. I take all the blame. I described it to you wrong. I don't know the actual Wikipedia term for it, but it has teeth in it. I'd already I said, when I first saw it, it's a star. It has one that goes innie and one that goes outie. This is to the point we got to a year ago when I tried to buy it, when I just soldered the guitar. Had I got it, the guitar would still be playing right now. I'd be playing you. Rockford loaned me and I can't believe he did it, because this is main part of his act, is this Boss looper pedal. And all you do, you click on it and you play your riff, and then it becomes a backing track for you, right? And so I'm going to start hitting myself in the head and the nose. If that would really make happy. This tap, where actually Rockford's over there eating lunch with his dad and a friend. So anyway, this, if I'm a one-man band, I'm like, hey, I got a pedal, then it sounds like two people. May bring the Mac behind me for the drum track and a bass. So I have this little stage, I'll sound like a whole band. You know what I mean? And then I get all the money. But Rockford actually has offered. So anyway, to play, and he just has to see the finished product, I guess. So he loaned me that. Very excited. These are like $200, $100, $200. Very simple. You play it, you turn it on, you turn it off, then it plays that riff over and over, which works for my songs. It's great. And so back to Mr. Home Depot Lowe's douche. His motivation was to prove that I was an asshole that didn't know what the fuck he was talking about to this guy. And he was ready to walk away. It was the same thing as the YouTube support where they send you a link and ask you rudely if you need anything else and then end the chat. It was the exact same thing but live, So it was kind of exciting in that way. So anyway, I'm like, yeah, do you have that? I had to ask him. And he never answered. And he just kind of walked down to the next, because there's just like a row of shelves on the aisle. It's in here. And then he steps back over. I'm like, I was almost like, hello, do you have that? And so he goes, here, this one. And he hands me one of the washers. Before he gave me the wrong one, just to prove that I was wrong, he goes, here. This one was, there you go, that's it. I'm like, is this it? Because I think for it to lock, it has to have one that goes out and one that goes in. And it has to fit on this guitar output jack. So luckily I brought it with me. It's a 3/8 inch, now you know. And so he's like, oh yeah. And I found the piece myself. I mean, it's like the most complicated fucking, I'm like, I'm going in for a fucking washer. And so there we are. And now this is why you guys had to wait. That's why we're all having a wonderful day. I'm not going to let it get me crazy. I got Serenity Now. I've been singing Blue Bayou. It's making the time pass. Leslie and Billy, very nice to see you. Good to see you. JJ, when you're ready, sir, let me know. I will do that funky music for that link. And we'll get you up and running because I know you're going to hit the road soon. I can't even see this. I moved the clocks, which is never move the clocks. Never change wallets. Never get a new wallet when the old one's just fine because you'll lose the new one. It happens I don't know what it is. It's the curse of the Bambino. You get a new wallet for Christmas. You take all your cards out of your perfectly fine other wallet, and then 2 weeks later. You're at the movies with your friend David, and then the wallet's gone. It wasn't David's fault. So yeah, let me set my stream. I don't know. Let's get right into it here, guys. right into it. Right now, what I can't do, and I like to be full disclosure. I can't move my windows, and it's a recurring thing ever since I messed up my registry. We're all a little bit crazy. Why not? And we have those little idiosyncrasies that we adore about each other, right? I mean, with me, it's idiosyncrasies for Kane, and we like to laugh at him, and we tease him behind the back, and we slip in chats about him while he's not looking. It's great. Lucy started this program long ago. And I go back to and she's deleted them. I never see them. I know they're there though. I know. Dago sneaks in chat like Kane's a butthead. It's hot here, Kane. Fuck you. Beyond that, we've got other show stuff. Let's see. MK never trust a bald barber. That doesn't make any sense. Why not? Because they had. Look at me. I mean, I'm straight jacked. You know what I'm saying? But I had the fullest head of hair you ever seen. It's just, when you got a tool like this, you got a lot of estrogen. JJ and I were getting into the whole puberty blocker thing last night. And I was like, and he's like, yeah, I wish I'd done it too. And I'm like, I know, man, we had our chance. They're giving them away at the school like Paz down. And I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. Alright, what's the first story for us today? Let's take a look for us. Mom said there was magic shoes, Johnny. I have this, Captain Dan. Unlock the power of location with GIS field data. Okay, so this is a new little angle data promise to brush on. There's another. I'm gonna tease this now since I have you all right where I want you, and I love that about me. And I don't know. Should I really surprise JJ? I'm gonna go because it's gonna build up next week. We're gonna do it. I don't have the flashlight, and the black cloth is in use right now, but we're gonna do predictions, JJ and I, for the future. We'll get into that a little bit later when JJ comes on. I don't want to give it all away yet. It's going to be a big surprise. Now, I'll let JJ tell the story. He is in Mexico fleeing the FBI. He did avoid them long enough that the alert on Grand Theft Auto 6 has gone down enough that he can go back to the States now. So he's going to be headed up to his new job up there in I'll let you tell him. I'll let you tell him about it, right? And Twiz and I are going to move into his cabana. So we're going to be the cabana boys there. It's already been decided that I get the bigger bedroom. And Twiz has to pull weeds. I do dishes. It's just, that was the deal. So he'll tell you all about that. Meg missed it all because she hasn't been to a show. She's been so busy and getting some rest. I'm very proud of her. So that's nice. And then we're doing stuff with Miss Potts and Dago. And my goodness, so many people are doing great. Christy's doing wonderful. I was patting Twiz on the back last night about, he helped Glitch DNA Lab a little bit. And I was like, dude, hey, bro. I patted him on the back. And all of a sudden it turned into this giant keys in the hat orgy. No, that wasn't even. It sounded better in my head. The timing. He helped her out with a little with the computer, and dude, I saw her some of her graphics and the shows that she's doing are amazing. The content, and he's like, "No, dude, I just gave her a couple tips, and honestly." And I'm like, "Just the tips, really?" In this crowd, and he's like, "Well, yeah." And then she did pretty much because she's a smart girl, so she's elevated it to the next level. If that makes any sense to anybody. Alright, so yeah, I'm having trouble with you guys can see the border size grew on my internet browser window. Maybe it's half browser. It grew overnight. It won't, so it's difficult. So bear with me on playing the clips and the videos and these types of things for now. And we will do the best around. Nothing's ever going to bring us down. You're the best in town. Nothing's ever going to bring you down, Danny. So, alright, we are on page 2. The GIS we'll get into more also once JJ has decided to become the 7-minute man. And, alright, so the next thing is whatever I put in here.
Go, kid. Get away from the fucking gun.
Oh my god!
Okay. This isn't what it looks like. This guy was just filming these two people.
Here we go, hold on. See what it's doing? I can't get to the full screen. Alright, I just have to make a couple quick adjustments. Maybe it's the profile that I'm under, who knows? Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm but look at how big that it is. Why is it look at how big that hold on. Nothing's working last night. I'm on Kane B. I have audio. This is all part of the actors. I will tell you that right. Maybe you can see more on your screen. Let me do a studio mode. Yeah, you can only see me. That's perfect. Absolutely what I wanted. My goodness. Let me see if I click on it and click away. What's fine? Okay, there's that one. And then take it out of studio mode, Kane. And then there's so much. Did you guys know that there's a lot of misinformation out there in the news? It is wild. One of the things that bothers me, and I'm really talking a lot today, I guess I don't know, is that Newsbreak or no, it's MSNBC. Keeps trying to start the end of the world with their headlines. The one that's really just, it's because it's so stupid, and it's not true. Is that this restaurant chain is going out and all these workers are out. That's one over and over. Or Target is closing 5,000 stores. All these kinds of things. The one that's getting me is they keep trying to push this narrative that Walmart is getting rid of the self-checkouts. And I'm like, it's not going to happen. I mean, it's there. It is what it is. Oh, people hate the self-checkout. They know when you're stealing. And I actually had a security guy come up to me. This was previously to the getting pulled over by the officerette there in Clearwater the other day. And it was because they have cameras. And you can see a picture of yourself, obviously, but you kind of just forget it's there. But that's watching as the scan, right? And so I did my scans and Ben and Dan's. And this is a particularly high crime theft Walmart area, which is very close to me, but there's a kind of a reputation. You know what I mean? And one of the things I had meant to scan, I'd sent through, didn't scan. But I actually, I went back and scanned it later. I'm not going to rip them off. And I paid, and I'm walking out. And it was like I turned, and the security guard was like right here in my face, ready to pounce. And he steps away from me as I'm walking towards the door, and goes doot, and then walks away like nothing happened, like it was no incident. I knew the whole thing just flashed in my head, like oh okay, I missed that, but it was very intimidating as well. I mean, what a stupid thing to go to fucking spend time in jail for it. Wow, this is weird. I can't. Show's over, folks. That was it. Thanks for coming. I cannot see the internet. So let's try to do a switcheroo. See if that happens in hopes. I don't know if it's gonna come back. I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. I never saw that movie. I'd like to see that now. And I guess everybody always thought that the girl, I think it's not the one from Joe Dirt, You're My Sister or whatever, but she kind of looks like her. I don't know what her name is. Somebody in the chat may know. May or may not. Put a like down there. We're opening up the truth with a carotid artery K-bar one joke at a time here, folks. And we're never going to become what Olivia is to you. We're not going to do that to you. I would never leave you guys. We've had this same crew for 9 years now. And you guys know us. You love us. We're kind of a big deal out there in the tubes of you. All right, one more try. Kane, you can do it. I don't know what. Everything has worked against me today the entire day. Okay, so this is story day here. I don't even have an ex-girlfriend story to tell yet. I'm working on one, though. Not a new one, but here's how the day started. I'm like, okay, I need to buy some car mats to do. I told you guys for the Uber driver taxi thing. Because I'm getting all into that. And then I found some for $15. And I don't need like Rolls Royce floor mats. I just want new ones that aren't torn up and nasty. That somebody's gonna be like, yeah, Uber review here. I'm the king of Uber, and the floor mats were nasty. It's anyway. So and then I need seat covers, and then I need windshield wipers because make sure you change your windshield wipers. I didn't, and it's my windshield now. If it gets a little foggy or dirty, I gotta clean it, wipe it, because it is so scratched now. Because it was beyond the indicator on the wiper. Yeah, it's been one of those. Anyway, so I found wipers. You go like this. Wipers, come wipe. The windshield wipers for $5 a piece. So 2 you buy, and then you can see the rain. It's great. And for a while I was putting the Rain-X on there, and it helps for a little bit. It doesn't last. Rain-X is like, you're lucky if you get half a rain out of a Rain-X. So, somebody had told me there was $45 for their windshield wipers last time, but they also have the rear one. Wipers! And so that may have been why I was very excited to see them for $10. Now, it's an important feature of being able to drive Uber. Let's try to get this screen work. I'm just trying to buy time. So. Did JJ bail out? Did he rage quit already? He's been threatening to do that all week. I will clone him to shit and bring him right back here. You have no idea how quickly I will do that. Let me know if can you hear me okay, guys? Blade wipers. That just didn't sound wipers. That would be cool if that's how you turned them on, like if before chat or GPT or whatever. All right, let's see what we're trying to do. Window to the wall. Oh, in certain situations, it's almost impossible to listen to DMX. Like, as much as most people like DMX. To Blue Bayou. Look how big the window comes up. Oh, to you, it looks... Scene 3. Why do I have so many scenes also as well? Okay, something's wacky here, and it's me. It's not you. Weirdness is a foot. Okay, let me put the view scenes here. This is all part of the OBS family that we do here. Scenes. Bubby baby bumpy. I should have a scenes thing. Source toolbar. It's fun. I don't know what you guys say. I don't always look at, even when I do the replays, what's going on here. I don't want to be in the full screen interface, but it's going to happen apparently. Scene collection, profile selection. Oh, you know what? The scene thing is probably already open, somewhere floating. So for some reason I have 3 scenes. I should only have 1 scene. And I religiously practice and set up everything ahead of time before the show. And I got my homework done, and Meg's like, check. All right, bed's made. And I'm like, yeah, no. All right, be up at 8 o'clock. We'll get you on the bus. And then 8 o'clock comes. Kane's not even at the bus stop. And he just ate breakfast. Of course he ate breakfast, right? That's what she says. Rui Manui, that's it. Welcome on in. We got all the smartest people in the world here because we are MK and Ultra, and we programmed you that way. So let's see what we have. I like that I'm MK and Ultra, and I can't even log into my own chat. That's good things. Miss Potts would be so proud. Let's see how. Okay, so we have a window, but now it's giant to me. Don't worry about me though, guys. And to you, it looks like it's normal. It's like just a what do they call it? Letterbox? Am I correct? So what we'll do, and I want to see what happens now. There I am. Hi. There's me. All right, so let's get into the DoorDash complaint of the day. I've read about it. I've never been with a girl, but I've read about it in books. I've never been a sword fighter. I've just read about it in books. That was also funnier, probably in my head. I've heard about that with DoorDash. People have problems with the stupid app. What is going on that these windows are so landscapey and huge? That's, oh my gosh, Kane, I just figured it out. And you're going to laugh. Meg, you're going to laugh the most because it involves breaking my nose. I did one of these, I'm handing out fish sticks at the end of the show if anybody wants to join in. Okay, now we know why this whole show has been queer. We're going to keep pushing. We're going to go right through. Nobody leave here. I will find you. And what had happened was, I'm going to tell you one of the most difficult things to do in life and in YouTube is to make a short out of your live. From whatever live it is, it's your content, they call it. Because you're a creator, you're a god, right? And obviously. And so I'm telling that to JJ. I'm like, yeah, I'm trying. I've done it before, I think. Yeah, I've done it. No, I haven't. I've never been able to do it in 2 years. It's my bugaboo. And so, I don't know what you're supposed to do. So I read the directions of somebody doing the fist stick dance. And of course, now, because I think so many people have complained that everything is a video, you don't want to sit there for 20 minutes and learn about the history of what browsers are when you're just trying to set your thing so you could set up YouTube, go in there, and make a short out of your live stream. Just what? And then they complicated it more. Now you have 3 minute, you don't have the 30-second. Oh my God. I just want my baby back. And so, anywho, they have the AI little thing. This is the list of how you do it. And they sound so confident. They are never right. AI is bullshit. AI is complete bullshit. They are not taking our jobs. They cannot cognitively process thoughts. They can read from what's out there on the internet. They can give you a whole Encyclopedia Britannica in 20 seconds. But they cannot ask your girl out to dance. Because they cut in. You get the tooth knocked out, damn it. Hoorah. And so, anywho, what was it again? I was hood sliding like Bodu. And, what was the story? I was trying to make sure. And so, ChatGPT, I watch videos. I signed up for the class, and you have to get the email, the program. And, anyway, why is my screen, now it's flickering. Oh, translucent. You're at it again, you naughty little rascal. She's probably just off today. It's like, hey, let's fuck with Kane some. Yep, there it is. See? Oh, it's good. And I told YouTube that these people were doing this. Look, now I'm frozen. I will, JJ, when I get to it. When I feel like it. No, I will. Just a moment, JJ. Please give me a moment to finish this story. I won't do a full muse for you guys today, because we definitely want to hear from JJ. And he has some select words for you, believe me. He's going to really... It's going to make your day. I promise. The last show was amazing. And I almost just fucking did a face thing. There's so many chairs in here now. I mean, a keyboard set up. What I'm doing is unplugging and plugging that back in. Now, this is my AI voice right here. The thing, my jabber. Hopefully it'll work. I don't know where the camera is plugged in. So there it is. Is that it? Who knows? Alright, let's plug it back in. Let's follow the light. Oh, of course, it's plugged in the back of the computer, and if I dare move the back of the computer, the FireWire card is loose. So that will probably end the show. Hold on, let's see if we get a picture back. And then, hi, I'm going to do the rest of the show from here. Hope you're enjoying Kane's Ultra. It'd be so cool if I drank, if it was sponsored by Mick Ultra. How cool would that be? Hi, Miss Patsy Watty. It's so nice to see you, Annie. Are you recovering from your junior meltdown today? Are you doing better now? I was on for a minute. We were doing so well, guys. It was great when it lasted. Let's see here. Damn. Well, at least you can hear me. That's the important thing. And here JJ's demanding this and demanding that. Now I gotta stand up again and walk. Can you imagine? So let's get into the Uber thing while you don't have to look at my beautiful face. I'm gonna have to scar it up because it's just too attractive. Get too many stalkers, really. But anyway, so my first thing, I'm like, go out there and earn some cash, do real well. You got a show at 1 o'clock. We just do a couple little bang, bang, ding bongs. So the first one comes in, I'm like, nope, don't want it. Too good for that one. Do the same thing on the second one. And they always tell you, they try to make you feel guilty. If you don't take this one, you're going to go from 58% acceptance rate to 56%. Like, oh my gosh. That's the end of the freaking world, bro. And so, I'm always like, I always like sit there and pause and think about it. That's great. I love it. With my favorite shows have always been when I'm in a nice talkative storytelling mood, and Miss Potts is cleaning her house, because I know she's at her happiest when the house is clean and she can be untethered to the chat, but when she knows we're fully supporting her and her germophobeness going on. Anyway, That's why I had to turn the camera off. I couldn't say it right looking at her. I need more coffee. What happened with Uber? It wasn't Uber though. It was DoorDash. Is that I first refused the first two, then I refused one because you remember the other day on Uber I got 3 Home Depot pickups, but it just said Home Depot. So we go there, and they had 3 stops, and they were all like 15 miles apart for like $8. I was like, what the hell? And it took over an hour, so I made literally like $8 for an hour, and the same thing happened today. But that was with DoorDash. This is the first time, but I refused the order it was for Home Depot. I refused. I clearly know I pushed the button. I did. But anyway, so the next one that came up was Chinagate, Chinese food. I'm like, okay, cool, yeah, I'll grab that. They're always ready. It's boom, boom, bing, bong, bing, bang, bing, boom. I literally said that to that lady one time, and I felt bad. She's like, okay, you're ready. I'd been waiting 20 minutes though, and I'm like, okay, bing, bang, boom, bing, bang, or whatever. And she just looked at me like, I'm just gonna let that one go, okay? We pay extra $6.99. Anyway, so now we're friends, and she kind of chuckles every time that she sees me. Okay, so here you can't see how huge the interface is on my end, on this side, but I'm going to explain everything to you right now before I do the Uber story. The reason the screen looks weird, guys, is because it's gay. No, in the settings, the AI suggested, and again, wrong AI, bad AI. It suggested that you change the screen where you preview your show while you're doing it to the setting of it's a vertical live. Instead of 16:9, it's 9:16. So the width goes where the height, it's not, whatever it is. I did that. I did a set it and forget it, and so it's been driving me nuts this whole time. I've been very quiet and not vocal about it at all. If you might have picked up on it subtly, I mean, it just you don't even think about it. You tear one off. Anyway, so the fish sticks story. All right, and here's the fucked up part right now. I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. Got 2 tickets for Friday down. I wonder if I can just go to defaulter settings here, and it does not appear that I can. Borg is in the house. Where is the Borg? Do you guys remember the Borg? It's funny if you think about how many people have come and gone in this little tiny tight community of ours, right? It's amazing. I'm very suspicious of anyone that has popped up in the recents and wants to be all up on your records, wants to be all up on your videos and shit like that. You know what I mean? A lot of new names out there. I wonder though if it's some of these folks that rage quit. He's guilty. Fuck all you guys. Fuck this case. You can't quit this case. I know. Nobody's gonna hold it against you. We're gonna hold it against you, Alright, there's a joke about that. I'm not gonna use it. Okay, output mode, simple right now. I can't change any of the damn settings, you guys. So we might have to go 9:16 broadcast for... Maybe that'll be the signature of MK Ultra from here on out. This is frustrating. Yeah, because I can't play the videos, I can't touch anything. Which I'm, totally used to that. I can't ignore YouTube, which is my favorite part of even doing the show. Yeah, it's... Oh my gosh. I'm talking to myself really about it, but honestly, it's unfortunate. It's really not working. Okay, so general, I can't even change... Oh, probably why, Megs? You know why, probably? You know why? Because I'm streaming right now. You can't change your output resolution midstream. Who would do that? Who would have that feature? So if you're coming from one of the other fine creators out there, the ones that are so full of information, these new guys, you'll notice that this is my new suit. I've had it since I was born. No, I think that Lana is going to make Pavarotti. I figured it out. I think that Lana pays Birdie to be on her show. No, I'm pretty sure Birdie is giving her some kind of subsidy to have a connection. Because I really, and I don't know if anybody, I'd love to hear from you whether or not you, Lori Celeste, welcome. Very nice to see you. Did you know, Lori Celeste, that Rage Quit is all over the vernacular of the United States in this streaming communities lately? I'm not going to take credit for it. I mean, but other creators use my work. And, in the beginning, Lucy and I used to sit there and we'd go to Chinatown and try to do the math on everything as far as, because I would never, for $1 million, break 600 viewers on a show. We would get there and it was like 300, 600, 300. And I'm like, you know what? It's all creators because I have so much fucking information and so much creativity juice. I got spread around. Like the invisibility juice that they were drinking at 1112. So, ironically enough, when I see it and it's blatant, I have to call it out. And people know this. So one of the ones that they started doing that from the beginning. They were using my taglines like, the first one I think that was used was a thing of Scott Green at the Comedy Store on stage, with the brick behind him or whatever, and it just said, "Are they kidding?" And I forgot who used the tagline. Now, I thought about it later. I was like, oh, maybe AI. They're using AI, and maybe AI picked up on my awesome writing skills and used it, and then offered it to them. But then I was like, no, they don't. They don't even put my shows in my feed. So if I'm in Kane Ultra Live, Kane B, the Purge, does not know that. He would have no idea. That's why we're two separate people. And so, is it Happy Trump Day today? It's Trump Day? Thank you, Leslie and Billy. Happy Trump Day to you, too. Where was it? Wait, wow, shit. What was I telling the story of? I get to the China Gate. And I'm like, okay, guys, let's see what they're going to have for China Gate. Is it egg noodles? Did they get white rice? Did they get drink? They were $6.99 more. You get the nail polish. Anyway, there is no China Gate. It's Mike from Home Depot. Pick it up. Kane. I refused it. So this is where the problems begin. It's their fault. Right from the beginning, I put my foot down. So luckily, Home Depot is here, and China Gate is there. It's next door in the plaza. So I wasn't that upset about it. So it says, go to Home Depot, Kane. You have to pick up 3 60-pound bags of salt, or 40-pound bags of salt. And I'm like, Veruca salt? What kind of salt? And so I do that, and everybody's very courteous at the parking lot, thankfully, of Home Depot right now. Or they were today. So shove me in the shallow water before I get too deep. And pick that up. Go to the nice lady at the China Gate. Pick that up. Go to the office of Brittany Bay to drop off to Miss Lori, or whoever it was, allegedly, her China Gate lunch. I'm like, oh, it's right here. Nice little convenient drop off. Cool. I'm done. Like I said, I've heard tell of tales that the DoorDash app will freeze in the middle or do some weird stuff and then freeze in the middle of your delivery. Once that happens, you're stuck. You're fucked. You've got somebody's stuff. You can't get paid. You can't go to get the directions. Nothing. So after I gave the little package to the lady, I go to the car to close it, to go to the next one that's in the car already, and it would not close. It just was a little game of ping pong between get help, which, it kind of was ironic in that way that kept popping up, and then also continue. And when you hit continue, it would just go back to the directions. And it's like, and it kept doing this message. It doesn't appear that you're close enough to have done the delivery. We don't believe you. We're not going to let it close. And so now is the next step in the wonderful world of delivery and these. You get to phone internationally for free. Satellite phone. Direct line to India. And first you have to go through the Chat GPT rigmarole, which is always a pleasure. And then so I did that. And I get on the nice lady. And, I understand. And, they always have to be, what I understand is you're having, yes, you need to close this app so I can do the poor guy's waiting for his Morton's water filtering fish sticks. And I'm like, yeah, and they always ask the dumb questions twice. And, so I was like trying to be patient, because I feel for these people. I don't know. She was very sweet. And so I'm like, yeah, and she's like, I'm going to have to escalate this. I'd never talked to DoorDash support before. I'm going to have to escalate this to an expert that can help you. And so I'm like, really? So just, you can't give me the address and I'll Google map it, drop the guy's salt off and we'll figure it out later. And so now the expert comes in, has to repeat all of the questions. And here I'm like, there goes my day. I was trying to do a couple quick hits, go to Lowe's, get some guitar fixed today. Nah. So here we are. That's the end of that story. No. So it's another half an hour. Because she's like, I got it closed. I'm like, nope. Still restart my phone. She's like, did you turn it on? Did you turn it off again? I'm like, yeah, I did all those things 3 times before I called you. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's you. You're having a network problem. You people. She literally said, what do you mean, you people? So, it got, I might have raised my voice on her a little bit. And then I instantly, and I felt bad because she said, have you she didn't even say, have you. She said, can you please take the food into the leasing office and hand it to the lady? And I literally didn't even hesitate. Are you out of your mind? You think I haven't done this? I'm trying to get on with my life. This is all happening on the chat helpline. They had a phone thing, but it was blurred. It's grayed out. Maybe I don't qualify for it yet. I forgot what happened. Oh, we had gotten to the end of the rope on the whole thing. And I delivered the food to China Gate, which was supposed to be $5, and then the Home Depot was supposed to be $8. And so I'm like, okay, well, and she goes, I don't see the Home Depot one on there. You must have done something. You know what? I'm like, I am getting old. Maybe I did something really fast, light speed, didn't. I tricked myself because I have never seen the directions for Mike, which was the Home Depot salt delivery. Guys, this is a long story. And so I am like, okay, I give up. I'm going to take it back to Home Depot. Tell the nice lady I was incapable of delivering salt to this guy who was down the street. And we'll move on with our lives. And so right as I was saying it, she goes, I've done everything. But you already delivered it. It says you already delivered it. Okay. Sure, and it was like, I wish Dr. Dean was here so he could hypnotize me, and I could just believe right along with you on this and put on the candy striper outfit and do the little, okay, I'm the Joker today dance, and it didn't happen that way. Right as she accused me of that, which was about to set the fuse right to the 9, the Mike name comes up, so I'm like, oh, here it is, it finally worked. You see, I wasn't lying, and then I'm like, wait, is this telling me to take it back to Home Depot for the to return it and somebody else would get the delivery? And it turned out I delivered it to the nice gentleman's condo, put 3 bags of salt on his thing, and then rage quit, peeled out. No, drove home and everything was fine. But I wanted to get a snack. I have no lunch. Do you see food in my hands, guys? I am wasting away to nothing right now. I don't even have a slice of cheese. I'll figure something out. Anywho, so there's that. That's the Uber. That's the reason that the screen has a funny taste in its mouth. So listen, what we're gonna do about it? We're gonna be proactive, and I want you all to put on your you've been with me a long time. We know each other. You're gonna have to trust me on this one. And I'm gonna stop the stream. Yes, I know it's scary. I'm gonna restart the stream, so I won't be able to draw. I won't be able to do graffiti, all that stuff. I know you love it, but we will be able to. In the meantime, it's gonna take about 20 seconds, 30 seconds, for me to change the video settings. Otherwise, I can't play the videos. I probably even can't have JJ up here. Right now, it's acting all quacky because I touched the firewire in the whatever. You guys should probably just find a different hobby. I'm not entertaining. I'm not funny. Let's see what we got here. Cordy. But you know how, like, if you don't plug in the monitor right, it just turns red? Blood red? Or is that just me? It's like the hills have eyes fucking TV right now. I'll get this week. Alright. So anyway. Anywho, I was watching, and you know how Mike, there my buddy old pal, has been promising to graphic up my shit and help me out, and I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't heard from him for a couple days, been busy. Well, I go to play, clip one of his new engaging shorts for our show today here, and who did I see as a guest on that short? None other than, how do you call a birdie a hive? I have little Mad Dog 2020 things that I put in Christmas ornaments. I'm going to start selling those. I'm going to walk in a seersucker suit and try to look like the Dago father. How's that work? So, if you have no content that's original, you just make shit up all day, every day, over and over and over, and then put it in 30-second clickbait clips. How do you live with yourself? Did you even watch? Do you even know what the fuck is going on in this case? Do these people have any fucking clue? Because the reason that I said that, and I'm not trying to pick it, because I can't say anything negative about anybody. I mean, with the way I look, how can I say anything negative about anybody? It's, yeah, a little bit of this is coming from another source. I won't. Bro, when fucking Lana first had that motherfucker on his fucking show, allegedly, it was like watching a fucking professor talk to a fucking 2-month-old. And she wasn't backing off of it either. She was kind of like embellishing, but she was a little too joyful about the interaction. So it just makes one wonder. I don't know things, but I'm sharing. I like to share my thoughts. That's all. It was a thought. Hard out. Is that prison slang there, Jake? Jade, we're just happy to have you in the chat. No, I'm just fucking with you. Listen, Jade, I told you what's happening here. I would expect from, especially you, a little understanding here. Work with me here. No, give me a minute, because I can't. Alright, fuck it. I'll work on that stuff later. I'll rage quit, and maybe we'll do like a two-parter like Miss Potts does. Like, fuck it. Alright, I'm going to play myself at 2x speed, and that's how we'll do that. So, let's everybody clap and applaud for Mr. JJ Vance. So demanding. He's in Mexico. I'm like, dude, once the pesos are gone, the senoritas don't want 5 o'clock shadow. It's 5 men in a tea kettle somewhere. You know that you have 1492 Columbus Shield of the Ocean? I had 1402 the other day, and I was like, man, how am I going to rhyme something with 1402 to remember the address? And I'm like, oh, that works for Sail of the Ocean Blue Sea. It was funnier when I was driving. It's, this is one of the reasons you see me talking to you right now. This is because I'm cooped up by myself all night, every night. Delivering fucking sometimes just a shake to somebody's house that they don't even open the door for me for. And, I'm going to call people crazy and total hoaxsters, coming into our fucking community. Anyway, so, I have to get it out now. Now I've got you where I want you. And so let's get you here. And this, it all comes out now. That's why I think I don't know. It could go both ways because I have the crazy element. And they're crazy. They might be drunk. And then I have the element of, damn, I don't want to ghost ride my whip around Largo all freaking day and night. And I can't even listen to the chat radio anymore. It's they're such lib boneheads. One of them was this guy who is an intelligent fella. He's kind of a punk ass, allegedly. He's the afternoon Garabo guy. And he's a total twat. And he's like, his show used to be called something like I'm a dick to you and you're going to put up with it, even though you're calling it my show. And so the other day he's talking about, I'm about to go to Caliente and swing my dick around. It's like a rich people's nudity resort is basically what it is. And so that was his big thing. And he had been talking about the Minnesota thing all day. And he was literally trying to make the point of what great people that were protesting out there. And I was just, and I didn't want to throw up on the people's food, man. Because they always get it on camera. And then I guess I did it. Anyway, so yeah, I can't, now it's like, you know what I mean? Like, once you've seen, like, the hot chick do something you can't get out of your head, or they get that smell, that one smell, and they're beautiful, and they won't go away. So now the whole station is tainted, and that was my entertainment for 6-7 hours. Driving around, they made a dumb joke, these guys are idiots, but whatever, it's not so bad. Now, I'm not going to sit here and listen to you tell me that they are protesting justly in fucking Minnesota. You are a complete fucking moron if you think that. I'm alleging not him. I'm not directing it at him. Or the Senate guy that's even a bigger idiot. Or the guy in the morning, Gio. Who would say that about him? That he said something about the Brian Koberger case, about that, and how he has to be guilty because of all the evidence. Literally, while I was listening. The nerve. So, yeah, here we are. Looks like there's a guy behind me. That is something I did want to mention. Let me look at the studio mode here, since we're in 9:16 mode. Enjoying that little funness. I can't even pull up the window capture. That is amazing fun. So yeah, we won't be able to see JJ. We may. Oh, there's the window capture. Look at it. It took it in front of me. I can't. Oh, I have to do it over here. I was trying to. I'm just a teenage dirtbag. Let's try one more thing, JJ. And I'm doing the thing and all this stuff. So what if maybe there's a setting for resolution right here? No, I have to go to the thing. I'm pretty sure I have to rage quit live, and I'm not going to do that to JJ because this is going to be. I hate to tell you guys, it's going to be JJ's last live show ever from Mexico, as far as I know. He might do another one in Mexico. We'll have to see. That's up to him. But as of right now, what I'm told is I can't change the settings. So we're just going to have to see if I can bring him in. There will be no nudity. Please don't whip your ping out, or whatever Miss Botsy says there. Which, I guess that actually happened. I don't know how many people. I'm sure Meg P was there to witness it. She probably has a screenshot of it.
We have got to the point where literally anybody...
6 times. I hit pause 6 fucking times with these people. YouTube has very much changed. It's different, and it's not good. It's not good. It's not just me, y'all. So, alright, today's clickbait title, let's get to that. It's JJ Vance live on OBS stream, Video Ninja stuff. Let me do that. Hey, Jade, do you still have the link from yesterday or whatever it was? Because it might pop up and I can just boom, 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 ding, 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 and put you in. Because that one's already in the scene. That's the one I want to use. So let's see what's on. If anybody else would like to join us in a discussion here, kind of keep it brief with the peen shot, and then just go on your way. Because, me and Jay's got shit to talk about here, and he doesn't have a whole lot of time. Which one? Well, let's try Capital Mike. We'll go with Capital Mike, right? And There's a password? Okay, I'm just going to create a new one. You know, that's what you do. You know, you just do it. And you do it. Create a new room, and we'll call this one Mexico. Now, it's going to lower my mic volume. I am aware of this, and I got to go fix the setting. You know, just because Meg wants her way, and a fighter jet, and all that stuff all the time, doesn't mean she's going to get it. So, alright. Let me give Jade the link here. Let me give him. He likes all of the bells and whistles. You know what I mean? Like when he's doing the full Monty. So I want to make sure. Oh my gosh, he's asking me for approval of everything. He wants to get into my nudie selfies over here. I'm just a teenager. Okay, we'll give you pro audio today. Remote monitoring. No, that's remote monitoring. Isn't that what Heather Fitzgerald does? The old Heather. Ask for display name. Show display name. Kane, you don't have to say it out loud. Guest see HD video now. I don't feel like that being that generous today. Enable an equalizer. Well, we could do that. Can select an avatar image, and then I have to. Here's the thing, that I have to select whether or not we use the avatar image. Isn't it nice? I have total absolute power. Display the raise hand button. There was one live that Kiki did early on this case, and I forgot who was in it, but they had enabled the raise hand button because everybody kept talking over everybody, and she kept being like, "I have my hand up." I was like, "Oh, that's when we really started talking about the Cabana Boy thing." And I can be a good Cabana Boy. I'm just a teenager. Okay, show display name. See that? Isn't that weird though? This is the settings for the customer, not for me, the boss. And I have to do it in there. Cause I do things. I make things happen. All right, let's see here. We're gonna take you there, all the way to Blue Bayou. That's the setting right here. Auto gain control that twerked me for a flagging year, and it's nuts. And then you have to do it for the guests also as well. So when they do join, I will change. I say they because JJ is an army of one. We all know that. All right, let me give him in the link in the chat and all the stuff. The bing bong bing. Man, there's something else that happened that I was dying to share. Now, in the future, if you did miss the last MK Ultra, it has been talked about and it's going to happen. Unfortunately, it's sad news. I'm going to start doing my DoorDash lives. That is the intention and the direction of this channel. And I think most people enjoyed my shows that I made most of my friends and lovers, viewers, doing the bike ride lives. And so we like to hear me moving around, sloshing, mouth breathing, all that stuff. And so here it'll add the extra element of potential murder, right there in the car. It happens all the time. So that is something to look forward to. I'll give you the spicy stuff here and there, when I want to. The produced stuff that we're doing right now, just you and me hanging out because we're pals. And so let me see where my show would be. This is just like so much work to do one thing. Everything is a clumsy oaf or whatever. Is that Miss Potts is live? Let's picture of Miss Potts. You know how many times you were live when I was live, and we'd always go like troll, and I'd jump in the chat, and be like, "Hi, Miss Potts," and then finally we got her on the show, and everything changed from that day on. Here's what I've been meaning to do with the shorts. I'll give you the whole list. It's not a long one. Find funny stuff. There's a lot of it. Find cool facts that we know that we've talked about that nobody else can even accept in their fucking brain holes, apparently. And then also Miss Potts doing the first time I had her on a show, and that was one of our best shows, right? She was like, "I'm not going to tell you or anybody else my actual opinion on the case, okay? Here, I'm going to do this whole dissertation on this, but it's quick." Hi, Sandra. Very nice to see you.
Is this the purge?
Anywho, Am I even logged in? Hold on, let me hide this so Trish doesn't have a heart attack. The teenage dirtbag in me was like, well, I'm kind of a good interviewer. You're going to get one by me, Miss Potts. And she was like, no, I don't like to share my opinion. I just like to read documents. I have an opinion on what went down in the case. And she actually swayed my opinion earlier that day with something else. We were talking about Murphy or some of these things. And she was like, okay, because I waterboarded her. I tensioned her down, and it was wringing out the clothes. And I said, what's your take? And she said, well, the only reason that law enforcement would go to these lengths to protect everybody is because they were involved. Now, I heard JJ too, Twiz. I thought it was just my imagination, but just my imagination. Do you think he actually wrote out the whole link and just typed it in it? I want to hear that story. Let's check and see, guys. That's wow. Either that or JJ's up in my shit. I mean, surprise, JJ's a spook. But anyway, where is the?
No, I'm in your brain hole, sir. Look inside your brain hole.
His ass. Or maybe he closed it on his ass. JJ, you're sus as fuck, bro. I'm gonna have to clone you. I have a lot more control over the clones, which is why. Let's see if I did do that. I'll bet you. Oh, no, there's Gabrielle Petito.
Whoa, dude! Enough of the accusations and allegations, sir.
Hold on. I can't see all my things because of the 16:9 issue. Next week we will have 9:16, and then Backstreet Boys will be. I had a dream. Wait, that didn't. I'm just gonna let that one go. Never mind. It was not. No. Stop. All right, here it is. No. Oh, I closed. Wait. Join room with a camera. What is going on here? And yeah, there it is. I do not see the Jage in there, so we were giving a little, maybe too much credit. All right, let's copy.
I had a dream that I was the guest on the Kane Ultra show, but I'm about to rage quit, dude.
And I would give out some more memberships, but I ran out. I gave them all away. I'm so generous. What a guy, huh? Okay, so now I closed it. That's nice. Open, close, up, down, we're holding it down. I can't even. That's one of my cover songs, and when I do the same song 50 times in a row, trying to remember the lyrics, they kind of run together. Yeah. What was the intention of my show? Okay, Kane. I don't think I'm logged in. Thanks for coming tonight, folks. Go ahead and do the dishes with Miss Potts.
Oh, everyone can hear me in the chat. Well, that's good. I think Kane's on a different planet today, folks.
Log into my own damn account. These are the ABCs of you and me, baby. So you know what? I'm a person too, though. This one that
this is my last show from Mexico, folks. I appreciate y'all joining us here for what was supposed to be a program.
For a minute or more.
This will also be my last show ever on Video Ninja. Kane, I hope you can hear me. Listen to the playback. I'm never doing Video Ninja again.
The algorithm is the freaking word of the day, and for some reason, is that if you type in Idaho4 into the very YouTube search bar there, good luck finding anyone. 100,000 views on Jules' last video. You can't find a video. Just type in Idaho4. All the work that she's done, completely insignificant. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Say it with me. We're North Star C-I-T. Phil Murray just has such a nice catalog of work. I'm typing in M. Kane Ultra. Okay? That's how I spell it right there. First one. Look at this. Well, they're giving me some credit today. Yeah. Go Caners. I teased Jage. That's a nice face for that song. I should go Broadway or off Broadway, maybe like way off Broadway. Hey, guys, go ahead and take some time. We got 18 likes. It looks like 19. I'll pull a Dago. I'll pour the ravioli out of the toilet. Go ahead and hit that like for Kane B. It'll take 1 minute here, and I'll give JJ.
Is this real life?
In the meantime, I'm going to throw him in the browser. Are they trying to DoorDash me? That sounds like a DoorDash. Let's find out what's going on here with the giant. Oh, it's Swiss. Why you can't talk to JJ? Well, hang on, guys.
I'm gonna dislike this show.
Time for JJ. Come here. It's just I have to wait for this username because YouTube is not letting me log into my account for Kane B or for MK Ultra during my own live of MK Ultra. It's sad. They hate me at YouTube. I have a good reason because I'm one of the most vocal and oral, anal, all that stuff with them. So quick and funny.
Well, I think you're waiting for the moss to grow, friend. What is going on here?
If you don't mind, I'll owe you. I'll get you back on the next one. Let's go ahead while we're at it and do what I said I heard. All the things. In any second, we will have his thing. In the meantime, I'm going to add the group to the scene in the browser. Maybe he's half browser on his sister's side. JJ was married to his sister. He'll tell you about that when he gets here. And they had at the reception twizzle sticks and fish sticks. Okay, so he just told me the whole story. Okay, I keep putting the taskbar on the left side. Don't do that, folks. It's not. It's communist. It's not American. It's not American. For some reason, I feel like my audio's low. Give me
That's not true, and I'm out of here, friend.
Alright, and so I can just set my browser. Changing that now. Doing it now. Happening now. China. Do you think we'll get Greenland, guys? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the hotter chicks are in Iceland. They're friendly, very nice. The girls. I'm gonna set this to 1028 by 7. What is it, Twiz? 1028 by 760. That is HD widescreen. Holy crap! Look at that shirt. Look at that handsome feller there. Hold on, we don't have audio for you yet, JJ. JJ Vance has entered the building, and who knows what else he's entered by way.
Kane's Kane's an old man dirtbag, baby.
Like any normal person. We do it. Hold on, 28. And just moments away.
What is going on here?
The man of Vance's. So what did I say?
I can't hear you at all, sir.
By 760. Let's try that one. It's not. That's totally all right. And I put that in there and did all the things. Hopefully it's better, Neil, and you guys can see again, and the rain is gone. But for the most part, it's looking pretty decent. I wish that Offie would come in here and make me another baby again. Because, that baby that he made me yesterday, he made me into a cartoon baby, talked exactly like I talked when I was that age. And I was like, man, he is really fucking good. All right, let's see what we got. Now, if I just go over here, and if I could find the internet. We got a scrolling wheel of death. Hang on. I'm not going to... No sudden movements, folks. Okay, here it is. Woof. It is a stressful day today. I'm not letting it... I'm Serenity now. I delivered to a old home park called Serenity. He was here. Is this the wrong... This is Mexico. He was... I swear to God, I saw JH. Unless I pulled up one of his lives. That is wild, wacky stuff. Let me... Is this real world? JH, were you here and now you're gone? Dead and gone. Oh, JJ was in Mexico so long. And he really liked to play this song. And he dedicated A.R. Hayes. And Twiz likes the fish sticks for the gays. Something. This is the problem I have with Mrs. Potts' fucking FBI love stuff. I wrote more lyrics, though. I did. And I'm going to share them with you in a minute. But let's get this JJ thing handled. He may have rage quit because of Twiz's constant bombardment of insults to me. I'm always the victim. Pretty much at 4 a.m. I was the victim today. Let's see here. So we'll get that going, and JJ, and all those things, and blah, blah, blah. He would have been echoey, so thank God I caught that one. Come on, JJ, don't say maybe. Air haze was in my brain. That's the intro music. Okay, he wants Kid Rock. Okay, yeah, I got it. Oh, it's a ball to JJ ball. It's a ball to Bing Bong. My name is Jay. Jay Vince. He says, snort away my key. Let's see if that worked. That was like a little spell that I do to conjure people. It usually works on loose. Burger King is giving away free food while we wait for JJ to mellow. He's here. I need him down here. And I thought it was like, okay, yeah, they're going to have, like a hamburger sandwich on Monday, and then you get the chicken fries on Thursday. No. It's one day. And they made it sound like it's like a new program. It's not real food, though, Burger King, either way, so it really doesn't matter if you get it for your... Hold on, we'll get to that one. JJ sorted out here. Otherwise, he's going to murk me in my sleep. Hope you're enjoying the show today. If you're new to M. Kane Ultra, make sure you hit that subscribe button and tell all your friends. We have slip and slide parties every Wednesday. Okay, now I'm starting to wonder if there's a problem with the app because it closed. Oh boy, now it's Twiz's. Yeah. I'm just a teenage. Are you? I mean, I should have listened to Miss Potts and become a lawyer or a doctor and such. Let's see if it's already. Okay, I can't go backwards. Never want to watch backwards ever. Is the thing. Join room with camera. Somehow I wound up in the friend zone. And I'm sure you can see what's going on in my frustration. I know it. There we are. I'm back, you guys. Okay, so let me make sure that I gave Jade the proper link. And I can break him off a proper piece of that funky stuff. It's like this and like that and like this here. See it? They're trying to catch me riding nerdy, guys. They rolling, they hating, patrolling, trying to catch me white and nerdy, trying to catch me white and nerdy, trying to catch me. It looks like he was in there because there's 3 of them, and that's how I usually clone his ass. Maybe it's me. Let's take a wild. This is all part of the fun, because it's all about the journey. It's not about the Gonzalez. It's never. Okay, so headphone jack, Jake, what'd you say to Adam? Oh, it's all in there, Jake. If you're biting a turd sandwich, it's one you cooked. Because no, I can't be blamed on this one, even though Miss Potts will take your side in a fucking second. I'm sure I don't even know how this one got up. I'm gonna go ahead and. Yeah, good. Okay, maybe this is fucking him up. Maybe I cock blocked him. I do that. Let's see here. Oops, something went wrong. I've completely ruined everything. Okay, let's try a new. Are you guys patient enough to even watch this show? What are you doing? I'm like, I don't know shit. I just do hoaxy fucking clickbait fucking taglines. If you missed, what was it, the day before we had Ariana. Speaking of hot ladies. Very nice to see you. I can't even remember what I was talking about now. I can help you out with that conundrum. I gave you a 0. I thought it was a Coke 0, and I was trying to, green room your ass back there. Let's do a whole new thing. It's not a thing. It's not like they charge me every time that I fuck up. So it's not that hard to do it right now. And I'll call it Ariana. Huh, yeah. Do something about that. Okay. Everybody, welcome Ariana into the chat today. We're bringing the shit. Bringing all the good freaking dope about the Idaho4 games. Miss Potts has had things, so we're going to get her up here now. Imagine that fun. We can't even get JJ up here, and then Miss Potts is trying to. I can do it on my phone. I'm doing it on my laptop. I'm doing it all for the babies. I'm doing it all for the nookie, guys. Honestly, it's true. Okay, join by room name. Here, and the last one was I spelled Mexico all weird, and I can't. Unless I say it like they did in Super Troopers. Yo, always ever been to Mexico? I can't honestly do it. So you'll have that there. This show probably would have gone better if it'd been last night. I mean, I'm having a good time. Hopefully you guys are. It's a nice day here. Beautiful day, Florida. Okay, it's giving me no. It's just, all it ever remembers is Mike. So let's create a new room. Why not? And we'll call this one JJ. And if anybody I put 11. JJ11. Ooh, I just thought about it. Is JJ's the 11th letter in the alphabet, and it's twice. So if you add it, it's a 112. JJ is sus. I get it either now. I get it. I'm just a teenage dirtbag. I gotta change the browser again now, though. Really, bro? Really? Alright, he likes to have the features. I'm gonna feature enrich this one just real quick. Hang on. Miss Potts is almost done. She must be probably pretty close to done with her dishes. She can do her dishes in light speed time. And she's trained herself to get to where she knows the good point of the show will start. And it's coming. Don't worry. We do it every time. It always looks like it's going to get off the rails. So the Weeknd's going to be the host, or Travis fucking Scott. Don't worry. It's not like that. So here we go. Ask for display name, show display name. Oh, they're both in the same place. It's excellent. Self preview, raise hand, equalizer. We don't need that. Don't need that. I don't know what a zero link could have possibly happened. But you know what? Where it says link now, that wasn't there before. So perhaps he's right that it was me. It's not that I fucking do this on purpose yet. It really not is. I'm just a teen. I can't wait to hear what he has to say, because we're going to do probably 20 minutes of diabetes news right out of the gate. That's just given, you know. I'm really kind of tearing the back of my neck about my feet, my thumbnail popping up in my feed for once. I was like, do they hate me? And I think it's because I put all those trolley ass tags, hashtags? And how do you spell? Dude, this will tell you about how pathetic my incel life must be now. I've run into people, not just girls, pretty ladies or anything, but people, just regular folk, and you get to talking, and you want to pimp yourself out a little bit, and be like, hey, do you like the true crime? Do you like the crimes of the true? Like Gabby Vizito. You always have to throw a name in there. Is that what I look like? Okay, so here is, once again, the link for JJ or anybody else that wants to show their peen. Real quick, I'm going to go back while I talk. Show your peen, get a free ween. That's the new way on MK Ultra here, the purge. Are we purging or not? I mean, I'm half purging on my brother's side. Where did Studio One go? There it is. Alright, so anyway, copy the link. I'm doing it. I'm obeying. I can and shall obey. Next thing, we'll go to browser. We're going to put that in the link. Bing bong, bing bong. Mike from Last 24 is probably trending. Him and Birdie are probably cuddled up in the corner. He's not doing it right. He's not doing it. Doing it all for my baby. For everything she does for me. Doing it. Right? So I have good news again. Twiz, do you remember Mike's whole story about I barely was able... I've lived here for 2 years. I couldn't even get the key in the door at the time. But the car's clean, damn it. That's what matters. So when JJ is ready, that should appear, I think. Oh, you know why you couldn't see him? Because I had him covered up. That was all it was the whole time. Hand to God. No, I'm not kidding. Like, fuck this, I quit. Let's do if Outcast doesn't have a problem with pimping himself out, I don't either. If you'd like to support the show, these are the handy apps. If you do it through YouTube, thank you very much. I'm not monetized yet, so I don't know how you pull that off, but they do. Not to dox YouTube, But they do take 60, 40, 97% of all membership and super chats. 87%, I think, was the final number. And so this is a workaround, if you can see that right there. And don't be disappointed by my teenage douchebag last name. I know, Kane V is much more exciting. Twiz, I'm plugged in. I'm not wireless. Like, remember when I started, I tried to do wireless, and I tried to make it work out. And he's like, dude, you have to be fucking plugged in. I did. I put the link in the chat. JJ is the most that I can do for you right now. 32 minutes. Countdown is, it's honestly, it's out there and loving it. But yeah, no, Twiz just got a real kick that I was trying to do a Wi-Fi live. But you can do it on the phone. You can do the vertical stream. That's why it's 9:16 instead of 60:9. Guess what? I'm going to shut up here in any minute now because Jage is going to join us. He's just going to pop right in and he's going to start talking in JJ speak, so to speak. It's going to be wonderful. And the next time we see him, think about it. It may be Vegas, but it's more likely going to be in one of the flyover states that he's going to be living in permanently. I mean, who can ask me? This is an exciting moment on the project. If it fails, it's one thing. I mean, that's what it was. It failed. It didn't work. If he pops up in our, I know Leslie and Billy are sitting right now, white knuckled, with their popcorn. Like, they got the Werther's popcorn now. Like, JJ, please get out there. Everybody in Salt Lake is fucking freaking out. They're eating Hardee's burgers. I have honestly not even had a chance to follow any news. I have clips posted. You know what usually is best in these situations is to just go on with the day and do the muse, do the things, do all the things and stuff. And I'll do that because I have some windows open. I have things to say. I have stuff to share. I'm just a guy like the rest of you. I see no link in here. Alright, no worries. I thought I may have put it in there and not sent it, though. That's me. That's just me. We all get a kick out of it. Kane was live for an hour and a half. Lucy called him during that hour and a half, told him he wasn't live. He said, yes, I am, and kept going. And then did his live. That's how things go. You have to kind of, with me, but the reward's always worth it. Really, the reward is fantastic. No gimmicks here. None. Zero. All suits and ties. Buttoned up. Alright, here we go. One more time. I'm pasting. I'm sending. If you're listening, there you go. That's it. Oh! I'm not a moderator. So I'm going to have to say it's probably not going to work out. I'm not a moderator, so I can't post links. Let me go ahead and send it to your Gmail, which I should have done in the beginning. My bad. I'm sorry. Let me hide this. So Trish and Ring Me Dewey don't have heart attacks. Let's see here. So yeah, that's what I should have done in the beginning. Oh yeah, I was talking about. Okay, shh, Joe. I didn't want to spoil it. That was a fucking total spoiler alert right there. Doing it all for my Kane, for everything he does, for doing it. I was singing a copyright fine. Oh, I got another copyright thing. We'll deal with that in a minute. Gotta switch to the email that JJ knows here. JJ, email incoming, sir. Watch your 6. Take a 10-20 or whatever they do. JJ, sorry about this, guys. Here now I really am. Now, okay. Usually his name pops up there, but I forgot you have to type something else. The secret code pineapple. What do we have going on? FFF. And then bing bong, bing bong. And ching chang, ching chong. That's what I said to the Chinese lady. I finally got it out. She made me wait for 35 minutes and just let it go. I think, racist, get in my... But hey, what other restaurant can just have your type of people working in it? If you go to Korean restaurants, just Korean people. You don't see any other races in them. try to open up a restaurant and not hire any other races in any city in this land. Leslie Billy, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. We were just talking about it. You've enriched my day beyond words. Thank you so much. That means so much to me. I appreciate you being. I'll do a little songy for you later. Like I said, old Flying V is in the shop getting the upgrade. Rochelle has sent me a lot of clips here. Very sad news. She always sends me like the stuff, the funny stuff. A lot of times I'll have them clipped already, but she's been sending me some good stuff. Popular rapper passed away in home at 50. Email news here. Okay, so JJ called me sugar tits. Hopefully he will appear. Let's see what happens here. I did send you the email, JJ, just to be repetitive and totally annoying. What did I say? I got pulled over. I've been in all kinds of trouble. I'm a bad boy lately. It's just, and it reflects in my homework. Doing it all for. Now he's gonna be like, I need 7 minutes, sir. If Lucy had been here the whole time, though, instead of, she plucks the corn out of the dog's. I'm sorry, never mind. I'm just gonna stop. Hopefully, I know JJ should at any moment probably. Let me one more time send the link because you never know. It could be me. I'm gonna assume that's why I never got married. Is that it was me the whole time. And here we go to JJ Vance. We're doing Operation GCG live with Kane B. This will be 222. That's just the title of this. That has nothing to do with the actual room. Here's the link sent again. That's part 2. And again, thank you for the money, for all the money you give to JJ and me. Going it. Dude, I'm kind of like on point with me. I really wanted to play and sing for you guys because I have all this talent, sort of, on loan from God. There was sometimes the honest truth, brutal reality of any real, real musician is that some days you couldn't even do a mouth harp or a kazoo and make it sound good. And then some days you're like Yngwie Malmsteen. That's literally me. And nobody's ever around when I'm Yngwie Malmsteen. I'm like, man, I just totally shredded that song and nobody heard it. If only we had some way to record it and show people later. But it never sounds the same. Alright, let's see where Jay's at. Hopefully everything's alright. And Abner's doing wonderfully. I know that Pippopotamus is having a difficult time. He is JJ Vance. He else. Holy wow! That I like it when I have to work for it, JJ, because it just makes it so much more rewarding in the long run. To me, here we are. We made it.
Trying to clone me? Go fuck yourself. Secondly, I got a series of questions for you. Is this
real world? Like you just
real life?
Real life. That's a Lucy-ism. I don't speak
Lucy.
Is
this real life? You're not going to answer me, are you?
I'm going to let you answer that because there's no answer to that question that's correct.
Secondly, I got a series of questions for you. Oh, I can hear you.
Who is there? Somebody else in the chat with us? Oh, cool. Who else joined us? Are they going to show their peen? Let's see. Do you have the balls to show your peen? That's all I want to know. There was somebody here.
What happened?
Who was it? Did you boot him out? Did you kick him in the teeth? What?
I don't know what's going on.
There was somebody else.
Bud?
No big deal. They always come back, Jage. They always come back. Oh, here they're back again. Anywho. So go on. Yeah, no, what's up? Your audio is intermittent for some reason. Can you check your feed over there, bro? You were perfectly fine before. This is not part of the act here, folks. This is actual real life stuff, as Lucy Alessandra would say. That's her last name, Lucy Alessandra. Let's see here. You know what? It might be me again. Who knew? that it's me every time. And there, you know why? It's popular. I've got JJ cloned right now. I forgot I fucking cloned his ass this morning. Let me handle it. JJ, hold on. Don't do anything. Stay right there, and I will find you. Audio. It's here. It's in the things. It's within the unit. Is he talking? Okay. He's gone. JJ's gone. Everybody, JJ down. He's probably in the big Zach Galifianakis sky right now, flying over his own future house. We remember him as a father, as a husband, as a wife, as a preacher's daughter, and all these things that he brought to these Idaho streets, right? And what can you say about the guy? Enough. Audio gain control was back on, so I better watch. Yep, I went low again, and after all this money, I let you down. I really feel this is like the Batman Superman fight. It was never meant to happen. You're okay. I get excited about little things. Sorry, CADD. Boy, we had JJ. It was wonderful. You guys remember when we had JJ on the show? It was so awesome. Yeah.
Is this real life, sir?
Are you sassing me, boy? Let's see here. I gotta hold on.
First of all, you're coming at me with that sass mouth after all this nonsense. I'm definitely out of here.
There's a little bit of latency, you know. I don't know if it's a latent homosexuality or what.
What'd you call me?
But everybody gave once in a while. You know what I'm saying?
What did you call me, sir?
I was nothing. I was like, hey, guy, how are you, sir? Nice to see you. That's what you're supposed to be like. I'm fine.
I'm doing well. How are you? What's your status, friend? How you doing?
I am. What do you call it? When you're waiting for something to happen.
You ain't gotta tell me about waiting something to happen. I've been backstage for an hour, bud.
Wow. I appreciate the dedication. So does Leslie and Billy. Hold on, I'm trying to set my microphone thing, man. Why you gotta make it hard for me, bro? It's added for some reason.
Well, I would like to make a revision to my Hula Burger contract.
Into the beat the shit out of Fat Boy Kane. I'm gonna have to call Plastic Pants. We're gonna have to get.
I'm gonna have to update. I'm gonna have to do some arbitration on my Hula Burger contract. I will never use Ninja again, bud. Never. It's done. It's over.
You say that now. Here you go. We got it. Okay,
it
was at
now,
69. It was at 69, JJ. I saved it from going any lower. It was at 67. Now you can Now you're getting your MK Ultra's worth right now. You've got JJ on the screen. You've got full audio loudness. Kane B, The Purge / MK Ultra. Go.
What if got me fired up on a bunch of caffeine in your basement, but I can assure you I'll never use Video Ninja again.
Promises. Well, hey.
Just saying. No disrespect, but this is fucking bananas. This is rice and bananas. Somali rice and bananas, sir.
I'll rice and bananas your face, sir. Do you want me to just show internet video clips while you sip on your lemonade?
I know. You look Somalian. You look a bit Somalian.
I've heard that before. People tell me that. What does that mean?
I have 19 minutes. Let's watch a video. I have 19 minutes. Let's watch a video. That's a great idea.
You want me to put like some double penetration porn on? Shower pics? What do you like?
Yeah, let's do 18 minutes and 59 seconds of that. That way I'll just rage quit at the end of it.
We're going to have a live rape for everybody tonight on the show. Welcome to JJ's at the Donkey Show down in Tijuana. This is a big surprise for you. I hope you brought your dollar bills and pennies. They are accepting pennies down there, JJ, right? Isn't that what you said?
Only at the Donkey Shows.
Yeah, I think we need Coco to tell you how to do your settings, so we'll call her back over here.
Did you just say I need to check my settings? Is this real life, dude? Is that what you just said to me?
It's like when they asked me if I'm a teenage dirtbag, baby, and if I delivered the food to the lady who was already eating it right in front of me. How dare they?
She's like, no, I never. She's stuffing it down her face. No, I never got it.
I mean, I'm not that kind of guy. It wasn't me.
You might be that kind of gal, though.
I was like, how could I forget that I had given her an extra kiss? Is that Michael Jackson that sings that song?
That's Shaggy, dude. I actually saw that concert, Shaggy, live in concert in Cancun, Mexico in 2000.
Speaking of Shaggy, what
during
the
the
fuck?
Iraqistan invasion.
Where is Shagster? That would be a good tour. Travis
Probably
Scott and Shaggy. And then maybe like Afro Man in there.
It would be an awful tour.
I'd
Well,
pay
Afro
somebody
Man
else to go
wins
see it
that.
for me
That's
and be like, hey, fuck you guys. I'm getting him.
I've actually smoked pot with Afro Man. He lives
You
in
did
Adams
not.
County, Ohio.
That's the ultimate rock and roll tale right there. And I'm not lying.
Yeah.
I
We have a
Jules
mutual friend.
Zamora.
He lives in Adams County, Ohio. Used to live about 40 miles from me.
I've heard a lot of stories. I thought he lived in Tampa. There's all kinds of stories like that with the Deadpool guy where let the bodies hit the floor.
Dude, he got raided by the Adams County Sheriff's Department and started a war against him.
Is that
It's
prison
hilarious. He
slang
caught-
when
he
you
caught
say
him on their
raided?
fucking-
What do you?
his security cameras and shit, dude. No, they raided his house unlawfully, dude. He sued the shit out of him.
Oh, I
They sued
remember.
him
Yeah,
for fucking emotional distress. It was hilarious, dude. This went down a few years ago.
yeah. He's a big guy. You never seen a fat boy dance on the roof. Dance on the roof. Dancing on the roof. I'm trying to get Lucy in here. I promised I would talk to
He's
Hippopotamus
about
more.
5'7".
I-
5'7" and very round.
I'm 5'7" and very round. You got a problem with that, sir? What are you trying to say? You ever seen the fat boy dance on the roof? Dance on the roof.
No, I'm saying
Whoa,
y'all will get along handsomely.
I have to say hi to. I have to do a shout out to my favorite dog out there, Hippopotamus. What's up? Get your head off my shoulder. I have not been shouting out to Hippopotamus as much as I used to. Wanted to get that out of the way.
Hey, can we keep bullshitting around for the next 60 minutes? That way I can just quit without ever having to talk about it.
Did you bring any Twinkies? That's the question. Or were they already here?
Here's what I brought. Here's what I brought. Is my beef specific contention. Now that we've gotten a lot of information of this case released,
Yeah.
I got a lot of beefs. We talked about this progressively over the purge when we used to do the purge before you started purging yourself.
Happened.
And now we have all this blood photos. This is not oxidated blood. This is not blood that's been sitting out, expelled from a body of a murder scene for days before taking photographs. It would be turning brown. It'd be turning black. We shouldn't see any bright red.
I mean, so really, there's not going to be
corn syrup from fucking.
Do you really
Scream or
feel? Do you really feel like there was bright red blood? Because Miss Potts even kept referring to it as rectal blood. She said it's toilet meth rectal blood. Many times, I know that. I mean,
you can refer to what you want. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It should not be that red, any red at all, dude. That's what I'm telling you. The oxidation process is pretty quick to turn it brown.
Amazing. Doo-doo brown.
On top of that, here's another deal. Within hours of a deceased victim, I'm not trying to be aggressively sick.
They defecate, right?
They will expel bowels and bodily fluids.
Right.
Bowels and bodily fluids. They'll be.
You can't help
It's
it.
a real fucking mess.
Absolutely.
It's a real fucking mess, and I don't see any of that. I don't see a damn none of it. Not a none of it.
So are you saying there's a possibility that something's not right here? What I want to know, bro.
I'm saying the redactions are not for the hiding up the blood. It's hiding up the lack of the scene that should be there.
And they move stuff around. They have a sheath, which was... How did the first guy not see it? All of a sudden, Kane saw it after they come back from Walmart with Kohlberger's DNA on the bag. Rub it, it's fish sticks, bro. Fiddlesticks, I call it. Suzanne, be the other way. Welcome in, darling. Go on, JJ. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Although you enjoy it. Who loves Hitler here? Put your hands in the chat.
I'm sure you didn't mean to interrupt me, but no, I mean there shouldn't be. We should not see any red in those photos, and we see red. We see a lot of red in those photos. But what I'm saying is the reason why we see red in those photos, they're trying to emphasize that there was a crime that took place there. Okay, fine, fair enough. Show me the fucking evidence.
Right. Yep. Yep. Sure.
You know what I mean? Again, dude, if you want to say they cleaned up all the bowels being expelled from the body and whatnot, all the fluids. Fine, fantastic, great. Then what's the mess we do see then? None of it makes sense. None of it computes. the circumstances and pictures we see do not comport with the actual circumstances that should be there. That should be present, generally speaking, objectively speaking, and most certainly not present from what we see in the reports. Even the reports are conflicting. When you're bagging evidence in a crime scene nearly 12 weeks after the crime, what the fuck is going on here?
When you're destroying evidence, and then you're destroying...
January.
They didn't just destroy blood evidence. They took out furniture that nobody wanted themselves on their own. Okay, so let me throw something into the mix since we're tracking on the same thing. What about all the towels? Where were all the fucking towels in the bathroom, bro? What would you use if you were going to clean up a bloody mess? First choice, right? Fucking towels. They're all missing in those pictures. It's shocking. It's so blatant.
Right, but then show me where all that went, dude. That's what I'm saying. Show me the investigation.
I'll show you exactly where it went, bro. It went into that truck at 1112 where they were all like fussing over what this fucking tote was in. They drove it right off, right in front of the cops. Probably with their support. They I've never seen 4 people so interested in one.
You can assume as much, but the volume of towels have been required. The volume of towels that have been required to clean up them bowels.
Oh, right. Of course. Obviously, they would have had other things.
The volume of towels used to clean up those bowels would not have been the amount of towels you have in a home.
Right. It would be way more. But maybe they started the cleanup with the towels, and amazingly.
I'm not saying I'm capable of being right or wrong here. What I'm saying is I've been studying forensics since I was forced to at the age of 13 by my Aunt Vance, who was the head of the FBI's forensic lab. So I was groomed for these things, and all I'm telling you right now, for federal law enforcement,
I'm sorry.
That's when many young men and teenagers were out fucking around, I was studying forensics. So
JD, you have something in common with Miss Potts right there,
from
actually.
a very young fucking age, and that's what I did for 21 years.
Well,
she was being groomed to be a federal law enforcement officer?
No, her grandmother was fascinated with true crime and got her into it and got her hooked on it.
Her aunt was the head of the FBI's forensic lab?
My best friend's uncle was the head of the FBI. Right. He was the director of the FBI.
Well, I can see why Miss Potts has an interest in it then.
Yeah, she's very vested in it, and she loves to... She likes to groom the details. That's why she's very meticulous. Now...
We're on two different conversations here. You just said something about the FBI. Who?
My best friend growing up, David Martin, his uncle.
You're on two different No, go back. You said FBI something. What was that?
They sent me a love letter. No, I'm telling you what I said about the FBI is that here, as far as Miss Potts is concerned,
was the director?
When I was a kid, so that would be back in early Scientology days when she was a commissioner of Clearwater, 1960 something.
That's not what I said. I said you said friend FBI. I want to know who this person is.
Yeah, they were from Tennessee. He was one of the directors. I think one of probably, but they would, they always would embellish it a little bit. But he was very high up in the FBI when I was a kid. The guy's my best friend's uncle growing up.
Oh, that was before my aunt was a secretary.
Maybe they knew each other. Maybe they had lunch. They ate Twinkies. But anyway, back to Miss Potts. She has.
Okay, well, Hoover wouldn't let women be agents, so my aunt was a secretary until Hoover died, and her husband was an agent. I think in '68. My uncle. I've met most of the upper echelon of the FBI over the years, sir. Yes. So.
Wow. I don't think the only time I've met a federal agent, I was in line at a racetrack waiting to pay for my gas, and
I have 9 minutes.
There was a line, and it's gonna be one of my stories. This is gonna be a short one. There's no girl involved. Anyway, so there was a line, and I saw that there was a law enforcement officer in front of me. I didn't know from what. I thought it was just because we have a lot of sheriffs and local police. I just saw a uniform, but he was like a detective. I could tell right away. And I had this whole new idea of a business, and I wanted to run it off him because it'll be 20 if you keep interrupting me, sir. Anyway, so I see this law enforcement officer, and I had the fresh idea for the business on my mind. He is the target demographic of that business, the bathroom store. Are you ready? The bathroom store. So you put a nice, clean bathroom that sanitizes and freshens itself. $10 a month membership. You can shower. You can poop anytime. It makes life, for the simplest things, easy for everyone. Because even if a regular guy, Joe, like you say, a sharpshooter guy, goes to a 7-Eleven, they're disgusting, dude. Would you not pay or get a gift card for somebody that is on the road that needs these type of things? And so you put them in these little, what do they call those? Storage containers. You stick them on Broadway in New York, right there, where the meters are.
Shit all over the stream.
Right, now we've solved 2 problems. First, we're 5 inches tall. Now we're saving lives. We're saving lives, Jason. I'm going to have to extend your visit by 25 minutes today. I haven't had enough advance today yet. Is it true that you're running for vice president in 2028? I want to know.
Let me suggest you solve one problem. Learn how to use Stream Ninja. How about we start there?
Okay, I'll take the blame. I will. The sun was in my eyes. I forgot my homework. The dog ate it. All those things.
Do not vote for me. Do not vote for me.
I vote JJ. I vote JJ Vance Trump as your president. And you are the... Boy, Suzanne B is in the house! And I got all kinds of stuff for you later, Suzanne B. Between you and me.
I won't do it.
But you got about, what, 45 more minutes with us today? Is that what's happening? You okay with that? You can be a little late.
I will, courtesy of the purgers and not, I repeat, not for you.
Not me, I know.
I will extend my time here 10 minutes and give myself 5 minutes before the next show.
Oh, are you going to dinner with Dan Tana from Las Vegas? Is that what's happening?
No, I'm a guest on 2 other shows where the hostess doesn't make me sit.
Oh, you're not leaving me for another show. Don't try to tell me that. I didn't just hear that. What show is more important than the purge? There's no commitment more important than the purge. You're purging right now.
I told you we were
this is
last
living.
Night.
I
didn't say it was more important.
Remind me what you said.
I didn't say it was more important. I'm a busy man, sir. You have.
You do a lot of shows.
Your schedule and the purgers. I respect what you do here.
Respect. Come on. Let's call it what it is, Jake. Give me the names. Give me the names and addresses and phone numbers of these shows that you're allegedly going to.
At 1 o'clock. Nope. I told you I would prefer to start at 1 o'clock.
You told me Heidi. You said Heidi's name. I thought you were just trying to.
And then I'm driving 1,500 miles tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true. That part of it I will give you. JJ, more JJ. Come on, please. I mean, think about how long Leslie and Billy's been waiting to have you up here. Oh my God. Making organic hot dogs here. Yeah, no, make sure you check in with me on points, so that I know you guys are okay and stuff. Because I've seen Zodiac Killer a couple times in the last couple weeks. Not to put anything in your...
I don't know what's going on right now.
What do you mean you don't know? Can you hear me?
I had a delicious breakfast this morning. Are you familiar with the dish? It's like huevos rancheros, but then you put a little nachos on there, dude. Some green chili salsa, dude, and some
yeah, I do it all. I'm doing it right now.
A Chile's? I think it's called Chile's. Hold on a second. I'll get.
I have it. Hold on. I have it in the can. I don't have the fresh version. I'm not a billionaire or anything. Lori Celeste, hello. Oh, dude, they knocked the Hot Pockets out of our hand earlier. Lori. Nobody got time for that. Where did all those cool people go? Those internet viral sensations with the shit. They knocked the Hot Pocket out of our hand. My favorite one was the kid that was like, wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? And it turned out to be his son.
Chilaquiles?
Chili con carne?
Does that sound familiar to you?
That sounds queer. It sounds like one of those queer things.
Chilaquiles.
No, Aquiles means
not. It's huevos
from water. That means it's in water. Chili and water, I think. We're just chilling here on the perch today. Thank you for joining us today. If you haven't yet, please subscribe, do stuff, join the chat, flick JJ's balls, play with your cock and balls if you want. Go ahead. Just don't play the foosball.
Don't do any of that.
I'm just a teenage dirtbag. So the Cabana Boy thing with me and Twiz, who gets to wear the banana hammock? Did you catch that part of the show? You'll have to rewind the live later.
I did not, and I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, man. Wow, we did 2 great lives. We really did. Well, Quiles is a version of water, so maybe it means wavy water. I don't know. Twiz, you're better at the Espanol than I.
No, Chilla. No, it's CH.
Like chinchilla.
I'm just going to write it because you're being ridiculous. No, not like chinchilla.
Okay, I'll allow it. I've been wrong before.
It's like huevos rancheros, but on nachos, dude.
That sounds good, bro. You're making me hungry, and I have to make organic hot dogs from Aldi right now.
It's amazing.
That's
you
where
little,
we're.
You little salsa verde on there, my friend.
Okay, as soon as I take care of Suzanne B's fucking cop cam murder floor temperature challenge needs, I'm gonna go right to the nearest 7-Eleven and get a sandwich or something. I gotta eat. A kid's gotta eat. What are you gonna do? Twiz, what do you get? I know he always gets.
I got up this morning. I was super hungry.
Oh yeah. Did you have like a lot of what's the new craze now? The cannibal sandwich from Hardee's. Is that was your first thing?
I had a delicious bowl. I had a delicious bowl of Chilla Aquiles Verde.
Right on. Did you save me any?
It's my new favorite. Well, I love huevos rancheros, and they're like, it's like huevos rancheros, but you put it on nachos. I'm like, well, you sold me on that, friend.
Just say huevos and rancheros, and I'm good. I'm starving right there and then.
Huevos rancheros.
I could definitely meditate.
Yeah, dude, what are your thoughts, though? I mean, again, you're gonna sit there and tell me you don't see.
I'm going to tell you that I've seen various things. I've seen a lot of things in my life, JJ. In this particular instance, the photos that were released to all of us intentionally looked very either, they were obviously redact, deleted. Where's nothing that fast?
Right.
I didn't even finish my retort. Not that you're going to listen anyway or take it into account. Why are you asking me? Ask Lucy. She gives you all your opinions. Too soon? Anywho, if it matters, my opinion was at that point when we first saw these photos and things of this.
Are you talking to me?
I don't see anybody else here.
You sassing me, boy?
You're cruising for a bruising, honestly. And anyway, when we first saw the photos, they were redacted. It did look as though it didn't measure up to our vision, our imagination, so to speak, of what the horriblest crime that left people traumatized would look like. However, watching Miss Potts' show, there was a couple things that looked horrific, like the thing under the bed, but I was like kind of in and out of chat. Apparently that was amino black, but it was like this whole thing of, it looked like blood. Turns out it was just the detector of blood. So I have yet to see, I just go for I'm just going on what I see. I'm just telling you, like as if you were a blind man and I was trying to get you to walk across the street in front of a truck, right? And not that I do that, but not that there's anything wrong with it.
Oh, okay. We're talking Amito Black. All right, let's talk Amito Black. Let me interrupt you for a second.
Are you a couple minutes behind on the live here? Because I said that 45 minutes ago. You want to talk
Amito Black? Let me. No, hold on. Put a pin there, sir.
I'll get sassy. Right now.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
Don't shush me.
That sounds like something you would do.
Shushing? I don't shush anybody. I'm scared to shush people because people punch you in the fucking mouth for shushing.
Let's talk Amido Black. We're told that the Amido Black is sticking all this blood on the floor. How are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? We're in overtime right now, but I got 8 minutes of overtime left for you, and you're interrupting me. So
I'm not even talking. You're 5 minutes behind. I don't know why. Okay, I'm talking. I'm not talking now. I'm not talking.
Go ahead.
Now his mic went out. I love it. That's great.
So
good humor,
we're told
Jay.
Amido Black is detecting blood, right? Well, first of all, there's dog urine all over that house. There's been beer spilled everywhere. That Amido Black's going to detect the yeast in the beer, the proteins in the dog urine. So I'm not even in the slightest belief that any of that's fucking blood on the floor that they're detecting with Amido Black.
It was a messy area. Now the same anomaly occurred by the double sink in the kitchen. There was all this Amido Black, but we never saw.
I already talked to you. The Amido Black. You got to prove to me it's not sticking to beer yeast and dog urine.
How do I do that, JJ? It's just a banana hammock cabana boy.
I'm not from rage.
I'm not Detective Payne or anything. You know what I mean? Super sleuth.
I'm never coming back on Video Ninja.
All right. I don't know why it likes you. You've been like the poster boy for Video Ninja. All right, you know what? We're happy to get ready.
You see what I'm saying about the Amido Black?
It's so racist, but yeah, I do. Amino White. No, anyway, this has been fun, bro. We'll never do it again on Video Ninja. I agree. The death to Video Ninja.
Which could be, dude. Imagine all the protein. Imagine all the proteins and other things that Amido Black detects that would be on that sink area. Dude, that doesn't mean it's blood.
He is 5 minutes behind, but okay, yeah.
And Q, the Princess of Darkness, and I do respect her research. Q her to tell me that they tested and detected blood, but I don't believe it, dude. These people are liars.
They're liars, proven liars, and
I'm out of here.
Wait, what? You're reacting to shit from 5 minutes ago. I can't keep up with this. You're fighting with yourself.
Do you understand what I'm saying about the Amido Black and the proteins and the yeast and the beers that have been spilled on that home?
Right. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Agreed. But
I'm going in the chat.
All right. We're going to let JJ go. I'm going to take over the show here from now on out. That's the only way it works. Now, thank you to JJ for being on the show tonight. Always, never as much fun, I think, as we've had today. But that was, we do it for you guys, because we love you. And I love each and every one of you. Thank you all for joining us so loyally. You know that we're going to bring as much as we can in our own special way that we do every time. And if you agree that we're, far beyond what you would expect from any other creator, and maybe even what Lucy or any of you understand on this case, then put a 712 8002 in the chat and prove it to me right now. Or you don't have to. It's not important. So anyway, okay. Golf clap. Full hands to Jage and his racist rhetoric that he had there, his Nazi stuff. We will see him very soon. Possibly, there's been discussions and talks of having Scott Green on as a guest and putting him on the hot seat when we go to Montana, because he does travel back and forth. And I think JJ said it was Spring Falls, or I don't think it was Billings that he was planning on going to. Somewhere around that area where planes never land. And so I would like to take a visit up there, do a little dip in the bison, because listen, man, if you can eat bison burgers for a couple weeks straight, you're doing pretty good. You're doing well at that point. And I'll bring a couple home with me, guys. If you want to come over for a barbecue, go ahead. Just bring the dog urine. Thank you. So anyway, yeah, I don't know what happened to Lucy. This is a very important moment. Oh man, great! It is Great Falls. Okay, I thought I remember. Actually, I thought Rockford remembered that correctly for me. So yeah, does it matter? Because if two cars are parked next to each other in Montana, they're still 70,000 miles apart. Right? no matter what. Parking lots it's very expensive to build grocery stores for that very reason. All right, so where were we here? We have MK Ultra in the weird aspect ratio format that's degrading this entire show. It's made it the most horrible, awful thing to witness. And I feel bad for all of you. I'm going to change it. I'm changing it back. I'm going to take the hammer back. And there's nothing Twiz can do about it or any good. No, it's been a lot of fun. It was just one of those days where, you wake up and everybody sucks and all that stuff and you just want to break shit. And then I come to you guys and you guys get me. You guys truly understand me. And that's why you want to kick my ass every time you say, I left the fridge door open and not one of you told me. You could have, as far as, seen a rat coming in and out of there. Who knows? I have a whole half dozen donuts kicking it in there. Why did I forget that I had given her an extra key? All this time don't know what the rest of the words are, baby. I made some turkey burgers. I know nobody's a fan of turkey burgers. I will tell you the most horrible food in the world is turkey thighs. I made some turkey thighs the other day. I did. Trying to cut back on the carbies. And let me tell you, don't ever. I mean, as much as I like chicken thighs, I hate turkey thighs. No offense to our friend Tom there. But I have some things that I want to get right to. Because I was excited to show them to you, and then JJ interrupted with all his facts and knowledge from the streets of Compton there. So talk amongst yourselves for just a moment. I'll be right back. I'm putting the headphone on just so I can watch the digits right there. I'm going to give him a scrub. Take 2 seconds. My hands are dry from watching. You know, for my baby, for everything she does, for doing it. The soap won't come out sometimes. Ooh. It's shy. Look, that one stuck. Here we go. Doing it all for my baby. Ow, hot, too hot. When it gets cold, the water gets hot. I don't want it. Who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters. See all these donuts, bro? This is more donuts right here than any fat man should have in his fridge at any given point, but that's the ABCs of you and me, babe. What's going on right now? Happening now. Alright, a little mustard. It's a good condiment. Not a lot of carbs. Squeezed cheese right there. You don't even want to see this one because it's just mustard, more or less. Alright. Go back to the show. I don't have a drink. Got it. Meow. Hold on. Right back. Where'd it go? Okay. Come on, Kane. Get your shit together. This is going to be the most viral show I've ever done. They're going to be like, wow. They totally changed our lives today. Ariana was up in that chat. You know when Ariana's here, you're in trouble, son. Shit. Best of the best, mama. Alright, organic hot dog covered in mustard. Fuck that bullshit, though, of these Chicago people trying to not put ketchup in the hot dog stands and try to tell motherfuckers that you cannot put ketchup on your hot dog. I'm not even going to start. You cannot tell me what to put on my hot dog. Wait a second. I just thought about how that started. I am too, Twiz. We should start like the JJ Vance Haters Fund. Get that started. Do a petition. Let's go on with the show. Let's not let him bring us down, bro. That's what he's trying to do. Alright, we're better off now. We wish JJ safe travels. When he checks in, I will keep you guys as posted as I am on the whole thing now. Yeah. He's really secretly going to broker the Greenland deal with Trump. He never tells us the real facts. That's a chewy hot dog. Pretzels are making me thirsty. Alright, I'm going to, at my own speed here, switch it up. Doing it all for my Kane. For everything Kane does for me. You guys know that I'm the only Kane my mama ever raised? True. I didn't mean to spit the hot dog out when I said it. There was like a foot long hot dog. It's not me. It wasn't me. Alright. So, JJ has the advantage right now of being a bystander on this immaculate show of amazingness. Lucky him. He can just tune in and tune out. Get in the chat, not get in the chat, propaganda, blah, blah, blah. Alright, let's get back to it, my friends. What do you want to see first, guys? Good stuff? Bad stuff? All the stuff? Alright. If I could finish this damn hot dog, I would be alright. Oop. That was the first clip, but I skipped it. I'm doing it all for my baby. I did it all for the nookie. The nookie. So you can take my... Oh, here it is. Here it is. Let's start with this one.
Sure.
Trader. Trader. Nah.
With one
I'm
kid
happy for us.
Possibly a CI. Anyways, I think this one deserves a look. Here's Birdie's details. I have mine. Man puts out some good stuff. Hey, don't be hating on Birdie.
Like, well, authorities say that there's no foul play suspected.
How did he know? Wait, how did he know what I was saying?
I'm just gonna read those words.
That's good.
Okay, what's going on here, Mike? Mike literally came down to my work and slapped the dick out of my mouth just now. That was funny as fuck. Could you guys hear me what I was saying? And then he literally said, "Don't hate on Birdie." I mean, you don't really have to hate on him. Like, what kind of person would wear that suit? Anyway, there's that. But with the way I look, I can't imagine that I would say anything negative about anybody. So I don't blame Mike for picking on me. No, good for Mike. I'm happy he got on a show where they know all the facts that we don't know here, that we could never understand. After watching all those hearings and sitting through all that boring, perfect audio that I provided for you guys, and watching all the Lucy videos, and hours and days and years of allegedly, Heather Morningstar videos, and learning from that, and watching the U-Haul van drive off into Twin Flames universe. I mean, what do we know? We had Twiz Gate, for God's sake. If it wasn't for the Purge, you wouldn't have the Gooch. You wouldn't even know where the Gooch was. Think about it. I'm just saying. I'm not taking credit for anything that I didn't do. And when I say that I did something, that means that I had a guest on that did something. And it's never me. I don't take credit. We know that. Suzanne, I just canceled my Cash App yesterday. I meant to tell you. No, I'm kidding. Thank you, Suzanne. I will. Hold on. I just heard my phone blow up. It was like one of those Outcast things, like, money, 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 money. You did not have to do that, but thank you so much. Hopefully. All right, let's see what's happening here. What is a big plus on it? It says $0 minus dollars. Now, big shout out to Suzanne B. Coming in hot today. Right, dude, this is like, honestly, I don't even know how I'm keeping my eyes on the screen. I got Ariana. I've got, holy shit, thank you so much. Oh, and she put a nude in here. A titty shot. This is great. Nice tacos, Suzanne B. I'm just playing. She didn't. She probably will later now. They'll give her the idea. We're going to get, this show was supposed to run last night, and I don't think she could make it. And there's a lot of trigger warning in it, and she feeds on it. Sometimes she won't say shit the entire show. And then I'll get to my segment, the famous four that I play. And she says, we're purging. We are purging, baby. We're actually MK and Ultra purging, which is a whole different level. Like, it's like the difference between super and supra, you know what I mean? Or whatever. Infamous and famous. That kind of level. So we're going to do that after I eat my... I have turkey burger. I have... The hot dogs have too much casing back on them. But I have more shit to talk about other creators, which I don't usually do. But here we are, you know. I think it might be that when I hang out with Twiz, we tend to get a little lippy. Not like that, though. No, I don't like ketchup as much either. I would much rather have salsa. I can honestly eat salsa on anything. And it makes it good. It's the fact that somebody, because they live in a certain city, and they have contaminated hot dogs that I can't put ketchup on. I'm not going to take on your whole gang or your mom, but I'm going to be packing packets of Heinz, just in case. Who knows if I want? And I'm sure I'm usually pretty happy with the products that they put out here. This is the Swim Up Bar foot-long hot dog, which is literally what I grew up on. Pina coladas, don't twist that around, and Swim Up Bar foot-long hot dog. That'll take care of you for the day. You'd be surprised how long a Swim Up Bar hot dog at the pool, cooked by the bartender over an open grill, will get you when you're 12 years old in Aruba. I've been talking about Aruba a lot lately. It's wild. And I put a lot of correlation, you know, because I watched Aruba grow up. And it grew up right before my eyes. And it has a lot of similarities because it's always been called a drug hub for Venezuela. And I was like, oh, Venezuela is a drug place? No, Colombia does it through Venezuela. I'm like, why do they let them go through Venezuela? But Aruba is literally kind of sheltered in the Venezuela's coast. And so they've used it as a place. And, you know, it's like the Purge. They start here, and they go out in 15 different directions. And, you know, they become all these famous people. Like, who's that girl who used to be a friend of mine? Oh, Christy Chaos. We used to be like this. We were thick as thieves. And I could just text her, and she texted me right back. As long as it wasn't past 8 o'clock. I could text her at 11 o'clock one time. She texted me right back. You son of a bitch. Anyway, yeah. So, you know, she's gotten bigger and forgotten all about us. That's fine. She got her britches, and I have mine. I'm here. I'll be here. Let's see if you're here too. No. She's doing great. They were snowed in. They lost, not Edward Snowden, but they were under, I think she said 12. Somebody told me 12 inches of snow. These guys across the street are visiting from Canada. 29 inches back where they are. And I'm like, damn, that's like Dirk Diggler style right there. The president kidnapped. What? Rudy Manu, use English. We're in the United States. Twizzle sticks, yes, make. Sometimes make own. Everybody is... Today is like word salad day. What's going on? I grow and love heirloom tomatoes. Oh, those sound good. I prefer black tomatoes. That's so racist again. I don't know why everybody just has a slant. Nobody's always racist, but it comes out sometimes. It's okay. I'm not holding it against you. Food all for my baby. I bet you have a Freddy's. I don't. I wish I had a Freddy's over here. You were the one who first told me about Freddy's, and I want to try that damn Indian ice cream, the Native American ice cream. I'm sorry. Oh wait, Ariana has spoken. What about the Cincinnati folk who put cinnamon flavored chili on their hot? That could be something. There's health benefits also to cinnamon. Gross, dude. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Occasionally good because it's loaded with sugar. That's true. And from what I understand, they made it... The hamburgers never used to have ketchup on there. But then after the book The Jungle came out that exposed the contaminated practices of the sausage factories and all the whatnot, meats like that and fast food became totally kiboshed. And all of a sudden, these pictures of kids taking, like, whatever is a comparable at the time in the 20s or 40s or 50s, to sneak over to the other side of town to go to a White Castle burger and get a bag of burgers. And the way that they did it is they put ketchup on it because the kids would like it because they were sweet. And so then it became a trend again. But nobody would eat at any places because after the jungle and the dirt stuff, unless it had the name white in it, which signified clean, right? And so it's just stupid. I'm full of like the stupidest facts are completely irrelevant. Amy Conway, very nice to see you. Okay, Midushi. Douchey is not an insult. It means sweetheart. In Papiamento is the native tongue of Aruba, which is it's like Latin. It might as well be a dead language, but you have Conta by Kubi. That means hello, how are you? And that's all I remember. I think I could say baño. But when you're there, you can speak whole phrases and you're like, I've even made people laugh with jokes in Spanish, which is doing it in another language, you know what I mean? It's like, everything you do for me. All right, let's get on with the show, my friends. Where did we get these guys from? Idaho4 was one of the roommates, a CI. So see, here's another creator just straight ganking my titles. Nah, but it's Mike, it's okay. So Mike, very compelling stuff. Let's get into a little bit of the last 24. And thank you again for being here, everybody. Thank you, JJ, for being with us today. I appreciate it. And here we go. Safe travels home, brother.
Well, I'm sure all y'all have heard this by now. Was one of the kids in the house possibly a CI? Anyways, I think this one deserves a look. Here's Birdie's details. I have mine. Man puts out some good stuff. Hey, don't be hating on Birdie.
Like, well, authorities say that there's no foul play suspected. Okay, that's it? You're just going to read those words?
That's good.
What I want to talk about next is this video here. And this is from Connor.H8. Let me pull this up. He's been dropping a lot of random body cam footage clips.
Is he on YouTube?
Yeah, he's on YouTube. Here's his page. Thank you, Sammy. Matrix reposted this, but gave credit to Connor. I've showed a couple of Connor's clips before. This is, I've listened to this a million times. Luna Bliss, one of my mods, has been on a generational run sending me stuff in the mornings, and I will be quiet and just let everybody hear this for themselves.
It's the one on the other side, right? The gray. There's a party last night. Yeah. At that house. Yeah. But
why is that redacted?
Right. Just wait.
I don't know the names. I can tell you.
Robert Bell, if I didn't say hi to you earlier, I apologize. I'm going to mute myself so you guys can hear this better. But welcome in, Amy Conway, always beautiful, bonita. And I'm going to mute myself.
Okay.
Now. I'm muting now.
You heard that.
Oh, yeah.
That's clear as day. So one of the victims is a CI.
So there's that. Here's another clip from two amazing channels. True Crime Cafe with Dago, personal friend of mine. Devil's Advocates. If y'all haven't seen them, go check them out. There's all their details. We've all heard some real wild theories, but this one's real interesting.
It makes sense to me that Gonsalves family would be pushing back on alternative narratives if, hypothetically, their daughter was a confidential informant. Her being there could be connected to the collateral damage that took place. They would have most likely known that she was a CI, and therefore there's probably a lot of guilt, again, hypothetically, to know that your child was involved in something that could have led to other people ending up as collateral damage.
And the sad thing is, Joe, that's a good point. It's not her fault. It's not her fault at all. If anybody they should be angry with, if that were to be the truth, it's Moscow Police Department and Latah County. That's who they should have been mad at and should
Okay, yeah, I got the taskbar on the left-hand side. It kept popping out of me. Sorry. No, yes, Amy Conway. Welcome in. Don't go anywhere, folks. We still have a whole big, wide Montana show for you today. We got a lot of great stuff for you. A lot of stuff versus A and B, in particular that you're going to love. We're going to bring you in and show you what the Ultra's all about. And, yeah, no, here, we ran this same article. Obviously, people are talking about if, I think it was Phoenix, Cripwalks, whatever her name is, that first found it. It's very hard to hear. I thought I did hear it at some point with the headphones. I have the fancy big fat guy headphones on today because, sometimes you got to loosen your belt a little bit. You eat the turkey burger. And so I did hear it. Nobody else heard it, but I did. And so it's almost like you have to kind of take our word for it at Moscow PD. There's nothing to see here at this point because, but we did discuss that last night, and I think it's very compelling because if you think about the implications of one of the victims being a CI, it really broadens. It almost gives you a blanket. It's almost like I feel like this case is worse than that. That it almost gives law enforcement a soft landing. Besides all the terror, what's the word Ms. Potts has been using to describe the horrific scene? Apply that to the detectives that did the investigation of this case. It's even more horrifying to accept that the families have accepted this unbelievably lousy lie of a tale that they created on 11/12/2022 for all of us. You guys would not be here every day sticking your fucking head right back into the chopper with no reward, no attention, if this wasn't fucked up beyond all belief. FUBAR, I believe, is the term JJ used. So, you're not wrong. You're not, there's a reason that we're eating these twizzle sticks. You know what I mean? It's like, so, you're not wrong. We're together. We are what we are. And we're trying to do it. But, in the long run, what I believe will surface is their own corruption coming to the surface as opposed to specifics about getting Koberger out. I don't think we ever have a chance of seeing that. There, who knows though? It could be whatever. And so that is what my hopes are. Hey, there you go again. But where were we, guys? Okay, play more. Sorry. But anyway, yeah, Mike and I think we share a brain. So he's going to help out the show. Birdie's asked for a lot of help. Lana wanted me to edit for her, so I'm taking purges
because
all channels will be the purge again.
I just can't get past the idea.
And it'll take it to the next level.
Ultra. What agency was it through? I talked to a friend today who was a state trooper, and he was a federal corrections officer, and I talked about it with him. I said, "What do you think is most likely?" And he said, "Well, it could have been the DEA. It could have been the feds, in some capacity." He said, "Well, if there was a multi-agency task force in the area, it could be any agency that there was a CI for."
So I know a few of you that are here now were unable to attend the last live that JJ and I did, and JJ, everybody's been leaving comments, and thank you for all the nice words. Don't go anywhere. Make sure you hit the like, stick around, grab some of that Werther's popcorn, and settle yourself down, chill out. It's snowy outside. You got a nice Kane beef Florida warmness to cuddle up to here. What the devil's advocates are missing, as far as this 4-county task force and all these other clowns like Pavarotti and whatever, is that the 4-county task force is basically a coalition to eliminate their competitors. So you have a Snake River coming in, and I think even Twiz was very on board with this angle that I said there's very little Coast Guard coverage of the Pacific Northwest, Seattle, because it's very rocky terrain, this type of thing. Somebody said there's no coastal policing. And you've had what I feel is it's like we've been saying, a Idaho Contra thing where they've got an established network. They're able to take out anybody that tries to muscle in, and they can bring it right down that Snake River directly to Lewiston from the Pacific. Boom. Twiz is like, yeah, you have all kinds of great roads coming out of there going in every direction. Just chew on that for a while. I don't want to throw out too much and Jesse Shule your asses or anything right now. But I tease Jesse. But you know, we when we present these things and we add in the Sam Bankman-Fried, or JJ is obviously going to have it, or any kind of references to OJ and you know, like Skull. I like Skull Machai. Offie gets it. Offie gets it, and he understands that it's and I know you see it, that it's just like these people that are popping up, like this Bloom, are just, it's like they were sent from the agency, from Central Casting to play the ugly uncle or whatever it is. Tomorrow they're the guy who got in the car accident, or the aunt that had COVID and saw the guy run naked down the road. It's the same people, and they twist the story, and you can even see that they've run out of storylines when you have Luigi Mangione, Pennsylvania, eyebrows, Charlie Kirk, It's like they can't come up with any more creative. They just shuffle around note cards and be like, okay, this is going to be the narrative on this one. It's as clear as day. And you have somebody that has connections within those agencies that tells you, yes, this goes on all the time. Now, that's why I'm excited. Now, I'm not going to gush and bubble up over, yeah, one of them was a CI. That's pretty much final nail in the coffin, and I'll go into that in a second. But it has heavy implications of where, you know, this came from. There's motive. One thing that nobody can understand, you know, before we're like, oh, we can't understand the PCA and she didn't hear. Now we're like, you know, especially, and shout out to Miss Potts. I don't usually shout anyone out. I will shout out my dear Miss Potts for really driving home. How the fuck did they get, pardon my French, did kids go to bed from room to room without tracking mad footprints all over the place? Cobra not going to have the time to clean up that kind of mess in the 7 to 17 minutes of his existence, allegedly, that in the house that he wasn't in. He was in Lewiston. So anyway, these are things, you know, these other channels, they're on the air every day, and and there's some of them that are fine, that are on track, they understand the behind-the-scenes implication of butt-chugging motherfuckers like Scott Green are running this shit. They lost all their money on the fucking day before the crime happened. Oops, there's a coincidence that we don't even look at. You know, and it's like when I go on these shows, and I feel like we've already kind of gotten to this point right here, and we're like, okay, I'm pretty solid. Everybody agrees that all this shit is somehow connected. It's vetting itself. I mean, I don't have like, oh, here, Payne, you know, and his brother were at Fort Bragg, and they, you know, stuck it up fucking the Gooch's butt, and then on this day, and and I have pictures. But it's, at some point, you have to let go of receipts. I hear these Devil's Reject guys, and they're always, read the receipts, read the receipt. You have to just let it go. The receipts were the PCA. The receipts were the grand jury. I mean, that was a stank pile of quagmire bog stench, and we knew it right from the hot minute. And so here we are a century later, and we have compiled all the stuff that, hey, bullshit, this guy, that guy, why is this missing this and that? And when you're like, I need to see the receipts, and why doesn't it say that? Because they're fucking lying about everything, and they do it all the time, 100%. And I'm not trying to fire anybody up, and I'm not sitting here like I'm going to solve this case. It's not going to happen. I know it's not. But that's what it is. And so, you know, to word salad this case over and inside out every day you're just twisting the same sentence around. it doesn't bring anything new, and it kind of adds a sense of redundancy. You know, that's why I love A.R. Hayes with his takes. A totally different angle than anything. And I think that him and Jage still may do a show, and they call it, like, I guess JJ came up with the term cops and robbers or whatever. And just so you know the reference, when JJ was at his most desperate moment, he was having all kinds of trouble on his road trip. I'm trying not to start a fire. I dropped my cigar over here with my excited Dago hands today. The one person in the world that I knew had any kind of possibility of helping him instantly stepped to the plate, made everything comfortable for JJ. JJ had nothing where everything went smoothly. His dog is recovering. He's got a great job he's headed to right now. So I cannot thank A.R. Hayes and Comic Dots more for everything that he's done. So grateful. I didn't even have to lift a finger. I picked up a phone, and it could have been anywhere else in the world. And I don't know anybody. Yeah, but he got treated better in Vegas than he would have if he'd come directly here, probably. You know, I'm like, hey man, kick your stinky ass out. Unfortunately, no. So thank you so much. And that went, and everybody that contributed money to help him through his time. It was amazing. Somebody had actually sent me a Venmo. I was able to get a part of that to him, and that what little it was, you know, it added up. And so, you know, if any of us were in that situation, hopefully somehow through all that. So I was very glad. Anyway, blah blah blah. Enough of the rant. Let's keep going. And so, you know, they do a great show, great graphics and topics, and they do great polls and all that stuff. They like polls. And Dago, great guy, lovable, relatable guy. I just, when I don't know why for some reason he stopped talking to me, like all of a sudden out of the blue. I was Buddy Bear one day, and then I was nobody the next. I don't know what happened. I have an idea, but it seems that it would be ridiculous to give friendship over that. If anybody wants to know, I'll tell you. But anyway, so, you know, and JJ said the same thing before. People get some of the things we say, but some of the things that we share, I feel, are a little bit like too soon, because it just hasn't been revealed yet, and we can't be like, here it is. This is the PowerPoint that we put together for, you know. But it you know, and obviously other people that used to be on the show brought a lot of cool things too. So anyway, we won't talk about their business right now. We're going to go on to the next clip, though. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'm Kane Ultra. Make sure you hit that click, like, and subscribe for me so we can keep doing this all the time, man. Why not? This is probably Ohio.
New video we just got from a police shooting that happened just today in Spring Valley.
So within the last hour, the San Diego Police Department rushed to release body camera footage of the incident. This right here.
Get on the ground now, or you're going to get tased. Is that a real gun? Get on the... Get on the ground! Yeah? Hey, you want to... Yeah, it is. Do not reach for the gun!
Okay, so this is video as edited by the San Diego Police Department. It shows the man on his knees with his hands in the air. You can hear police ordering him to lay on his stomach. One of the officers says there appears to be a gun nearby. Police also included this picture, which is what they say he was reaching for. Police tell him, there you go, there's a picture, tell him not to reach for the gun. Then you can see as he takes a step forward, that is a moment that officers open fire. You can hear two shots in the video. NBC7 Jeanette Quesada is in Spring Valley, where she just learned more about the driver. Jeanette.
Well, several streets remain blocked off, as you can see behind.
I don't know why my stream is so jagged, so I apologize, but did you guys catch that? And Sandra, welcome in. Very nice to see you, Fed Zach. Did you catch that? Okay, I lived in San Diego. Whenever you guys see me play a San Diego clip, I call them the shoot first, ask questions later chargers of law enforcement. And it's true, and I've seen it firsthand. They keep law enforcement pretty well. Like JJ was just there, and he said the whole city smells like bum piss now, which is sad because it was very, very beautiful city. It wasn't San Luis Obispo or Seal Beach or anything, but it was nice. Or Newport. Parts of it are. But did you see that? Okay, first of all, they showed a golden gun. So he's the man with the golden gun, right? But when they showed the golden gun, watch. Look at. Here's what they do, guys. Here it is, right in your face. They zoomed in on the gun. So much that you wouldn't know if that was actually there or if that was just a clip that they threw in DC.
As you can see behind me, just moments ago,
too late. Hold on.
the San Diego Sheriff.
I just want to show you the transition.
Not to reach
I noticed it right. Look at that. See how zoomed in? How did that particular reporter get so close to the weapon? Here they have this blanket system when there's a car wreck or anything like that to cover the whatever the fatalities were. They go to those lengths to keep the press from seeing those types of things. How did this particular reporter get right up on that gun like that? I'm sorry. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe we like that about me.
That is a moment at Spring Valley where she just learned more about the driver, Jeanette.
I went too far again.
Several streets
but anyway,
remain blocked.
I noticed it right away. With these CIA guys that are always talking on like Joe Rogan and stuff like that, they're like, this is how you identify a liar. This is how you identify a narcissist. This is how you identify a psyop. And once you know these things, or you stuck your head up the butt, kids go to bed of a completely ridiculous, out of control, quadruple homicide that has gone unsolved for 3 years almost, or more. I'm sorry, I forget how many years I've given to this case now. When you see it happen freshly, you're like, dude, there it is again. I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby, but I can now use my eyes to see what is happening in the world. And that's amazing. The only thing I can tell you is, how come that doesn't work for the reporter room? I'm just saying. Is it the reporter room? That guy, Chris McDunn, Dumbnut? Allegedly. Brave reporter, Suzanne. Suzanne, I can't wait for the stuff I got for you. I got some John Korea for you, don't worry. Good ones. Good ones, dude. Here we go. Keep going. This one was for Lucy. Hang on, let me play it again. I couldn't get it full screen. Meeting the baby for the first time. I think this is a bull mastiff. Look at his face. Bull mastiff. You guys know. I know you guys all know. The bigger the dog, the bigger the heart, right? He's literally wearing his heart on his sleeve there. It's so adorable. The one thing about masks is I remember there's a slobber. You constantly you've invested 8 to 20 years of your life in nothing but slobber, and don't let it fall asleep on top of you. You might suffocate. Let's see here, but yeah, they'll do anything. They're just the best dogs. I love big dogs. Nothing against the little guys, but here we go. Another slap on the wrist parking ticket for the Googs. And why? Google has agreed to pay $68 million to settle a class action that alleged the tech giant's voice assistant had illegally recorded users and then shared their private conversations with advertisers. So they didn't just capture it and listen to it in the conference room. They sold it. Dude, let's trust them with all our stuff. Let's put their chips inside our bodies, shall we? Hey, why not? I'm motivated to. If it gets me 10% off of rutabagas, I'm down all day. And they got fined. You know that the last I heard, some fact about Google was they had $98 billion in cash on their facility. What the hell was that sound? Is there somebody behind me? Do you guys know? What? I don't even know what that was. I only heard it in my headphones. If anybody else heard that heavy breathing just now, is there? I closed. As far as I know, I closed the wonderful Video Ninja that JJ loves so well. We are going to have on the main stage later. No, okay, so let's see. What was the Joe Rogan thing? Did we watch that? I might have just closed 2 clips I didn't want to close. It happens. We'll reopen them right here. That's why that exists. That's why there's erasers on pencils, kids. Just don't point a gun at a cop. Don't try to run them over with your car. Simple things like that, you know. Don't smoke toilet man. You'll live longer. I think we see that. I don't understand how crowds of people and idiot talk radio show hosts are promoting this shit. They're making it sound normal.
You can go back in time once and survive and come back to the future. Where would you go? Jesus. What if there was nobody there? He's there. You think there's a real Jesus? Mm-hmm. Definitely? Absolutely. 1000%. What makes you convinced? My faith. You can go back in time once and survive and come back to the future.
Pretty wild, right, Kid Rock?
Where would you go? Jesus. What if there was nobody there?
Now, I had a time. Okay, so I believe in Jesus too, and
you think there's a real Jesus? Mm-hmm.
There was honestly a time where I just started like really accepting that he really existed. You know, when all the devil stuff and all these things, and I at one point felt like he was a presence right next to me. I still do, not as much. I'm kind of wacko because you do in life, right? But I still have the same conviction about it. At one point, I literally didn't put a challenge out there, but I was like, I wonder if Jesus. I asked somebody, I was like, wonder if Jesus has a sense of humor. Like, we have a sense of humor, so obviously he's got to have a sense of humor because that's where it came from. And I was like, you know, what would it be? You know, what would be off limits? And I'm like, I'm one of the funniest people alive, you know. I can sense humor. I can sense suffering. Are you feeling anything right now? Somebody's definitely on the show.
Absolutely. 1000%.
Or I'm playing another clip. So
What makes you
let me
convinced?
take care of this business here. Anyway, so I literally kind of just, you know, in my thought police, put it out there. And I like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, right? Great show. It's a little bit more on the dirty side, you know, right? With some of the stuff really get wild on that show. I happened to we got like the Roku thing, right? Or whatever. And where is that coming from? Oh, I do have Video Ninja open. Who is it? Who's here? Who's this guy? Oh, look at this. We got a rando, you guys. What up, man? It's probably a German dude. Or, wait, is he in Switzerland? Because I didn't put a password on the live, and I did it, and I just put some common name, you know, like Sharpshooter JJ or something like that. Just teasing. Anyway, so once in a while, we'll do some late night lives, and you'll have people pop. I wonder where this guy is. They never can see us for some reason. But I don't know what they use this shit for. But doesn't he look like Jack fucking D? Holy shit, bro. His name is DZMB. How crazy is that, dude? You never know what you're going to find here on MK Ultra. Oh, you guys can't see him. I'm sorry. Here, let me pull that up for y'all. That's wild, funny stuff here. I'll full screen his ass for a second so you can see, get an idea. And I always think it's somebody trolling us, but it's like they're filming it for work purposes in Europe or something like that. And he doesn't have earphones on, and you can't see my video in the back room, so he has no idea that he's being watched right now at all. But it looks like the Alps or something like that, right? Maybe check Romania, something like that. Isn't that wild? Fun time. All right, we'll check back with him later. I knew I heard something back there. I thought somebody was fucking with me, like. Because Outcast came in one time and did that, and then Offie came in and showed us the Hollywood sign one time. So you never know what's going to happen. Is he at a restaurant or a coffee shop probably, huh? Crazy. Anyway, that's probably all the excitement we're going to get out of that. Who knows? Maybe we'll see a murder. Thank you for joining me here on MK Ultra. We still got a lot of Suzanne B to pass out today, and we're going to get some good stuff to you, so stick around. And she is still the other white meat. What do we got going on here? I can't get to his thing and close it. Okay, now I can. Let me make sure I'm closing the right thing. That was fun. All right. Thanks for the indulgence, and thanks for listening, guys. I appreciate it. It really means a lot to me. There's, communication is so hard to attain anymore. Am I right or wrong? I mean, it's I when I do these Uber Eats, most of the people won't come to the door. And I'm not insulted by it anywhere. In the beginning, I was like, okay, but now I get it. You're in your pajamas. So literally, if I see somebody and they come grab the food, they know exactly when you're going to be between a wall in your car and come grab the food. Sometimes I'll have to stop only on digital. Because I'm so fat I hit a wall or something. And I'll look over and they think I'm trying to spot them. I swear to God they do. But I'll see them and they'll be like in their bra and panties or something. And it's always guys in the bra and panties. That actually did happen. That's why I want to do the Uber and film that, because I can think about an interaction with me. It's now we have more. Is there somebody else here? You never know what's going to happen. Also, as well, But anyway, maybe it's an echo. Maybe I'm echoing. This is fun. Okay, so mystery of Florida teenager missing for over a decade. Solved after DNA breakthrough. So we had right here in Florida a DNA breakthrough, guys, to solve a case. An investigation more than a decade long in Florida made breakthrough after human remains were identified as a teenager who went missing in 2015. Skeletal remains found in Miramar Beach on October 2022. Timeline. Were confirmed to be Jacob Lyon on January 25th, according to the Walton County Sheriff's Office. Now, Lyon was 19 years old when he was reported missing by his mother in the February of 2016 after she had not seen him for 3 months. She waited 3 months to report him. It's like, you think waiting 8 hours to report a murder is bad? 3 months for your own son? Really? A man was clearing a wooded area when he stumbled upon the skeletal remains. And they're going to give you a Fort Walton narrative on it that they want you to believe. In Florida, they love to tell you, and there's just no questioning. There's no back talk. That's why Idaho's like, man, why does everybody question our shit? Because they're doing the same thing we are. But here, they take care of business. I don't want to have to go up against them. But what this reeks of a CI that got took out to me. Just saying. That's where that whole shit started. If you remember that girl, she was 17, got busted with like a quarter of weed. They threw her in with a wire on a cartel member and wound up dead like an hour later. And her parents didn't even know that she was doing it. It's just, okay, well, she died there. We'll do better next time. And they just keep doing it. It's not like they learned their lesson from it, Putting innocent kids in with dangerous, hardened criminals is insane. So let's see what the DNA stuff was. DNA testing on skeletal remains is very complex. You wouldn't understand. Let us explain it to you. From degradation over time, environmental exposure, and limited genetic material, all of which can make extraction, amplification, and interpretation incredibly challenging. Noted the sheriff's office, this process can take a long period of time. And the mother did not report her son missing for 3 months. What? This is not the result our community hoped for. The sheriff's office added that they will continue their investigation. Oh, that's always my favorite one. We're still looking into why our cop raped 6 kids. Yeah, sure. Oh shit! There goes the chat replay saying B. I just played the Imagine Dragons. I should not do the show backwards. I keep doing backward show, and it's not good. Hold on, let me see what I just closed there. But I've been listening to Imagine Dragons, Coldplay, all that stuff. The last couple of days, like on repeat, because I want to add it to my set. They're not easy. They're easy music. It's not like it's difficult changes or anything, but the dynamics of their vocals are, it's very subtle stuff, and it's like you could really ruin a song for somebody by hacking it. So I don't want to be that guy, but whatever it takes, because I feel the adrenaline in my veins. And then when he goes into hypothetical, it's like, holy shit, dude, it's shredded, in my opinion. The thing about alt music, if anybody remembers, for so long, it was pop or country or rock or talk. And that's what you had, more or less. Maybe religious news. You had 97X for a long time, like San Diego. I remember we had 97X. Would play kind of, whatever, out fringy stuff, punk, once in a while. Then it went nationwide, and we had 97X here as a competitor of the other radio stations that have played Paranoid and Stairway to Heaven on repeat since 1985, whenever they went off the album format. But they were so determined to get that music, because it turned out it was such great music that they repeated those same songs, like Pain, I'll make you a believer, or Take Me to Church, because people weren't ready to accept it, and they just put those songs on loop. And I'm glad they did, man, because like those Imagine Dragons albums are just insane. 21 Pilots, all the satanic bands that came from them, that stuff. It's wild. And now we don't even have 97X anymore. It's some whatever Christian format. I don't know how I got that. So anyway, let's see. The Clearwater, Florida. The teenager who went missing during a kayaking mishap on January 18th has been found dead, according to Pinellas County Sheriff. Now, we have had some wild, I would just call them, chop. So maybe you have a current. The guy's in a kayak, though. It's, not strong winds, but good breezes, 15 to 20 miles an hour maybe, on the coast. He went to Clearwater Beach, which I've been to Clearwater Beach a million times. I was in some of the biggest surf they've ever had there during a hurricane and didn't even come close to drown. I was bit by a shark on the leg, just a little nip. It left a little mark. I have a picture of it. I'll show you guys sometime. Alicio Guillermo on Clearwater Beach somebody found his body on the beach. Maybe he couldn't swim and he fell out of the kayak. That's all I can say. I don't know. It's just, I wanted to share that with you because it's little Clearwater Beach. There's not even any waves. There's not a rip current. There's not an undertow to speak of, and it's wild. Any murder that seems to be done near or anywhere on water, it was an accident. And so, and they just walk away. It could be 6 bullet holes in his head. Oh, it was water near it. Forget it. Inmate, here we go. This is the doppelganger tale of Lewiston. If you remember Skylar Mead and his little buddy there and the nurse that walked right off of the chain gang. This inmate walks from the job site in Lewiston again. He just walks right away. Could have been, now they caught him right away. It's just like astoundingly horrible at doing your job over there. And another thing, if you missed the show the other day, I always now I'm trying to be more not repetitive, but emphasizing our points, and so that we're all clear on where I stand. Maybe someday you'll start to agree, and we're the points. I'm not going to speak for JJ, but you have a correlation to where we're talking about law enforcement, 4 county task force, rivers that are very well protected by these law enforcement agencies. So whatever's coming in is, you're in the know or you're not, and it's getting done, and whatever, you have the opportunity for ultimate protection. Over and over, a theme that you see in these towns are 2 things: a shortage of law enforcement officers. They can never find enough law enforcement officers to do the job, so people have to take Christmas off away from their families to cover for it, or whatever. They're always stressed out to the max and pushed to the limit in these towns. If you're running a top secret kind of operation, a Idaho Contra, you are only going to bring in people that are connected in some way with the family, with a friend that you have something on it that you think will be an asset. So you're not going to be hiring all crazy and just bringing people in like you would normal fall on for it. Bring them in, let's test them out, whatever. We got nothing to hide, right? But no, in Idaho, big shortage. Washington, big shortage. Also, as well, you have very high I can't say convict activity by the police force, but because they never get convicted of anything. But you have a lot of essays and crimes against women and people that surface, especially in Pullman, and Ms. Potts has gone over that thoroughly, and we've seen the documentation of it. These are the people that are going to threaten to take down your operation. How do you handle them? You handle them, or you move them. Right or wrong? Just saying, it's a theory. I'm no Pavarotti. I'm no Birdie. You know what I mean? I just been here. I see things. I say, Lucille, she might be in the chat right now telling you about all the misinformation I spread. I'm hearing another noise. And that German guy freaked me out, I'll be honest with you. It was a little weird. Anyway, so there's that one to chew on, guys. Thank you for being here today on Kane. We had JJ Vance live from Mexico earlier. I want to thank him for being on. And what's this one going on here? This is probably some movie I was watching. Or it's a commercial. It's a commercial. I don't want to play another Imagine Dragons song and get the chat replay. I have
Boys, one thing I've noticed about football fans is they all talk like the players can actually hear
I'm
them.
fancy,
looking good.
And I
Keep
can
it up.
show the chat replay and thing. I just keep forgetting to do it with all the little issues that have popped up here in the last couple of hours. But we're having a good time. We're having fun, and we have just a regular Wednesday doing stuff. Okay, that was the opening of the show, so I can close that. I want to make some room so we can see all the tabs and run through everything I have. And we'll get to the St. Suzanne B66 stuff here in a minute. This one is just a tour of this Bullmaster. Let me see what you see. And make sure that you can hear what I hear. Twiz. Where are we going, man? Every time I see the beautiful name, I'm like, man, it's like being in. What is that part of Italy that's so beautiful? Is it the Portico? No. Where is it? I forgot. Can you check this out? Okay, we got some. Okay, let me hold on. Can all right, I know if I don't play it now, I'll never hear the end of it. Let's see. Is it a long one or is it just something information? You guys always have something good for me here. Hold on, let's get a couple more Kane Bees out. Man, everything is wacky whack right now as far as the app goes. I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby. I can skip it. I can do it. Double Dutch. There we go. I will play that next. Let's do. Was that Leslie and Billy who put that up there? Thank you for sharing that, Leslie and Billy. Let's see what we have over here. Is this another Kane baby thing? What are you guys doing? You're trolling me. Oh. Hold on, let me pause this to get the audio right here real quick. Who is this from, I wonder? What is this? I need to make it bigger. But I can't. Hold on. Maybe at least give credit here. Well, put the credit, please, in the chat, at least. We'll have that. I cannot see right now because my font is now decided to go micro. It was... there was shrinkage. It was cold. I was alone. Alright, we'll play the video game. How long is this one? If I can see that, I'll be happy. Okay, I'm going to make it bigger for you guys. Don't look. If you've seen one, you've seen them all, guys. Let's see. Breaking news, WSU removes Gonzalez. I guess that means at federal court, from the federal court. And this is from Kathy's Indies. Almost Kathy's doing some great stuff, bringing it. I like it. Okay, so there we go. Let's watch. Let's see how long this. We just want to give us the idea. It's 4 minutes. You guys hang. You can hang for that. Don't mind hanging with you. Here we go. Where are we at? Wow, breaking news. Oh, there goes the video problem. Sorry. Or audio.
We have a major development to report to you today in the matter styled as Steve Gonzalez, Karen Laramie, Jeffrey Kernodle, Stacy Chapin versus Washington State University. The defendant, Washington State University, has now removed the state case to federal court. Repeat, a notice of removal was filed in the state proceeding initiated in Saget County earlier this month, January 2026. The notice of removal to federal court has now initiated an action in the United States District Court, Western District of Washington at Seattle. What this means is that the state proceedings are now concluded and will not be reignited again until or unless there is a remand, a filing by the plaintiffs, or sometimes this will happen by the district court finding it doesn't have federal jurisdiction to entertain the action. Sua sponte, sometimes district court judges will do that because federal courts have limited jurisdiction. State courts have general jurisdiction. Let's see what the defendant, Washington State University, is saying. There's a case number if you'd like to see the federal proceedings. Case number 226CV00301. The defendant has stated that this case alleges a violation of a federal statute, Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972, 20 U.S.C. Section 1681. We, in fact, on our sister YouTube channel went over this claim earlier this month in a presentation. Defense is saying that the defendant, WSU, is an entity of the state of Washington and that plaintiff's complaint has not yet been answered by defendant WSU. On January 7th, a complaint was filed in the Superior Court of Washington for Skagit County entitled Stephen Gonzalez et al. Versus WSU. The complaint was served upon the defendant WSU on January 7th, 2026. This notice of removal is being filed within 30 days of the filing of the complaint, alleging an action under 20 U.S.C. Section 1681 against defendant WSU. That is the grounds for removal because there was a federal claim in there, ladies and gentlemen. The defendants are alleging grounds to have this case entertained as the proper venue for this action. Paragraph 7, Section 1 indicates that the Western District, that's federal court, is an appropriate venue for removal as the judicial district that embraces the place in which the action is pending, and that venue in Seattle versus somewhere else, ladies and gentlemen, is also appropriate in the Eastern District of Washington, and defendant reserves the right to file a motion to change the venue thereto. Defendant WSU is reserving all rights and defenses, and this notice is made without waiving any defenses that WSU may have in response to this lawsuit. This is signed the 27th day of January 2026 by Nicholas W. Brown, Attorney General for the state of Washington, by and through the Assistant Attorneys General Jordan Jones and Connor Callahan. If we could add some commentary here. If the defense challenges this removal, they will have a specific time frame to do it in. And so we will continue to monitor the federal docket, which is where this lawsuit is now resting, for any challenges to removal, any motions for remand, anything that the federal judge sua sponte does. And then further on, we will notify you when a responsive motion, which would be something like a motion to dismiss, or a responsive pleading is filed to the now federal action known as Goncalves et al. Versus Washington State University. Until next time, this is Kathy. Thank you for joining us here today.
That's the first time I've really listened to the Kathy's Indie Zone there. I've heard people speak on her here and there and this and that. And the other and the third. But, yeah, a little flair for the dramatic, right? But Lucy Morningstar apparently likes her very much, my friend Heather. So if it's good enough for Heather, good enough for me. Good stuff. I know I've been kind of teary-eyed and nostalgic the whole live here today. Because I love that I decided to branch out and do this channel as well as The Purge. And I not that I've groomed a different viewer, but like it's kind of cultivated more of a relationship with you guys and with like Meg P will bring like the FBI Cast Viz entire employee handbook basically, and Leslie drops this for thank you Leslie. It makes me feel like I made the right decision, even though it's goes slowly. Like I said, I earn my subscribers one at a time, and we're gonna find the truth one laugh at a time, and that's how it happens. But I feel there's a little bit more of a closeness with the people that I have here. I didn't have a Suzanne B. I never had a Suzanne B. I got a Suzanne B, you guys. And, and all of you that means a lot more to me. And I'm freer. I'm more relaxed. JJ's chill now. He doesn't have to worry about saying the word rape or anything like that. Kids go to bed. And, it's amazing. And, so do you think it's basic? That was full of facts. I'm trying to chew on everything I heard. I had to 10-100 for a second too, so I missed parts of it. I'll go back and listen to it. But great stuff, Leslie and Billy, man. Thank you. Leslie and Billy and I have been through the mountains and valleys together in our own parts of our lives at different times, and she's been incredibly caring. Both of them have been loyal viewers and very generous and helpful with any situation, always stepping up. And I think you could probably say that about most people that are in this community. It goes unappreciated. But with the decision to do this channel and be what it is, it's brought upon a whole new thing that I don't think that anybody can compete with. That's a creator now. So time will tell. Like I said, we do it one person at a time, one thing at a time. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. But that was fantastic. That was more than I could ever expect. Let's see what we got here. I know it went big again. Sorry, guys.
Wherever you want it, my vehicle's just been hit. Start an ambulance. You tell me.
I need a new car.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
What happened, dude?
I don't know, man. I've been drinking.
I can't. I've never been able to be one of these guys who could be a phony or read copy. I just be me, and you guys know who I am because I have my sister fucked me up. She didn't fuck me up. She made it impossible for me to lie. When I was a kid, all I did was lie. Everything out of my mouth was a lie. And she was 5 years older, and she was big sis. And she was, if I was lying, I would laugh. Because it was just a natural instinct. And she'd wait. I would tell her something. She would wait. And I'd laugh. And she'd be like, "You're laughing, you're lying." And it was right every time. And so I just am open who I am. And that's, I don't know how else to explain it, but I feel like I get it back. You know what I mean? Here. More than I ever have before. And so, cool. Here we go, man. And the nice thing about it is some of the people, most of the people that were a big part of the purge, or are a big part of the purge, Heather, and many like that, many names, words, and stuff that you can put together. Twiz. Twiz brings such unique... Here's the thing about Rockford and Twiz. I have unique friends. I really do have amazing friends. And I was saying to somebody the other day, I'm like, dude, probably, it's weird to say it because I've never met them in person. But I feel like JJ is like one of the best friends I've ever had in my life. I just instinctively, I knew that this was somebody that we have chemistry, whatever, however you want to say it. And we can kind of switch the roles because, like, sometimes he's the cocaine Bob, blah, blah, you know, and he'll do all the facts about all these things and the relativeness to the cases. And I'll be the kind of wisecracking guy, but then, you know, we can just flip it back and forth, good cop, back up. And I've just noticed that. And then Rockford, like I said, I was telling the story about how DoorDash, 3 days in a row, I was trying to do the DoorDash to have cash money for gas and then saved up a little bit, and then have the Uber where it's bam, bam, bam all night long, just money flowing in. And in the hours that I spent on the first day, Wednesday, I probably would have had 20 Ubers. I got 2 DoorDashes. Same area, everything, same stuff. And it just cut off right at 9 o'clock. And I was like, what's going on here? And I'm twiddling my thumbs, waiting around, driving to different areas, trying to make it happen. And so I'm like, well, you know, maybe it's just an off night, whatever. But it was freezing cold, so I know people were still ordering. I opened Uber and I was looking at it. I was like, damn, I could be coining it right now. It happened. I was so stupid because I thought I needed the money through DoorDash, but I really didn't. And so I was like, oh, I better, you know, save up the cash on that. It turned out I didn't. I was out. But then $45 in 3 days, probably, I don't know. I didn't even add up the hours. I don't even think about it. It just goes by. But when I told Rockford that exact same story, he goes, nah. Well, I said, I'm gonna Babe Ruth it. I'm gonna call it right now that DoorDash is gonna go out of business. Uber Eats is killing it. I hear this from other people. That was the completion of what I told him. He goes, no. My friend Andy works for DoorDash. He kills it all the time. And I'm like, I mean, it's not like I made up the story to trick him. But, you know, if I ever tell Twiz something like that, it's not like he's like, okay, yeah, I agree totally, man. It's always like, what do you mean? And it's just, it's going to be a question, whether it's he gives a shit enough about it to make it a good question or not. But it's always challenging. And then, like, Too Fast, Funny, fucking, I wish he would be here a little bit more. And that's the end of the shout-outs for now. But you know you are. So let's keep going. This is funny.
You been drinking?
Yeah, I've been drinking.
Okay.
And I took some weed pills.
Some weed pills?
Yeah.
Who does that with a cop?
I did that on purpose, so.
Well, you hit me on purpose?
Yeah, I did.
Why is that?
I'm bored.
You're bored?
Bored.
So you ran in the back of me on purpose?
Yeah.
Why is that?
For sure, Suzanne.
I hate cops, man.
Yeah? All right. We got an ambulance coming, okay?
All right.
Shit.
That was refreshingly obvious. I mean, I think he's just one shot over the line of being able to have a filter. And yeah, I meant to hit your car, officer. Hope you don't mind. It was a joke, you know. But yeah, no, Miss Potts just has a special place in my heart, and all that. So all you guys do. It's very close. I feel like it's going to be one of the best communities. I don't want to apologize for not putting in a consistent effort and a consistent show. It's nice to be able to just pop in 5 o'clock. Kane's going to be on. Blah blah blah. He's going to do the thing. It's going to be awesome. But right now, it's about getting my life straight and doing work that's paying the bills and getting my life together. And right now, I'm in a better situation than I think I've ever been in my whole life. So I'm very pleased with myself. I pat myself in the back too hard, but I feel like right around the corner, I'm gonna have this point where I can do both, and I can do the driving around, and it's gonna everything to be taken care of there, and we can focus more on doing the live feeds here, and I'm gonna do all kinds of different stuff. That's why this channel I do much more, but I try to bring the heaviest stuff in the community right here, as well as adding in other stuff that is, not a one-trick pony, and JJ feels the same way, and he has some ideas. Oh, I'm getting a headache talking about myself, sorry. Me, but sometimes, let's see, okay, what's the next one here? A Pimp's Love, folks. What is this?
If you can have sex. Thank you so much for leaving.
It's really.
Whoa!
Why would you say
the
thank
mouth
you?
on her?
Why are you against her right to speak? She just said thank you for doing what you're doing, and you said
she's
F
coming
you.
up while people are arguing that she's gonna create something.
No, she said thank you for doing what you're doing, and you said F you. I'm saying you also claim to be a Christian, but you're telling me you've murdered a child and that you plan to murder another one. That's what you've told me.
And I can be Christian any day I want to.
But what would Christ
I go
say?
to church every fucking Sunday.
That doesn't matter to
I
me.
read the Bible. I go to church every school day. I'm a
But
part
what
of
does the
church
Bible
group.
tell you to do? Love God with all your heart, soul, and mind?
And people who are Christian murder people on the street with mass shootings.
I don't think so.
Yes.
I don't think Christians murder.
If you can have sex. Thank you so much for leaving.
It's really.
Fuck you, bitch.
Why would you say thank you?
Fuck you.
Why are you against her right to speak?
I keep swamp rosing and muting myself, but I apologize. My feed has been wonky. I think I have a lot of windows that we're working on, and when I go to the full screen, it does that. But there seems to be a complete inability, not only to think for yourself and actually have a result with it, information in, process information out, but the communication is degraded to primal level. Like, I can't think, fuck you, you dumb, kill you. Like, literally, they think they can kill you if you disagree with them. Like, where did that golden rule come from, man? It's like, and a lovely girl seems, well dressed, doesn't seem to have any real world problems, and she can't communicate one rational thought. It's sad, a sad state of affairs. She's probably gonna do wheelies on the way home. The wheelie kids really pissed me off. I will say that. This is Mercy Cat from Miss Potts here. Look at how adorable he is. Look at that big face. Oh my gosh. One time, I don't know if I told you guys this story or not, but I had, if you ever want to look, he's behind me in a picture I'll show you in a minute. I had a Adobe pit when I lived in San Diego, right? And the first year of his life was a nightmare, miserable nightmare, because at that time there was the pit bull craze and the Rottweiler craze, and everybody was buying a dog, and then they couldn't take care of it, or it was whatever. And we had so many times where I was just walking him to go and get him out, and a dog would just come running out of the house off the leash and attack, and he was just a puppy. He made him stronger, I'll tell you that. But one night we were walking, and it was late. It was 11 o'clock on the beach, and we're on. Let me see. It was Diamond Street. No, not Diamond Street. Garnett. It was on Garnett in Pacific Beach, And just in the suburban area, walking, and we get up there, and it's in the middle of the night, totally bright, lit out, not a lot of cars out. All of a sudden, two dots appeared at the end of the sidewalk, coming from the beach, and we were walking towards the beach. And I got my dog on the leash. Usually when he sees a dog, he'll sniff or start barking at this point. He wasn't a fighter, per se, so much at this point, fighting with every dog. They get closer. It's and I kid you not, 200-pound Rottweilers. People were giving their Rottweilers steroids at this point. I'd heard about it. I'd never seen it. 200-pound Rottweilers, at least. Just walking next to each other on the sidewalk. They went either side of us. And my dog didn't even breathe and just stood there. We both just looked at each other like, what the fuck just happened? Because the panic didn't really kick in until you see that they're 200-pound dogs. And there's no owner, nobody around, nothing. They just walked on down the hall. I was like, holy crap, dude. But Rottweilers can be the chillest dogs. They are so cool. And they're so smart. They can figure out, how to get home and those types of things when they get lost. Anyway, that's right.
Do you want to play me something?
Sure.
Do you want to play me something?
Okay.
Do you want to play me something?
Sure.
It's like, you think you have a good guitar playing boyfriend, he's going to play, what was that? Hey There Delilah for you all the time, and then you have the guys, the jazz. That's so funny. So true. I like that. They did another short like that, but it wasn't quite as good. I was going to clip it, but. All right, we're getting right towards Suzanne B. territory. Here we go.
Do you have any chapstick?
Yeah, here.
Apply liberally.
Equal rights! Free healthcare! Black Lives Matter!
What?
This is, bro, I would have said in 7th grade, I would have done the exact same thing. I would have.
The voices, though, bro.
Chapstick.
Yeah, here.
Apply liberally.
Liberally?
Equal rights! Free healthcare! Black Lives Matter!
This is, bro, I would have
literally got into a twist on that one. She's applying it liberally. Oh my god. That's my one Asmon for the day, I think, right there. This is too
I
much.
went on a date this week, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, and the guy said I look like John Benet Ramsey. If she were still alive. I was like, you look like the killer if they'd found him. And we had a fun night of role playing. So.
What are you even doing with that?
I think I'll see him again.
What? Hey, you have something to talk about, right? Holy God almighty.
Oh my God, sorry.
It's out there.
Keyboard
It's
fell.
out there,
I
right?
need to feel like slapping.
You know? So are you?
Get it.
Honestly, one of the most greatest viral clips, most natural. That girl, how do you start talking about your day
Have a minute.
on your news show, but actually go into the John Benet Ramsey roleplay? I love that one. My other favorite one was the Aso Pale. I don't know what the simplest stuff, the dumbest stuff. I mean, we've been covering.
Let's cover
this now,
10
right?
pro tips for working with the cursor agent. So I've got cursor
the
open
flock
and my
cameras in
agent
the
on the
news
right.
again here,
And the
this
first
guy.
tip is to use plan mode. So in the agent
one
input,
of the-
I'm going to hit Command N to make a new.
One of
You
the
may remember
no-nos,
me-
the boo-boos of the police departments and who was in here talking about not the real-time crime centers, but the whatever that they're using to monitor us through private enterprise, which doesn't necessarily violate our constitutional rights because they're doing it through a company. They're not storing any of the stuff on the servers, so they're hands off. They're using it. This is, obviously along those, we talked about all these stuff last time.
From this video where I told you about 40,000 of these things that your tax dollars pay for that are tracking your every move and repurposing data collected about you every time that you drive past them. Upon further investigation, it turns out that there are over 80,000 of them, and we got some. And we hacked them. You can press a button a few times on the back of these cameras and within a few minutes, turn them into your own personal spy device or malware host or honeypot that steals people's login credentials or a cryptocurrency miner, whatever you want really. Or alternatively, how you can point an antenna at them and decode the video stream using a technique used by the CIA during the Cold War. Or how another researcher found a Google search phrase that had the capabilities of showing you the real-time location of these cameras and police patrol cars. This isn't clickbait or an exaggerated claim with no payoff. Just the other day, weeks before this video will be released, U.S. senators and representatives drafted an official letter to open an investigation that highlights the national security risks associated with our findings. And in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how they work and even demonstrate them to journalists.
No f***ing way!
And finally, we're going to take a deep data dive into the efficacy, misinformation, and straight up lies surrounding some
be ready for this because in the last few shows that we've done, I apologize for deleting them all by accident. We had to get the evidence out of the house. There has been already quite a few instances of officers not only, really extreme stalking, where they were, I believe what they were doing is following their girlfriends, their ex-girlfriends with these cameras, and their current situation. One officer was, let go because he had used the camera on her and her boyfriend like 350 times in a row in one day or something. It was crazy. And so, yeah, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Here they get every little grain of sand, every little taste they get with these technologies, they abuse it right out of the gate. Not as a policy necessarily, but within the agency, there will be somebody that's set as an example or whatever that they use it to spy. You know how the Amazon people were doing the two-way cameras and talking to people's kids and scaring the crap out of them and all that stuff in the very beginning of the wireless cameras. You got to think that, okay, they had that. The wireless wasn't secure. They never really promoted that you had to have a secure password to use them. They all had administrative passwords, and still, I believe, mostly do for this day. But the thing is like we didn't learn from our mistake on that one, and so we kept it with the wireless. And now they've added where you have to pay for a service. So you can't go and buy a Ring camera or one of these home surveillance things and just use it to do like webcast or to film your kids. You can only use it basically for two things. Is as the surveillance cam that's connected to the cloud server, or you can just watch it on your phone. Unless you're screen recording, they don't give you the option. I don't even know if they might even block the screen recording. Furthermore, if you don't remember me talking about it, Amazon decided all on its own with their whatever brand of cameras that they bought out that they were going to access neighboring houses' Wi-Fi feeds to power their cameras so that they had a system in place that was dependable without approval of the people getting their shit used. And then they shared that with the police. You see how that works. And so anyway, this is much more informative than that could be.
Private surveillance startups, and we're going to use that momentum to push for protocols and legislation that actually makes you safer. Wow, that's a lot for a YouTube video.
I could never act.
Whoa, that's loud right there. What is the name of this channel here? I'm sorry. Let me get out of the full screen. Damn, my translucent keyboard slammed to the ground again. Oops. I have to escape or go to the corner. Oh man, I've been sitting such a long time. My knees were all locked up, and there goes my headphones. There goes the tea. If anybody's seen Caddyshack, that must be the tea. All right, hold on. Let me plug back in. All right, here we are. This I haven't caught this guy before. I go, I kind of go to whoever's kind of got the most detailed information on these systems. But I have definitely been covering the headphones and the FLIRs and the Flux and the LDRs and all that stuff for quite a long time. A lot of this stuff I had no idea existed, and I thought I knew it all. And the countermeasures that are out there are very helpful. And you guys caught on and you dig it. I like that you dig me digging it, and so we just keep on digging it. Sir, what is this still not the purge? That's a good question. JJ, the answer to that and more next Saturday in detention. So let's see, court-martial for JJ. Let me write that down. We hacked flock safety cameras in under 30 seconds. Holy shit. This guy is, let me make it bigger for JJ. He has to squint his eyes. He can squint his way to 2020, though. It's an amazing thing. Him and Jimmy. Jimmy can definitely squint his way to 2020. Ben Jordan. Here, I'll put a link. I'm going to subscribe to him also as well. He seems a good presentation here. I like these guys that do these constitutional kind of stuff, tech pages like this, because they're more like the lawyer that defends the guys, the Kentucky guy and all that. They like share this video, play it in your feed. They're not like, oh, we're gonna copyright strike you for you. They want you to get that information out there. So that's why I like playing these guys, because usually with another creator you can't just play a full-length video. It's not like NBC or anything, but just as policy for the tubes of you, they'll punish you in some way. Now I've lost the whole thing. Twiz dog nabbit. All right, let's skip over that one for now, and we'll come back to it. It's lost. It'll be like 20 minutes of search. Well, here it is, and we're back.
Served in the FBI for 23 years as an undercover agent.
Oh, this is a
I
different guy.
infiltrated biker gangs, the KKK, and America's neo-Nazis. And this is everything I'm authorized to tell you.
Whoa.
We were all worried about my safety. We had quick response teams, but the bottom line is if I'm in the middle of 100 acres and the crap hits the fan, what are you going to do for me other than avenge my death unless I take care of it on my own? So, that's kind of that undercover mentality. If you're only going in because you're expecting 3 SWAT teams and HRT to be there for you, you probably shouldn't go in. There was an opportunity to do the Outlaws Motorcycle Club in Massachusetts, out of the Boston office. My game plan was to just go in cold. I think I went into the Outlaws case around July of 2005. Taunton, Massachusetts was what we were going after. They had pretty good intelligence. I'm like, hey, what do you know? And they were like, they showed me, hey, this guy right here, he loves to be surrounded by big guys. He loves to be the center of attention. So they had.
Dude, do not do that to me, bro. I swear to God, I've been hearing. We had while you were gone. I left the Video Ninja open. Another reason not to use it. I kept hearing these voices, and I wasn't gonna be like voices in my head. And they're talking again. Like, where's this coming from? Because we've had a couple people pop in here and there, like Outcasts and stuff, joking around in various purges when it was open. But I kept hearing it. I wasn't gonna be like, you guys hear that other? I'm not. And I kept looking to see what windows were open, and then I clicked on the Video Ninja, and there was some guy sitting there in the library in like the Alps, and he'd gone into the room. He'd wandered into our room. he couldn't hear me because he didn't have headphones, and he couldn't see me because I didn't have my video playing. So he was just sitting there, and we were watching him for like 5 minutes laughing about it after. But then I kept hearing noises, and my door's open. And then when I had the screen kind of tiny like this, and I with the headphones on, I thought there was somebody standing behind me. Dude, you just scared the living crap out of me. Because literally, I don't usually leave my door open because like in this town, things could happen. It's not like Moscow.
That down, and I'm like, okay, cool. That lets me know. All right, I can be me. We knew that they frequented a strip club, and for those that don't know, in the biker world, you have a mandatory meeting every week, and that's called church. And depending on the club and the chapter, sometimes that's where you talk about your criminal activity. You know, you cut your phones off, airplane mode, leave them outside, go inside, you know, and that's all ways to thwart being.
All right, Jage, this better be worth it. You're tearing up my live here. This is my franchise segment here, my flagship. I'm sure it's going to be worth it, but now you're really freaking me out. You know, we already had the ghost crash last week or whatever it was. Oof. All right, let's see. What is this going to be? Obviously, it's going to be a Muppet, but, you know, with JJ, you got to humor him. 'Cause, I mean, I've run out of hula burgers long ago, folks. He's living on what is it? Subsidies or residuals, if that, scraps. Sometimes he survives for a day or two by peeling the steam off of the top of the cooker. And a pineapple here and there goes a long way, though, with JJ. So let me hide this. So Trish is in a heart attack here, and we'll see. Jeez. I can't believe I'm indulging you right now. It's hilarious. Let's see here. I think this is just going to become like a standard thing where people troll me like Offie did the other day. Yeah, I don't know if I finished my Offie story. I kind of went on a tangent. But, yeah, he had used my title, and I was like, oh, another person trolling my titles or thumbnails or whatever. And I was literally at that moment looking for the creator because it was a new name that used it so I could show as an example if he did it, the comparison to OJ thing. I'm like, that's a really direct rip. I'm like, how did that happen? And I said it out loud. Usually I wouldn't even say it out loud. Usually Offie wouldn't necessarily be in the chat. Skull Mackay. And so just as I'm like a minute deep looking into it, Leslie and Billy's like, Kane, look at this video. You gotta check it out. You're gonna like it. I'm like, hold on, I'm looking. And I'm like, she's like, no, you gotta do it now. You're gonna like it. So I play it, and it's the ultimate troll, baby me talking in exactly my voice, which is exactly how I sounded as a baby. It's amazing that that happened. What is this? Is this a picture? What? Okay, I don't. What? JJ, it's a dick pic, folks. No, I'm just kidding. Not the vice president, vampire hunter. No. Oh, is that? Who is this? It looks like Gilligan. Is this Gilligan? Oh, the radio talk show. Okay, gotcha. Funny stuff. Good things. This is an inside joke, folks. I think is if that's where I'm. You freaked me out, bro. Good one. You got me. All right. You got a Zach Galifianakis coming right down the pike, pal. And this right here. So yeah, oh dude, totally trolled me. Good job. Best troll ever. Actually, he did on me. Let's see here. So this is the picture I'm sharing. This is what I'm seeing, and I'm going to share it. We had discussed. I think it was he and I had discussed that there was no residuals to any of the 1960s sitcom shows, Brady Bunch, all of those. I keep want to say Mel Blanc or whatever. Gilligan's Island, they got paid scale, and were broke by the end of it. And so you had Gilligan, Bob Denver, doing a radio podcast. I believe. Wait, what the fuck is going on now? Am I up there? Is that me? I'm my heart is still fluttering. I'll be honest. You gotta be good. That's funny. What is it? I'm not even sure. Anyway, okay. JJ doesn't answer questions. We have to figure this out all on our own. A screenshot of the creepster I found in your backstage. Oh, right. Oh, that's a different guy. Then there must have been two. We've had more than one. Okay, got you. Feel you now. I was starting to question your rationality right at the moment. Of course, mine is definitely in question at all times. Let's see. All right, so let's get. That's good. That's who I thought it was. Bob Denver. Didn't he look like Bob Denver? I was like, he's awfully young for Bob Denver. A modern day Bob Denver. I don't know. I think you could have done expendable characters on Gilligan's Island. 'Cause it was a great show. My explanation to JJ, my response to JJ about Gilligan's Island was you had a somewhat boring, somewhat exciting, but very limited possibilities situation week after week where they managed to not only come up with creative ideas, but make it entertaining and funny. And then I was like, well, what characters could you remove and still have it be good? And I think Lovey and Thurston could have gone. They would have been the first. But then again, they had the episodes where they were bribing the professor. They were bribing Gilly. It was great. I was like, oh my gosh. These people do anything for money and they can never spend it anywhere. That kind of thing. So anyway, I think that's funny. Good stuff. Why do I forget that I had given her an extra key? Where we at? There's scrolling around. Wow. Do I still have this many windows up? I don't think I do. We did this one. That one. We're getting there. This and that. Alright. Don't think a single person expected her. JJ, I gotta play. Everybody's probably seen this a million times. It came up in my feed again, so I had to run it because it's been so long, and it still holds funniness. It's her delivery. Honestly, it's her timing.
I went on a date this week, actually.
Mhm.
Yeah?
Yeah, and the guy said I look like John Benet Ramsey. If she were still alive. I was like, you look like the killer if they'd found him. And we had a fun night of role-playing. So.
I have no idea why it's so big right now. Anyway, she's so cute. That's just one of my faves of all time. How JJ attacked my thing? I have my email open. Maybe it's protecting my email. Hold on, let me see. How did I forget that she had given me some Burger King? It was Burger King. I had a A.R. Hayes song and I forgot which one it was. And every time I hear it on the car on the radio, I'm like, I throw it in there, and then I'm like, I should do like a little concert and be like, A.R. Hayes was in my brain, something like that. One of those days. All right, so why would I don't understand? Hold on, let me double check something here. Why did I meow 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 meow? I would love to hear from Sleuthy Sweetheart. You have won today's $200 or 200 peso grand prize that JJ is going to bring back as pocket change from Mexico. Call on in the show 1-800. Love to hear from you. Always a show when she shows up as well. Her and Suzanne will kind of scratch it out a little bit here and there, but just adds that extra flair, that Ric Flair to the show. No, we like to hear her stuff. I've been, she'll always when you have her, she'll be like, I don't follow the case like you guys. Just believe me, she's been up in this case just as long and just as much as any of us. She just is very humble and likes to bring others really interesting stuff to the table. If you're not subscribed to Stormy, it's Sleuthy Sweetheart. So if anybody is a moderator or wants to add that to it. Also, the wind is very strong right now, and so like the trailer's not only rocking, but it's not usually a creaker trailer, and it's doing that. I might need some Thorazine after that one, dude. I'm not even sure. I don't know. I just love the beginning one more time.
I went on a date this week, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the guy said I look like John Benet Ramsey. If she were still alive. I was like, you look like the killer if they'd found him. And we had a fun night of role playing. So.
Epic. Absolute love her. Another thing that freaked me out is, like I said, it's kind of grainy and small. My preview window for the thing. There's also I was gonna make it a part of the show. I intended to anyway, and I'll show you in a minute. Let me see what we got here. Here's the cam deal again. So we'll get back to that. Cool. All right, so when I look behind if you look behind my head, there's that. To me, it's small. It looks like an who are those people in Star Wars? The Sand Dwellers. It looks like the color, like an alien head behind my head. So when he first said it, I automatically was like, oh my gosh. And, I thought somebody's joking around and going to do a jump scare on me. But I'd intended it. The reason it's hanging there is because I need to go translucent fella again. Hang on. Hold on. Sorry. Hopefully it's not broken. It's my I guess you'd call it my carry or my bag or whatever. It's just some random bag that somebody gave me along the lines. And I decided that it was going to be my folder for my lyrics for songs. Right? I hope I don't end the stream here. Okay, good. And it's become pretty chubby over the years. I can't even pick it up. But it's like basically a man purse here kind of thing. Like it's one of those over the shoulder boulder holder guys. I mean, you could even put like your Pampers in here or whatever, and you got all that. It's got all kinds of little secret pockets and stuff like that. I love it. And so, yeah, that's what I saw, and that's what had me shaking in my boots. Yeah, I don't know about coming up there for the Cabana Boy thing, though. But, yeah, here's all my lyrics. I like to write. I like to read. I like to write. And over the, different bands and stuff. In the beginning, I think some of the lyrics and songs hold up, but they're mostly kind of gibberish, silly stuff. I mean, we wrote a song. The only lyric in the song was "fuck you." That was it. To troll this place we played at because we cussed in or whatever. So this is a family place and whatever. And so the next time we played there, we played that, and it was pretty good for only 2 words in the song. But they were pretty mad about that one. It was an ice cream parlor, by the way. That was. And I have, a lot of these. I'll fill these up real quick. This one here has like I told Jesus, which is a Aretha Franklin gospel song I took from Hustle and Flow and made it kind of a bluesy rock thing. And then this one has like when I get on a tear with these bands. We'll have a streak of like 6 months where we do nothing but write killer songs, and it seems to be like I'm the only one that feels like it's just as good as like a Led Zeppelin or something else that other people should hear. And the problem with me is I can do, all the recording stuff and I have all the gear, but when you're recording yourself, all of your pitfalls, your procrastinations, and perfection stuff come out like tenfold. So it's just so much easier. Learn the song, go to a studio, let them record it. It's going to be better at it. But when you're writing this stuff and fooling around in the gym and you have the background mic recording, and some of the stuff is so unclear and so bad that I have had to listen to it 100 times, but I love the hooks in it. This is one I wrote for a girl. I just want to read to you just while we're on the subject. They used to work with me, was a hostess at the Tarpon Turtle named Bree. Maybe I won't read it, but Anyway, yeah, these things are full. So I'm gonna start getting on recording now. I have a buddy who has a really killer studio. He works with Hollywood people, and somehow makes my voice sound amazing. I couldn't do it to save my life, but yeah, no, maybe I'll put it out on record or whatever it is. I don't know what people do now. They drop it on Apple Play. It always has to be dropped. Why did you drop it? Why just hand it to me? Where were we? What are we doing here? Jesus, JJ, you got me. I owe you one. Would you want? Oh, I lost my place. Dog nabbit. Now I got 2 windows playing at the same time. 3. Right.
Adobe Acrobat Studio is.
Here I go again. I'm drinking 1. I'm drinking 2. Got my heartache medication. I love that lyric. The country guys do come up with the most original hooks and titles and stuff like that, and ideas for. In that vein, I'm like, what else could you do in country that would be entertaining or funny? And I was like, oh, just have a list of, like with Steve Carell in The Office, of all the really good things that she said, turn it into a story, then all the things that she said were at the wedding and the marriage at the end. You know how they do that in the country songs? So, it starts off as kind of like a double entendre thing and then winds up like a lifetime. I still am romantic. I don't know if it's ever going to work out for me. I told Twiz last night that I just kept cheering for the sex robot, because I think it's going to be tough on relationships in the future once a subservient, you know what I mean?
Ladies and gentlemen, we recently passed the 2-year anniversary of one of the most disgusting and deplorable acts in law enforcement history. And I think it's important as a society that we remember these events and see them through to the end. I know how mentally taxing it can be to stay up to date and follow these cases, but if we don't keep our eyes and attention on them, then who knows what kind of tomfoolery the government might try to pull. Now let's jump right in. In the early morning hours of November 30th, 2023, a 48-year-old New York resident named Julian Coleman was freaking out on the sidewalk at the intersection of Seneca Avenue and Norton Street in Rochester, New York. He was freaking out.
Let me pause that for a second and I'm going to close some of these windows. I wonder if I have I must have another program open. That's how you say it in Georgia, program, on Monday. Let's see, how many windows do I have open? Just, is it 2 or 1? Yeah, just the 1. Okay, I thought I was muted there. I think that it's very helpful if anybody else is starting to stream. If you, before any show or after a lot of work you've done and stuff, you unplug your routers and just plug them right back in. It wipes out the cache on those, and then they go back to their 100 megabyte or whatever it is, true speed, and then restart your computer, and that helps. I didn't do any of those things on this, so I think we might be seeing a little bit of bottleneck. That, plus we have heavy weather here right now, which we don't usually have when I'm streaming.
Because he couldn't breathe and he was experiencing a medical emergency alone on a sidewalk in the public and late at night. While gasping for air, Julian somehow managed to call 911, tell them where he was, and request that an ambulance transport him to the hospital. An EMS unit from American Medical Response, also known as AMR, which is a private emergency services company that contracts with the city of Rochester, was dispatched to Julian's location at around 2 a.m. By the time the ambulance got there, Julian was in full freak-out mode. He couldn't breathe, he knew something was wrong, and he desperately needed medical attention. Now, we don't have footage of the initial interaction between the EMS workers and Julian, but what has been widely reported is that Julian grabbed one of the EMS workers' arms in an act of desperation while they were loading him into the ambulance. Julian needed oxygen and he needed it immediately. But this upset the EMS worker. And despite Julian clearly suffering from a medical episode,
have you guys ever
she
heard
refused
that?
to treat.
Like, okay, so it was more of a thing like it was kind of a cliche thing to say to your kids. Is change your underwear before you go out, right? And until you grow up, you really don't understand it because, I mean, I'm sure in a lot of cases it's really, really bad, especially, back before modern soaps and these types of things, is if you get in an accident or you get hurt and an ambulance pulls up and say it's you're the person treating the person, you're sworn to professionalism or whatever, and you go to help them and cut open their unmentionables, and you just get this sniff of San Diego bumpy or whatever the rot is going on. You might make it the effort and go through the motion, but I think you would be less inclined to do your best job when you're fighting that. Why did I bring that up? Who knows? It's random Kane thoughts and facts that have no relevance whatsoever. There we go.
Him and ordered him to get out of her ambulance. And she also placed a distress call to the Rochester Police Department. Shortly after the call, several officers from the RPD responded to the scene.
I don't know what's wrong with him, but he will not get out of our truck.
Okay.
And he's got to go.
Sir.
No patience for
Sir,
that,
looks like
dude.
they want you out.
I couldn't breathe.
They want you out, sir.
I moved in. I got a key. I took mail here. I ain't going nowhere.
I'm just trying to get him out.
The way that you got
Squatter.
in here and the way that you just got us out, there's no
All right, sir. Come on.
way of
Come on.
somebody asking for
No
help.
games. Get out.
I'm getting out.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's we'll get that one in the vernacular also, JJ, the San Diego bum piss. I picked up right away on that one. That hurts though, that one.
Okay.
277 outlet.
And you told us you had pain from drinking water, and then you came in and you jumped at me and my friend and demanded oxygen. You would not let go of me.
247, same traffic. 47, same traffic.
He grabbed my partner's
I mean, at this point, this guy is same clothes, no shower, living on the street, sweating it out, getting drunk, pissing himself for years, months. You walk by these people at the Dollar Tree or the grocery store, and you don't even see him coming sometimes. He looks like a nice old granny walking by you, and then halfway down the aisle, that smell precedes him and just blasts you. And the only alternative you have is walk the other way, and you're an aisle over, and you're still getting it. It's brutal. That's why I say the bathroom store. Okay, let me finish my bathroom store story. I'm sorry. So I'm at racetrack getting ready to pay for the gas. I had that bathroom store idea. A membership gas bathroom only, like in one of these shipping containers. The person uses it for whatever each, you get billed differently. If you just use it to pee or 1020, that's a different cost. And then they have a shower, you get a towel, you get soap, whatever you get clean. And on the membership, you can give them out to cars. Here, you can go stay clean. It's hygiene it's hygiene for the rest of us. It's Festivus for the rest of us, right? And also it gives some pride to the people that are using. Well, some of the people, they have this technology at the Grand Central Station. I know of it for a fact, where they use the bathroom and then the walls have perforated and the sanitization just washes the whole thing away, right? And so it'd be pretty simple to size that down to a little porta container that you could stick on the curb in a parking spot. And so I'm like, well, people that are on the road a lot are law enforcement officers. Happened to be one in front of me, and I started I'll do a Shark Tank thing with it. I'm like, and he turns, looks at me, and he's just giving me a nod. And he's like a detective looking guy. And I said, do you have trouble going to the bathroom when you're working? That was how it came out. I meant to be like, do you have trouble finding? Yeah, no, truck stops. Exactly. Thank you, Gilly. Do you have trouble going to the bathroom while you're working? That's okay, but I meant finding a clean bathroom when you're working, and then you're obligated to go to the nearest place, and 9 times out of 10, the person before you wasn't as clean as you would like, to say the least. Well, either that or horror story condition. And I mean, the look on his face, I said, you know, do you have trouble going to the bathroom when you're working? No reference to being on the road. No, I just assumed it. No reference to what the fuck I thought. And so as I asked the question, his turn came up to pay. And the cashier had also heard my question. And he looked at it like, who is this guy? Literally said that in front of me. Turned back towards me. And like I said, I'd never met one of these alphabet people. And I didn't even know this agency was in the area. It was a brown tan shirt, and it was NSA. He was NSA, and I was like, "Oh my god, what have I just did?" Because I heard as the words were coming out of my mouth, I heard it, and then I got the reaction. It was one of those moments. Anyway, just thought I'd share that with you. Bathroom store. Then.
I hear you. I probably try to control myself a little bit better. I'm not going to grab on anybody. You know what I mean?
No, I'm trying to grab for the door.
Okay.
Get out of here.
Okay. Now's your chance. All right.
Oh, they do have it in Germany. Okay, I thought I'd heard of it somewhere before. I think it's $1 billion idea.
Is that all you guys want, though?
Somebody has the funds to start it. Please do.
277, we should be separate cars.
Just grab that yellow handle right there, and that should help you out.
277, all set for cars. Did you take me to the hospital, man?
No.
We tried to take you, but honey, that was unacceptable. There was no reason for that. There was no issue.
There's a yellow handle.
I'll tell you what. When I first had that idea, it was around 2006. You know, because conditions started to become deplorable, and I shared it with my family about the cards, having a card. And you can now I'm like the alien conspiracyist. The going explanation of my stories is Kane watches too much YouTube. If I ever start telling a story and they just collectively roll their eyes, I think it's a good idea. I don't know. We'll see if it's
right next to you. All right, or not.
One of my other ideas was way ahead of its time. I wanted to do not bed and breakfast, but hotels for dogs, for you and your dog, and it was catered to you and your dog, and it was reasonable prices that people traveling across the country could comfortably rest at and afford. Because I drove across the country with my dog, and it was one of the most miserable experiences ever. And look at now. Before the hotels adopted and started allowing pets, they had all those boutique-y little come and get a milk bone hourly, what do they call it, El Cheapo motels. And, you know, I thought it was going to go to where there was like a big chain of, you know, bow meow, whatever motels across the country, but you know, it always goes its own direction. But I thought that was a good idea too. Then, so a bathroom store could have some merit. So that's the NSA. NSA. So all right, we get the. Oh, is this going somewhere? This is going somewhere with you.
That's it. That's all you drop.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, this is not going
Sidewalks
to be
right
well,
over
is this? Are you trying to feed Suzanne Beast Havoc? Oh boy. Oh no. This is sad, bro. You know, the thing that I've noticed now, watching so many of these body cams, is that there's literally no hesitation, second thought, or remorse in these officers that are quick to the trigger. They're protecting themselves, and I get it. Then they give the person usually every opportunity to do the right thing. But boy, once that gun's out, that's me or you. Boom. And you know, I think in a lot of cases there may have been other alternatives, but I'm not gonna get on it right now. But you know, if you missed the last show also as well, we did talk about how Trump is trying to bring back the state, what do they call it, the state loony bins, basically, which is what was the catalyst for the current situation that we're in with so many people just wandering the streets, talking to themselves, off meds, you know. And the thing is at this point, putting people on Thorazine and just having them walk into walls for the next 30 years may not be the most modern correct answer, because that's exactly what, if you had any kind of thing in the 70s, 60s, whatever, as a young kid, you went away. You just went away. Where's Dave? Oh, he went away. Never came back. There was never an explanation. Nobody ever visited him. Nothing. That was the end of it. And then all of a sudden in 84, they decentralized it or whatever and let them all out of the streets. So I lived here in Clearwater. There was never a person that didn't have a house or anything like that ever. You didn't see. And then all of a sudden, shopping carts everywhere. Long, shaggy beards, shiny nose. I was like, what the heck happened? It was wild. Anyway, I wasn't going to tell that story, but I did. Who is this guy? He's pretty good.
Officers, Julian managed to hobble his way to a makeshift bench near the public sidewalk. And what happened next was one of the most callous displays of inhumanity from law enforcement that has ever been captured on film. Julian made it to the bench and managed to sit down just as the officers had ordered him to do, and just 16 seconds later, he collapsed onto the sidewalk. Now, you'd think that having a medical emergency in front of a bunch of first responders, especially one where you lose consciousness, would be the safest place to have a medical event outside of a hospital. But that wasn't the case for Julian.
In everything, right? It's not just he wouldn't get out of the ambulance. He was belligerent, violent, drunk, that hadn't showered in 6 years and was throwing himself all over each one of our EMTs. And then the police officers kindly asked him to sit down, and he passed away. It's factors like that. I guess that's why we have such a great jury system to keep everything honest, right? I don't know. Why this has got a lot of levels.
Nearly every officer and EMS worker noticed Julian laying face down on the sidewalk. None of them approached Julian or offered to help in any way for at least 3 minutes following his collapse. Just prior to his collapse, a supervisor from the American Medical Response arrived to assist, but also ignored Julian laying on the ground. Eventually, Officer Jonathan Netton approached Julian and shined his flashlight at his face and noticed blood coming from Julian's mouth. And this was the moment that the EMS workers actually started to assess Julian's medical condition.
What is it? Yeah, it's blood. Oh, I don't know what the hell happened. He was laying on the ground. I'm gonna find out now. Okay. Bye. Boss. Oh, orange red. All right.
I grabbed your phone.
Oh, man. Ouch. What, did I spill something?
What happened?
What did I spill? What happened? Oh, I was pouring my drink.
Oh my god.
I was tired of drinking out of the Windex container, so I was pouring it.
Grab my monitor.
There was a little coffee still in there. But it's my Kool-Aid coffee mix, I guess.
Monitor, drug box.
At this point, Julian was still alive, but he didn't have a pulse. The EMS responders went to work trying to resuscitate Julian, and after an additional 15 minutes, they managed to restore Julian's pulse. Once they got Julian partially stabilized, they transported him to the Rochester General Hospital. Julian arrived at the hospital just before 3 a.m., and he was unresponsive and in critical condition. It was determined that Julian suffered a major brain injury due to a lack of oxygen, and he was admitted to the hospital on life support. Julian remained at the hospital for another 2 weeks on life support, but despite the best efforts of his medical...
His underwear was probably too tight. Yeah, I thought this was going to go a different way. It's sad, that it's almost like, some lives just don't seem to have any value, even to people that are, their job is in life is dedicated to helping people. But it's gone beyond that, obviously, right? I mean, you have people that go out of their way to help people that are struggling, that as soon as they look at them, they're killed, It's like you can't even do anything anymore. Oh, well, I mean, Suzanne, think about all of the money that was going to Maine and to Minnesota and all that. That's everybody every city you've lived in's entire lifetime of taxes to one fraudulent thing. just going on there. And you can't blame the Somalis. They were just brought in to do the dirty work, and they're also now the ones that are taking the fall for it. But somewhere on some beach is some guy or lady sipping on a banana daiquiri, laughing about it, and they're never gonna be touched. They're untouchable. They set up this thing. They did what they did. Somebody else paid the price, and they're gonna do it again, probably. We're too trusting, so to speak.
Calm down. Other than your roommate, is there anybody else inside the house? I don't know.
This is Michael Herman. The footage you are about to see
Michael
was
Herman.
filmed just minutes
Paging
after he
Michael
claimed he
Herman.
heard his roommate get thrown out of a window.
Oh, his underwear was too tight, Annie. No, he was a very non-showered felon, but I guess somehow we missed the very beginning, but he had the emergency services called for him, and I guess at some point there had been a problem, and they called the cops to remove him from the ambulance. He didn't want to get out. The cops said, hey, they were gentle, they were nice, they asked, they didn't force him out. But when they finally got him out of there, he sat down on a bench and basically cardiac arrested on him. I thought it was going to go a different way, too. We would expect more out of
Michael
it.
leads the police to the back of the house. At this moment, they have no way of knowing if there is someone violent still on the premises, or if Michael is lying.
Sir, come here.
Oh, another cat. Okay, I'll look at it in a second. Let's take this one. This is one of mine.
38-year-old Amy Harwick is covered in
This is
blood
some heavy shit
and
right
barely breathing.
Do you know if there's anybody else inside the house?
I don't.
Anyone else inside? It's the LAPD. Come out with your hands up. Hey, somebody pat him down, please. Stand up. He might be a suspect. He's got blood all over. Anyone else inside? It's the LAPD. Come out with your hands up. Go back here. I got an open room. There's a balcony to the top.
As it becomes
I don't know why it is that I always say the only cool things that I ever say in my life when I'm muted, but that was a cool thing I just said, and I can't repeat it. It's not going to work. But thank you, Leslie and Billy, for sharing. And yes, he just couldn't breathe. I wasn't sure of the fact he was, shutting down. He hadn't taken care of himself in decades. So it all came to fruition in a couple minutes. Pretty good. And yeah, when you're not breathing, 10 seconds is a lifetime. Really right there. So this is that oh really? Okay, cool. I haven't even watched it. I always like to pull what I see is good to watch with you guys because we have that between us. Remember
clear
Shrek?
that no one else is on the property. Police see Michael as the
Your
only
place on the
suspect.
couch.
What was going on tonight?
Now I'm not muted. Now I'm not.
Nobody in this house is doing drugs.
I smoke pot and stuff. Yeah.
Okay. What do you mean and stuff?
Well, I smoke pot.
That's it?
Shrooms out now and then. Yeah.
Michael appears nervous.
I wonder if he smokes
jittery.
pot.
His answers are
Thanks for,
suspicious.
but anyway,
His
my whole
hands are
point of talking just now was to say that we're having quite a little bit of weather outside finally. We've had cold weather, but now wind is picked up, so that's probably, I hope, is why the feed is jerky and joggly. But I'm here. I'm here with you. JJ's here. You got Miss Potts. You got Leslie, Billy. Twiz is watching.
covered in blood.
What do you think here? I don't know, dude. Something's off.
As Amy clings to life, cops immediately bring Michael into the police station.
Can you remember? Do you still hear
You
screaming?
can hear the video though, all right,
But
right?
there is only one problem.
Yeah, I've
Michael
done it twice tonight.
is innocent, and the only person who can reveal the truth is Amy herself.
The paramedics render as much aid as they can to Amy Harwick. She has an incredibly low pulse, so they're rushing her to the hospital.
38-year-old Los Angeles.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can
build a fully working
I'm going
app
to take
without
it off
knowing how
of
to
the
code.
full screen. I think right now I'm draining all the resources of my computer for some reason. I think I have a task running in the background from Photoshop or whatever it is. Haley Marion Mortensen, hello. Hi there, very nice to see you. Quite an interesting name. Hello, Laurie Celeste again. You've been here. What am I talking about? I'm not muted, am I? No, okay. Alright, yeah, if that might have something to do with it. I was trying to close as many windows as I can, but that would seem like a fruitless enterprise. Let's keep watching, if you will. Go.
This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder. And you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, why not build an app that gives me endless apps?
Alright, I'm going to throw this out real quick about the AI. It was her gay room. Wow, this is like a Nancy Pelosi husband kind of story then. Thank you, Lori. Me and Rockford were talking about, and I was telling you earlier that I can never bring a new idea or topic to him without expecting some kind of... Miss Potts calls it snark. I call him ornery. If he's had a couple whiskeys, as the whiskeys get deeper, the ornery grows with Rockford. So if you bring new ideas at 10 o'clock at night to him, you might get into something a little bit... he doesn't get mad, though. It's funny. He's as even-keeled and cool as a cucumber, right? So what was that doing? Somebody at my window? Hold on, let me check. People knocking my shit in the way. The palm tree, but it sounded like it was coming from the front. I thought one of my friends was knocking on the window, and there was nobody there. And I was like, "Oh, the palm tree's banging on it because of the wind." It was driving me crazy, so I ripped the palm fronds off. The neighbors across the street are like, "What is going on?" I'm gone violent. All right, I got my pants ripped open. It's like I'm having a domestic situation with myself here. Yeah, it's great with Rockford that you're always going to get an opinion, and it's never going to be, "Oh, I agree with you." Sometimes, though, sometimes I will know which is the glue I think that we have. He used to be my boss. Anyway, I'm out of breath. Let's go. I'll finish that in a minute.
Ideas. So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44.
38-year-old Los Angeles resident Amy Harwick, who had just spent Valentine's Day with her closest friends, is now in critical condition, fighting for her life. Emergency responders work to keep her alive as police quickly begin gathering as much information as possible from the rest of the crime scene, trying to piece together what happened to Amy.
We do our walk through the house.
See, that's my shit too. The blonde, the blue-eyed, the black hair. Oh man, I have zero resistance there. Honestly, I don't have a lot of resistance for most of the fairer sex at all. Even though I come off as pretty much a tough guy, and totally, but it's not true. I'm a softie. This chair. So I'm gonna be listening, but I'm gonna move it on the couch so I can rest my back for a second. For some reason, I'm getting a JJ thing. I might need some stem cells here in a minute. I need to clone myself, but okay. There's. I'll be listening. Don't worry, I'm right here. I definitely want to hear this, but I just need 1 minute. Thank you. Hi, Haley.
Detectives noticed that the French doors leading to the front yard are broken.
Just inside, scattered among the broken shards of glass from the door, there are several small red bloodstains. But as cops continue through the house, the entire rest of the first floor looks strangely untouched.
Somebody broke into this house. Was this a burglary or a robbery? Everything's just a big question mark.
The home is full of valuables and personal items that could have easily been taken. Electronics, art, and other expensive belongings are still where you'd expect. Nothing is missing.
Her wallet, 2 women's bags, and cash, $400 or $500. If this was a robbery or a burglary gone bad, why didn't they take all the cash?
As they continue their search, making their way upstairs to Amy's bedroom, something immediately catches their attention.
These black beads, they were just scattered everywhere.
Unlike the rest of the house, Amy's bedroom is in complete disarray.
Welcome in, Thor. Nice to see you. You're never too late. Of course not. Welcome to the party, pal.
Her comforter is pushed
Didn't come
back
out right. I was
as if
trying to
someone
go,
had gotten
"Welcome
out
to
of
the
bed
party,
in a
pal.
hurry.
I can do it better."
And Amy's personal belongings
Christmas
are thrown
movie.
everywhere. The beads trail from the bedroom out through the open balcony doors. Between the ransacked room and the blood downstairs, it's clear Amy's fall was no accident. And though the full motive isn't obvious, cops now need to talk to the one person they can't ignore any longer, Amy's roommate.
Michael Herman, he's still very nervous, very jittery, jumpy, based on the way Michael was acting. He was the one and only person of interest that we had at that time, but we don't have proof of anything yet.
Michael explains to the cops that he met Amy through a mutual friend, and they've only known each other for a little under a year. A few months prior, Amy had rented out her downstairs bedroom to Michael as a way to supplement her income, a purely practical arrangement. But detectives still have to wonder, is he being truthful?
We had a photographer come and photograph Michael, and that's when we saw the scratches and the scrapes that he had on his body. Very suspicious. Instantly, I'm thinking those scratches came from Amy during a physical altercation.
When detectives ask him to walk them through the last 24 hours, he says he spent Valentine's Day alone, went to bed early around 8 p.m., and then woke up around 9 p.m. to the sound of glass breaking. Thinking it was just Amy upstairs dropping something, he went back to sleep. It wasn't until around 1 a.m. that he was jolted awake again, this time to Amy's screams, followed by what he describes as the sound of her being thrown out of a window. Michael then claims he ran outside, and then, in the chaos, scraped his hands while jumping over the wrought iron fence before using a neighbor's phone to call 911.
He was very open and very willing to help in any way that he could. At the conclusion of our interview, I believe that he's telling us the truth, but we can't officially clear Michael until we get more information.
Even if detectives want to believe Michael, all of the evidence so far seems to incriminate him. However, if he's innocent, the real suspect is still out there. Detectives decide to broaden their search to the surrounding area, hoping someone saw something on the night Amy was attacked. Fortunately, Amy's next-door neighbor has exactly what they're looking for.
We locate 2 relevant pieces of video. First is from the front doorbell camera.
The refuge is very fortunate in that we're on 100 acres. That 100 acres gives us the opportunity to have a serene environment that you're just not going to find in a typical treatment center. That allows us to have nature.
February 15th, 1:08 a.m. The first camera captures their prime suspect, Michael Herman. The video, from 1 a.m. on the night of Amy's attack, shows Michael frantically running from neighbor to neighbor, knocking on doors, trying to get help. It's the first piece of solid evidence that appears to back up his version of events, and the timestamp matches up with his call to 911. The footage seems to support what Michael told detectives, but it still isn't enough to fully prove his innocence. The neighbor's second camera shows something disturbing from several hours earlier. February 14th, 8:53 p.m. The camera shows an unknown white male wearing a baseball hat and gloves. His face isn't covered, but the low video quality makes it nearly impossible to identify him. What is evident, though, is that the man in the footage is not Michael Herman. Then, as the unknown man moves toward Amy's property, they notice he's wearing large, work-style gloves. Even more strangely, he reaches up to cover the camera, clear evidence he's trying to cover his tracks.
By timestamp, The smashing of the window and opening the French doors awakes Michael Hermit.
But even with this new footage, investigators have no idea who the man is or who he might be targeting next. The video quality is poor, the figure is blurry, and in a city as massive as Los Angeles, a grainy image of an unidentified white male isn't much to go on. Whoever this man is, though, he has now become suspect number 1. Investigators return to the crime scene with a fresh perspective, hoping to find even a single overlooked detail that could help them identify the culprit. They methodically search Amy's house one more time, looking for any clues she might have left them, and, in the chaos, they find a crucial item, her cell phone. It's lying near the edge of the mattress, and seemingly undamaged. With Amy in the hospital and unable to tell her side of the story, hopefully, something in her phone can help. But before we continue, we'd like to take a brief moment to thank our sponsor, AG1, for helping us bring more incredible survival stories to life, and is even a local public habits. And what better time than the new year? In 2026, we're focused on being as healthy as we can, and one simple habit that helps is taking AG1 every morning. It's a daily health drink designed to support gut health and fill in common nutrient gaps, helping you maintain balance and consistency, even on the busiest days. The best part? It's just one scoop each morning. No complicated routines or extra steps. AG1 is a small, easy thing in the bigger picture of balanced nutrition. Building healthy habits doesn't have to be complicated. It's a little ritual that can make a noticeable difference in how we feel throughout the day. For a limited time only, get a free AG1 duffel bag and free AG1 welcome kit with your first subscription order, only while supplies last. And now, back to Amy's story. As investigators begin digging through the phone, they uncover a long list of contacts, including family, colleagues, and friends. Amy is a beloved family therapist with a PhD and is even a local public figure, appearing on talk shows, radio, and TV for her work. She has hundreds of acquaintances, her phone is filled with tons of messages and dozens of people, all potential suspects in her attack. And for detectives, it's a huge challenge to figure out where to start. However, Amy had shared her phone's live location with a single contact, Robert Koshland, giving him the ability to track where she was. At this point, investigators don't know who Robert is, but they're about to learn he isn't just another name in her phone. Robert is Amy's best friend.
Police called me and said, "Can you come down to the station?" Started asking me questions. They told me right away that she had been attacked in her home. Then they'd started questioning me about Amy and who she knew and what might have happened.
Robert is in a state of shock, but willing to do whatever it takes to help Amy. He starts at the beginning, telling police everything he knows about his best friend. Amy grew up in Lansdale, Pennsylvania, with loving and supportive parents. In 1999, she graduated from North Penn High School, and 2 years later, she moved to the West Coast to attend college, hoping to someday make a positive impact on the world as a therapist.
Most of the people that you meet in LA want to be actors, and that was not the case with Amy. She was in school to become a family therapist.
Oh, she definitely had a good nose job. Wow.
At the time.
Robert meets Amy in 2012 when they're both guests at an LA pool party. They quickly bond over shared interests and their same offbeat sense of humor. What starts as a casual conversation turns into a friendship that, over the years, keeps getting stronger. They grow closer, becoming best friends, the person they can talk to every day and go to for support.
She was an amazing, friendly, outgoing person that could meet and talk to anybody. And then she was also a super weirdo.
Robert clearly knows Amy better than anyone, and police realize if there's anyone who can help find Amy's attacker, it's him. Cops then ask him about a picture sent to Amy's phone at 2:05 a.m. In it, Amy sits with a friend on a green couch, wearing the same outfit she had on when police found her in the backyard. And, most importantly, she's wearing the same black necklace whose beads cops found scattered all over the crime scene. This photo was taken just 2 hours before the attack. Robert helps police work through the timeline of the evening of February 14th.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts. They do your taxes.
It's Valentine's Day, and that night, Amy had joined several friends for a girls' night out at a show in Los Angeles. According to the group chat and their messages back and forth, Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. They watched a live performance, had fun, and by around midnight, everyone left, including Amy, who went home alone. As detectives continue asking Robert about his best friend, trying to gather every detail about Amy and the night of February 14th, the interview is suddenly interrupted. They stop mid-question as another officer steps into the room. In a quiet, heavy voice, he delivers the news to Robert, news no friend ever wants to hear.
And they said, well, I'm really sorry to inform you, but your friend has passed away.
On February 15th, 2020, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Hospital, Amy Harwick, though she fought hard for her life, was pronounced dead by medical personnel. Robert is devastated. He has just lost his closest friend. Someone he considered family has now been taken from him.
And then I spent that day calling everyone. It was tough. I made a lot of phone calls telling people that their closest friend was dead.
I pretty much I didn't have any words at all. In my head, I was thinking, like, are you sure? And Amy's gone. And, I guess I feel alone. I feel lonely.
Amy was generous, kind, and actively fulfilling her dreams of helping people through her therapy work all across the world. It seems impossible that someone so full of life could suddenly be gone.
Amy's murder was devastating to her family, just unimaginable.
There's a pretty hardcore sadness that's there because you knew that she was still burning really brightly and there was still so much for her to accomplish.
As Amy's friends and family struggle to come to terms with the tragedy, the news of her murder hits the media. Her face is displayed on every news channel, and the city of Los Angeles goes on high alert.
A well-known therapist was killed at her Hollywood Hills home.
Police say she was murdered.
They're also asking anyone who has any information to come forward.
With Amy's murder made public, her friends, family, and concerned citizens want her death answered for. But thanks to their interview with Robert, police have a solid lead. He explained to them exactly what she has been going through for years. It's 2014, 6 years before Amy's murder. Robert receives a panicked call from her, who has just returned from a work trip. She tells him she believes someone broke into her house while she was gone.
And I was like, well, how do you know? And she's
what's up, Noelle? Welcome in. Good to see you. 29 likes so far, huh? I'm pretty sure at this point we have had more viewers than that. Hopefully, like I said, I love doing this channel. We're going to grow slowly. It's fun to me. I think if I'm having a good time showing you stuff I like, you're going to enjoy it too. You feel comfortable in here. And I find that it seems like more of a dedicated viewership than even on The Purge, where The Purge at some point was just ridiculous. But it's just more honest and open. So anyway, that's that. And this is a great story. I see you guys swaying from the interest on it, and there are some interesting things to talk about. While we have Annie here, maybe we should get into it, because I have thoughts also as well. Just put a 1 in the chat if you want me to finish up this story, because she seems like an amazing girl. I want to see where this is going. And Miss Potts said earlier that they, were going to blame the roommate or the boyfriend or the gay friend. If this had been Texas, they would have already had the case open, shut, and closed, and he'd have been in prison, I'm sure. Like it happened with the one guy where he was in prison for 10 years for his crime of being gay for murder, So, yeah, the things you guys are talking about, you're kind of brushing over are pretty important realizations that we've got. And again, so much of these real heavy-hitting facts that we're finding without a video of somebody else walking in and out of that house with a weapon or something, they're always going to stand by their not their man, but their cases in this, because anything else makes them look corrupt, and they're going to look out for each other. So it's going to be very difficult. But this is let me try to. The chat is we've had a kind of a wonky feed here for the last 45 minutes or so. Noel, we're working through it. We had a lot of good stuff tonight. JJ was on earlier. You may have been. You were here. I think you were here for that. Maybe no. Yeah, no. Tonight, very good show, and I feel I'm kind of finding my rhythm with MK Ultra now. So I hope you're enjoying it and keep coming back. It'll be a couple of months before I'm really dedicated back to doing a consistent show where that you can tune in at 5 o'clock and whatever. But I want to keep it alive by doing the intermittent stuff and always having something very interesting to watch, which is my face, obviously, right? So, hey. You guys might have heard more about this case than I was. But I remember briefly, because I'm usually checking the news. But I want to get on page with you guys here because before I lose you, let me try to sign into the chat also as well. It has been a real pill lately, and YouTube has made a lot of changes because they base their life around me. No, because they're just really getting a lot of complaints about all the stuff that they're doing right now. Let me see if I can get in with you guys here. Yeah, my back was hurting, so I had to go sit on the couch for a minute. Chill. But I'm alright. I don't know if you guys can see me. I'm just gonna, just for shits and giggles. I'm supposed to be so proud of me. I can show the chat replay in the live, and I'm gonna try to do it right now since we have a minute. Everybody kind of just assimilating and chilling and stuff like that. It's I enjoy kind of getting the momentum and picking up the viewers as you go along, and it's never going to be gifted. It's never going to be anything given to me, and I don't expect that. I do feel, for some reason, I'm not maybe as pretty a face as some of the skateboarding, non-skateboarder guys that are in here that wear suits. But maybe a little bit more actual real-world shit without sweating the details too much on the receipts at this point, because you're not going to get them. You're not going to get real ones anyway. For the most part, and of course, Miss Potts, all about the facts. So it's a wide diversity. Everybody brings a whole different fucking angle to everything that we do, and it's amazing. All right, let me type in my damn password. Jeez, guys. How do you feel? Are you enjoying the show? I don't even have to ask. I know that even whatever few people we have at any given time that are going to be in here and stick around. So. It's nice to hear, though. Hopefully that's my password. I don't even know. Negative? That's not it. For some reason, my password just never works when I'm trying to type into the chat. We'll try one more time there. The other password. Nope. Wow. What am I doing wrong, I wonder? This is wild. Oh, wait. Who am I? I'm MK Ultra, right? One more time. Yeah. And then? Yeah, I got in. I've never had trouble with this. Wow. It's showing in my chat doc. It's showing my. Oh, I just logged in as Carlos Danger. I'm not even kidding. Oh my god. I have to subscribe Carlos Danger. How do I even? I can't even log out. It's just there. That's who I am. Okay, I'll subscribe to myself at some point. Anyway, 1 degree here. Oh, it's 1 degree. Yeah, so many of you are snowbound right now, and I was telling you about the fellas across the street. Here's the good news that they gave me today that I had no idea about, because obviously with the DoorDash and the Uber and the stuff like that, and I just got ready to do Miss Potts literally over the course of a week, taking time off, and 4 days of detailing this car, because I used it for scrapping and carrying buddies around and all kinds of whatever, because I had the truck where I had all these great pickups where I would get all kinds of stuff. I got compressors and all this stuff for a long time, but sometimes I'd be, it's too hot, I don't want to take the truck, it has no AC, I'm going to take the Hyundai. So some of the stains in the back seat are like rusty air conditioners and stuff like that. So it took a long time to get it to where it's presentable for somebody to get a ride in it, really. Even the Uber X cheapo ones. And so, where was I going with? Oh, this weekend is Super Bowl. Super Bowl's coming up around the corner. It's like next week or this week. The fellows across I hadn't met them before. They're really cool guys. I don't know if they're like learned doctors or whatever. They seem like way too classy to be in this neighborhood. We're like, oh yeah, we're looking forward to going to that hockey game. You know, they're Canadian guys or whatever. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. Have you been to a hockey game here before? Because they have a pretty good support presence for it. You know, the Lightning games are insanely fun, dude. They're a blast. It's like a rock concert, hockey all in one. But he's like, no, we haven't been there. I'm like, you're gonna love it or whatever. And he's like, oh no, we're going to the one at Tampa Stadium where the Bucks play, the football field. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, no, it's one of 3 or 4 ever done across the country, and they're gonna tent up because Tampa Bay is an open stadium. And I mean, if you're wearing a jacket here at 7 a.m. and it's 17 degrees, by noon the jacket is in the back seat of the car, and you know it's between 60 and 90 degrees, you know, and so I guess they have to tent the open stadium, and then right before the game starts, they're gonna open it up and have a hockey match. So it's gonna be like a real kind of milestone event, and I'm like, oh no. So it's like double up. You got already Super Bowl with people going on. It's going to be nonstop like it was at New Year's. And then I'll be doing the rides, which is, I'm telling you, at the peak time, the rides, it is, it's pretty decent. Even the Uber Eats is pretty decent cash. I got $50 for pizza deliveries, like 5 of them in a row, like 3 miles during New Year's Eve. It's that kind of thing. Like when it's hot, it's hot. So they really made my day telling me that, and so I have that to look forward to. The other thing, what was the other thing? I don't even know what the other thing was. Yeah, no, I'm happy, you know, and I've been kind of putting off doing too much driving because I have a free oil change coming up. My oil's super dirty. I haven't changed it since I got back doing Uber. I don't know how many. I'm close to, if not over, 3,000 miles. So this last week I kind of chilled a little bit and just worked here and there a little bit, and I don't want to push it, and I also don't want to spend $70 and have them short my oil like I did at this Pennzoil place last time. But I also at that time I didn't want to drive. Anyway, I'm rambling on here. Where we at? -15. I heard -2. And I don't know if it was from them or somebody. No, JJ said Montana was at -2, I think, today. Because I was once in a while I'll check Idaho, I'll check Washington, and it always seems when I look it's 29 degrees for whatever reason. But you know, I know within that you have like lake effect snow in Ohio and all that kind of stuff. But then there's people that usually get snow. Boston, I think it was Woke Up 1984 were saying they only had mild. Whatever, and they were saying this is going to be the storm of the century, blah, blah, blah. They always overhype everything and want you to buy water. Raymond James is where I'm talking about. So they're trying to get tickets for it. I have no idea what I think they took off not long after I spoke with them, so I don't know if they're waiting to the day of the game or whatever to try to get them, or if they tried to secure them ahead of time. But that's a really cool thing to go to. That's like a once in a lifetime. Sounds like a lot of fun anyway. So I guess everybody will be able to see it. I don't know that they're doing it inside the stadium, he said, or if there's a big open field, I believe, next to Raymond James, where it would be a level where everybody can see it. So maybe I can even go over there in between one of the rides or whatever and catch the game. I've had good luck with that kind of stuff where some of my best rides, like, oh, here we are at the big mansion. Come on in, have a burrito or whatever, and it's like, holy shit, best of both worlds. But you know, I for some reason I've really taken to doing this, and I take it seriously, and so many people don't. And when they see me, they'll be like, oh, you just coming in with the bag alone gets attention. That I always use a bag. I mean, because it's, whatever. It protects food. It keeps it hot, cold, whatever. I keep cold, hot. the thing is, I know I can trust you guys, but I've met a couple people and I've had a few regular people that order, and they'll text me in the app of whatever alleged service that they're using, like, oh hey, if you grab me a pack of smokes, it's $14 extra if we're here and there and this and that, and you kind of delivered to them 10 times. And then this one bartender, I think I told you guys about it, with the super undercover rack, gorgeous, was like, oh, you were so professional. We just started talking, and I went back there for another delivery a week later, and I was like, I've heard of people doing cash Uber before, and so I, may have phone numbers may have been exchanged. Yet to get one, yet to see one. And here's the thing about the logistics of a cash Uber is, okay, are they going to call in the order, pay for it with a credit card, you pick it up? Or whatever. So I was like, I have to get to Squarespace if I want to kind of build something with that. Now I'm not trying to take anything away from them, but this girl works at one of these whiskey wings places, which is, has live music, and it's a hangout kind of I got friends in low places bar. Beautiful girls working there. Damn, I don't know how they do it, but what was I saying? That makes everything a lot smoother. Is if I have the Squarespace, then because nobody has cash anymore. Who has cash? Then you're gonna be like, oh yeah, so there's that. Like I said, I'm not trying to take away from anything from these companies that may or may not be taking a little bit too much of their share. Miss Spots knows what I'm talking about. Is that these girls were telling me, dude, they're ordering from maybe 2 blocks away, and it's just them on their lunch break. They're making $60 on a double, and they're paying $30 just for the food delivery. I mean, we're not billionaires. You know what I mean? I live right here. I'm like, I live around the corner, blah, 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 whatever you want to do, And, the thought may have crossed, Twiz mentioned this. This isn't me. I would never think like this, but what if you couldn't necessarily pay the tip with the cash or the Square, and make other... I'm just fucking around. But, I mean, there's always that. Wild stuff pops up when you're doing deliveries. And, you think about these things as a guy. I don't think I'd want to know anybody that would offer that kind of, unless she was a gorgeous bartender at Whiskey Wing. So, I was like, if you start doing that, that's a whole different level, of super. It's like Supra level. I used to bartend at a restaurant not far from Mons Venus. Oh, yeah, okay. And those girls used to tip us dude, those girls bank so much money. They get off their shifts and come in for food and drink. See, that's the thing, is if you're just going to hop in a cab or whatever with a friend and go down the street and have a couple of happy hour drinks after your $700 shift at Penthouse Steakhouse, that you're going to be dropping tips. If you have to pay $100 to get a Subway sandwich to you while you're at work, you're not going to be very inclined to drop a $20 tip to somebody. But the thing about the delivery service is people have no idea what a difference it would make if everybody tipped $1 more. Because here's the thing. When you do the app, a lot of people have a discount coupon code, whatever you get up to $7 off, which is nothing with these delivery bills, because they charge you for every item that you, whether it's a ketchup packet or it's a hula burger. If you have 15 items, it's a rate and then the distance. And so they're charging you so much, and then they're charging you what they pay the driver allegedly, and then you have to promise to a tip, and everybody wants to keep it 10, 15, 20%. So they stay within that realm. Boom, you're at $30. The food wasn't $30, you know what I mean? And I see some people order like a brownie or an ice cream or a Coke. I had one girl, she ordered a morning after pill from 7-Eleven. It kind of blew my mind that they have the morning after pill at 7-Eleven. But it's there are good benefits to it, but who can afford to pay that? So it's like if you can do something, but I don't know what they charge for the Squarespace to do. I think it's by the transaction, but I'm definitely gonna try to get that going because it's something I enjoy doing or whatever. But yeah, so Tampa. Wait, what? Oh, okay, yeah, definitely. Yeah, Miss Potts, where she worked is, and I can't remember if it's just take off your clothes nudie club, or if it's. I don't think it is. I think it's just you have what they call a titty bar, and then they have the full on nude, right? But I believe in Tampa, you can't serve alcohol, or at least full liquor, with these establishments. There's some kind of law, but it's like literally like frat row. So you have Odyssey, which is a spaceship. They have the champagne room. It used to be an ice cream parlor, and somebody built a spaceship. But now you have Mons Venus, which is a reputation for the wildest girls, beautiful women. I went there. I did a photography shoot once. I'd never frequented these places or anything like that, but I got the thing, and we just take the pictures of the girls. And then you have, once you have the established places now, you have Scores, Penthouse Club, the chain, the wealthy chains from Atlanta and stuff come in. So now you have a whole row of strippers. And, yeah, that's got to be at about 2 a.m. a wild-ass place to be, I won't even get into the story I was going to tell about the strip club in Newport Richie, where it is full liquor, full nude. That's how they advertise it. And the girls that would come over allegedly to the house where I lived at, which was behind the club, every night the bartender would be serving the drinks in our house. Put it that way, it was wild times, good times. They were nice girls. I think that I was just saying that some of these girls that do that are tamer than especially like nurses. Like the nurses are the wildest ones of all. No offense against Meg P. Just kidding, Megs. But yeah, I wouldn't like. Oh yeah, no, Thor. I don't go. Not a lot of people I know, and of course I've grown out of it. And I never was a thing for Ybor City. I went there when I first moved back from San Diego because I had a guy buddy who was, into the whole dance scene thing, being popular, and he literally had people one night from the dance club, 70 people following him around like he was Forrest Gump, like waiting for the answers of life. He was one of those charismatic guys. But it's also in a very high crime area. So over the years, there's all these nightclubs, these from Senor Frog style stuff to the electro dance, all jammed into one area of Tampa. And for some reason, there's just been all these really wild stabbings and stuff on camera that happen there. So it's a very dangerous place. I went there once when we first came back there with that guy, and we were at one club for half an hour. It sucked. We went to another one for 10 minutes, and I'm like, oh, we're out of here. This sucks. This is, not my style stuff. I got to my car, and the handle was broken off. I think we walked up on somebody trying to break into my car. So I was like, yeah, no, I'm good. Not my style thing. If I'm going to have a drink, it's like if I go to, Costa Rica or something, we'll go down to a Tico bar and have a beer after we surf all day or something. I'm not a big sit there and drink whiskey and pay $17 a drink for it. And I would love to be a big tipper and the guy with all the thing. But, yeah, no, that was the first question I had for Heather today. Like, how you doing? Are you able to even walk Pitbull eponymous? And she's like, no, I can't. And this is a 100-pound dog in her house. And I'm like, did you get some puppy pads? What are you doing? I wouldn't want to have to clean up after that. And then I'm sure once you get outside, it just blasts right through you. Any negative temperature, and you got all these wild winds, which I'm sure are much worse for y'all. RJ Anderson, what is happening, my man? Good to see you, sir. Shaka Brara. So I don't know where she's at. She was in the chat for quite a bit. She's watching. But, she's trying to chill and stay warm, I'm sure. I was in complete cardiac arrest, shock treatment with the warmy sock. Who was telling me to get the wool socks? I thank you for that. The warmy socks, the outfit, the blanket, the heater right on me, and I was freezing at 30 degrees. It wasn't even 30 degrees. It was above 35. And that night, because it's a little drafty in here, some spots, when I redo the kitchen and stuff, I'll hand it, but there's no point in, putting a Band-Aid on a toilet bowl. So, I wish, I hope you guys all have plenty of wood. That's a glory. That's a good topic right there, actually. And if we're going to get into the details, and I'm sure you got you saw Miss Potts. I believe she discussed it. That you have those weird pictures at Walmart, and it was a great catch by her. I thought is you have those weird. I mean, it looks like they literally took what was that guy Wreck-It Ralph, and put Koberger's face stretched out on it on a Photoshop. I mean, I guess I understand that when you're layered up and it's cold, you're bundled up and you're going to look a little thicker, but your face doesn't stretch, and your hands don't go Super Mario wide all of a sudden. So those pictures were very unusual, and a lot of you guys did comment on them, and you didn't think it was him. I can't say for sure. I just wondered what people thought of it. But here's the kicker, is that he was there around the times, and she noticed that there weren't Walmart bags in one of the rooms at one point, and then there were. So in the realm of possibilities, it even seems more likely than somebody planting the DNA is that the transfer came because he was at that register before the officer checked out. It got on the bag, got on the sheath. Why do you only check the touch DNA and not the mixed blood sample, though? You can walk like a duck and you can talk like a duck, but we're not going to believe. Here, Charm-Free, here's the thing. When I say now I talk about it, it seems regulated. There are sinful, corrupt pleasure pits of horror, in all honesty, for people that work there, for some of the victims or the customers that go there. If you have the coin to drop and it's not going to affect you and whatever, and you want to go have a fun night out, that's a great time, maybe, whatever. It's not everything is cracked out to be, but they've with the Scores nightclubs. Why I bring it up, it's catering to a wealthier crowd. The Penthouse Steakhouse is a 5-star steakhouse as well. Personally, a strip club with that kind of is not my destination for dining. I'm not going to be like 12 o'clock noon Diamond Dolls buffet line guy ever. But, for the people that frequent and enjoy that kind of thing, it's great to see. Here's the thing is what they do, they have all kinds of ways that they roll you. Okay? And then you have also wild, crazy people that are going in there that don't react well to getting rolled for whatever reason. Who knows why. And then you have all kinds of people that have... where was I going with this? Back in the day, and Miss Potts knows this, and it was funny that she brought up Mons. Because back in the day, it was as shady and dirty as it is now, but it was shady and dirty. And there was quite a few of these clubs, and they were spread out over an area. You had the Tango Lounge. Like, that tells you right there. And those type of things, where it was all owned by one guy, Joe Redner. He was a local, whatever, mogul, and he was one of these Fight City Hall kind of... what's your name? Penthouse guy, or what was that? Larry Flint kind of guy. Dirty. He actually ran to be on the town council because they were always harassing the police. and now he would have been over them, so it was going to be real ironic. At some point, they had some kind of big bust, and it broke them up, and they all wound up over there. I don't know if his family or whatever, I think he's passed long ago. Yeah, I think a lot of them do, but I don't know if they have the booze, which is a safe bet. But they, so I turned 18 just at the end of it. And in the news, you would always hear about it, but I'd never been to one. I didn't know what it was about. My cousin came from Venezuela, and he was one of these wild kids, you know. He was 10 years older than me. And, you know, as a kid, he was like the older cousin. But now I'm 18, I'm driving him around. And, stop here, man. Come on, Kane. So we pulled into the Tango Lounge, like right at the last week it was there. And we don't have in the 80s $50 to give some stripper for something. But we just wanted to, go in there. I don't think there was a cover. We walk in. And the first girl walks up to me. And I don't know for whatever reason that I was different from anybody else. But she's like, oh, I'll fuck you. I was like, what? Good morning. Nice to see you too. I was like, wow, that's a slap in the face. So, yeah, I mean, the behind the scenes stuff, what they do in Vegas is they'll get people that are coming from out of town and be like, yeah, we can get you some stuff, whatever it is. And then they'll give you something crappy, take your money, and be like, go ahead and call the cops. We'll call your family, we'll take care of the rest of it for you. So they find those easy victims. And I'm sure that those kind of scams and other ones are prevalent over here. But the thing is you have, your A level performers and you have your B level performers. So I'm sure it's not an easy 9 to 5 gig or whatever your shifts you're working to be taking your clothes off for dirty old men in Tampa, Florida, on a nightly basis. But, it pays off for some of them, I guess. I don't know. How do we get on that topic? I was trying to talk about Idaho4, damn it. I'm sorry, something about my cousin. Jacksonville. Oof. Yeah. I am... Remember my drunk cousins... Oh, wait, what? Okay, yeah. Never been in a strip club, except the coolest, the funnest times are like when you got your girlfriend's like, "I'll go to the strip club with you," and dude, 9 times out of 10, they'll end up on the stage, or because those club owners obviously love that. But then they became like some kind of law, so they had amateur night, and your girl next door gets up on the stage and they're competing for $500. In Florida, there's been a whole wild history of that kind of stuff. Daytona, they had like the wet t-shirt contest, which might as well be like just a nudie fest, because you pour it on they pour a whole pitcher of beer on it and you just see everything, and then the girl's like, obviously, I'm taking it all off, and the guy, yeah. That was back in the 80s. They still have wild stuff over there, so you don't even need a strip club, I think, in Daytona, that area. But my cousin was from Venezuela, but he was studying in Fort Lauderdale, and so he was pretty comfortable with the state, and he spoke great English and everything. He was from Venezuela though. And where was I at? What was the question again about him? Yeah, you can have a lot of fun. He kind of raised me my last formative years. I can tell you some story. He unfortunately, he had everything going for him, and they only had the Russian COVID shot in Venezuela at that time, and he refused to take it. And then he went out and he had a pest control business, and he did a few jobs to keep money coming in, and he caught it. And they put him on a respirator. But I guess those respirators, if you're on it for longer than 30 minutes, it'll kill a healthy horse. They had him on it until he died, just like for hours. And then that crushed my aunt, who was his mother, because his other brother had died. He was a pilot, and he was killed assassination style when Chavez first took, and just lawlessness in the streets of Caracas, And So that was a really, really hard time for my family, especially my mom was closest with her. It's still a real tough memory, and it's 7 years ago, COVID. 7 years ago. It's hard to even imagine. I just feel like somebody owes me that time back, because it was like, where did the 20s go? The 20s were like, boom, you graduated high school and you were 35. You know what I mean? Thank you, Miss Potsy. I'm not trying to bring everybody down. I like to share that because I hate, and I'm not hating on people. I just hate to hear people like, yeah, Trump's just going in there for the oil and that, and nothing could be farther from the truth. The people of that country are so thankful. They love Trump. They've been prisoners for the last 20 years. And it's it's hard to hear that your aunt, who is this wonderful, beautiful person that you grew up with and whatever, it can't even get a loaf of bread. And then it never got better, and it kept spreading, and then you just had every year like, well, we're gonna have first we'll have Obama in here, and then we're gonna go ahead and bring in Biden now. And it was like it wasn't new to the scene. We knew all about who he was, and it was like literally handing the keys over to the devil himself. And look at us, how we're all still paying for it. And like I say, I'm not trying to sort. I don't think even Trump supports any particular political party, because they both had their corruptness and whatever. But at least somebody's come in and look at what all the things that we found in something. So yeah, it definitely wasn't a power grab. It was something that was boiling over that needed to be done. The way they handled it, so amazingly, even beyond the Bin Laden thing, as far as stealthy and success goes, was it just absolutely mind-blowing. So if they do try to fan that out into Colombia and Mexico, so be it. But you had a centralized government that was the gang in Venezuela. In Colombia, you have the government, and then you have all those cartels, which were the OG cartels, and then you have Mexico, which is this completely. It would be like trying to find a pig in a poke in Afghanistan. You know what I mean? How many thousands of years would that take? Anyway, Karen Brigade will tell them they're oppressed even as they cheer for their freedom. I get the protesters that are out there and have been doing it, and they're Antifa, and they got originally $15 an hour, and maybe they're getting $50 an hour and whatever, and they instantly have the signs of support of whatever cause it is that day. The people that are driving from other states and just are so Aunt Karen sold onto whatever, he's a devil himself, how the world is gonna, and the shit that they say and that they're doing is just absolutely mind stunning, because it doesn't compute to me at all, because they hate America. They absolutely hate America. When they man, I can't believe I'm going on this tangent. But when they closed what were the first things they closed with COVID? Churches. Once they started closing all these churches, and these churches started shutting down because attendance was down, they weren't getting donations. I saw this documentary where this designer, I don't know who it was Balenciaga or one of these guys, had a fashion show, and it was like everything was as satanic of an outfit or slutty of an outfit as you could push the limit to. I mean, it was along the lines of even Maplethorpe kind of stuff, if you know what I mean. And they had the fashion shows in these closed churches purposefully. Like, okay, can you tell me a little bit more about yourself without saying anything, That time I think was the scariest of all, and I don't know if you guys see it. I don't know where you necessarily live. I know a lot of people that watch this show are in Texas and Northeast and in the Pacific Northwest and like Cali area and Midwest, which covers the whole country, I guess. But anyway, even a lot of the flyover states, Montana and stuff like that. But I don't know if you've seen a change for the better where you are. But where I am, I think a little courtesy goes a long way. And I keep saying, like, you have the people that are, like, the extreme, like, I'm going to fucking put myself out there. And even if people don't say thank you, whatever, I'm doing it and whatever. And it's paying it forward. And then you have these fucking idiots that are just completely like this kid. I'm pulling up for gas. I'm sitting there pumping my gas. Pulls up in his brand new Corvette like an asshole. And it wasn't even, I didn't even need to have the spinning out or anything like that. But pulls up, peeling out, goes to the pump, walks to the pay at Thornton's like an asshole, comes back out and looked at me, and I was like, God, I just love to punch him in the face so bad right now. Because they'll get up on your ass. You'll be the only car for 17 miles. They'll get up on your bumper just to fuck with you. That kind of thing. It drives me nuts. So anyway, he, pumps his little gas and then just peels out and does like a donut getting onto the highway. And it just, it throws off the whole thing. Because even with driving, people are more respectful now. With driving, you don't want any surprises, right? That's the whole key to keeping it safe, because you're going to make a mistake. You're going to fuck up sooner or later. Somebody's going to fuck up. You can lower the chances of getting hurt, losing your vehicle, and everything you own by expressing what your next move is. You know what I mean? This throws a whole new chaos into the privilege of driving. And then don't drive angry. That's it. You know what I mean? You expect delays. I mean, what else can you do? You're going to get there at the same time anyway, whether you're trying. That's the way I see it now. Every time I tell Rockford, again, with that Rockford side, I don't have any trouble. And I'm like, bullshit, come on, man. He drives he's got a really nice Chevy van. So he's just kind of like living, cruising in the thing in the middle lane. And these guys are zip-zapping around. I'm like, dude, that guy, what happened? He doesn't even see it. He's like, nobody bothers me. I'm like, dude, every day. But I don't know. I feel like from where it was, as far as just everybody hated everything, ready to kill, all me, it's gone definitely here in this area from top to bottom the other direction. And there's less, whereas before you would have people coming in like, fuck you, like literally out of the blue, throwing stuff at people, hurting people in the news, I heard. But yeah, I don't know if anybody else has seen that trend. People are awful here. Worst I've encountered. Wow. Carrying groceries in freezing weather, and you're trying to run me over. Oh, man. Wow. Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing, we need to heal as a country. And they try to divide us with the race thing, like, oh, I'm convinced that, and then people just, I thought they kind of started to realize that's not true. That's not the fight that we need to have. The fight is the same fight, and they've just been reinventing it century after century. Hey, man, come on over here. We got plenty of jobs. We'll build you a place and all this stuff. And then once you're there, you're at their mercy. One of the worst examples of it in this century, and it's just another reset, is the mining companies in like Colorado in the beginning and all of the gold rush. Is if you wanted a job, you and your family moved into the mining town. Here's the problem. You lived in the mining town. You worked 26 hours in the mine. And then you went back to the mine-owned house that you paid mine-owned rent to. and then you shopped at the mine-owned grocery store, and they would end up in debt working for these mines, which is exactly what they wanted with bringing in all these illegal immigrants to keep themselves in power. And it couldn't have been more blatant. And watching it happen was like I think the scariest part of it all, for sure. And I keep getting distracted. I'm sorry. I honestly sometimes I feel like I hear your voices. It's weird, like talking, and I'm like, did you know our medical centers were paid $350? Oh, really? I'll be honest with you, I wasn't gonna get the shot. I was living with my mom, who was in her 80s then, so I didn't want to take any chances, and I was like, okay, I will get it. But I just started working at Amazon. They paid you to get the shot. I'm sorry, I was just at my end of working in an Amazon warehouse. They paid me $300 to do the shot, and then within the time that I left Amazon, because I got injured, I got a job at Wawa. And since I had the paperwork that was still dated within the time, you had to get $350. So I got $600 to get the shot, and I didn't have any side effects. Really, I don't think I had one that I've heard a lot of other people talk about, was that white film, and I didn't notice it till it got hot, and I would blow my nose, and it was like this white, sticky, like a membrane. You know, like you blow your nose, watery, or it's yellow and whatever. You know, it's normally. But this was something like unnatural. And my neighbor said, "Oh, there's a supplement." And what was happening is that all these guys that had the shot were having strokes and heart attacks. And when they would cut them open, their arteries and veins were full of and clogged with that white sticky mucus. And I've made it this far. I had one friend died. He was a big guy, had other stuff, but he was best friends with the guitarist in my band, and he was in the bathroom and fell on the door, and his wife and daughter couldn't get to him, and he was having a heart attack, and he was like 300 pounds. So he didn't make it. And then right after that, the guitarist in my band, who was his best friend, had a stroke. And so we were like, holy shit, you know. I know everybody's got a story. Like, I don't know how you guys get distracted on so many topics. Looking back, too, these are interesting comments. Really, yeah, dude, RJ, thank you. You're the first person that I've talked to that really knew about that. Okay, Dark Talk. We're gonna do something fun. I got fun. So I haven't done Suzanne's stuff yet. I forgot which pics. I cut cover. Okay, I wanted to read this. In one of the lives foreseen pics, these two fresh Walmart bags full of stuff appear on the desk. Yeah, and I don't remember seeing them. I haven't found anybody yet that has bought into Phoenix's. There was a CI that was a victim of the house. It does seem legit. The reactions, I kind of heard it with the headphones on at one, but it's so low, and to me it's everything changing, because like I was saying earlier, that whole CI thing, you bust a underage girl, 17 or college girl, whatever, with a quarter of weed, and then you send her in there wired to a cartel guy, and then she winds up in a lake an hour later. Her family's like, what the fuck happened? We didn't even know she was arrested, blah, blah, blah. She was just trying to get out of her thing, and they used them to the full extent. So if you had a CI that got murked because they were doing CI shit, what better reason for you to cover up the crime and make it look like somebody else fucking did it? And it's a more palatable explanation than saying, oh, well, one of the cops did it, you know, because they were whatever, because the sound complaints and stuff like that. It's just, you know, nothing we've said really checks all the boxes. That one to me would be if it could be proven, would be, and JJ agreed that it fits into the narratives of, I really want to do a succinctive timeline of all of the stuff that we've talked about, because it's impossible for anybody to have watched all our shows, but that's how we get to our conclusions, is talking about it, looking it up, and doing it on the show. You know, it's not like we're sitting in the nerd room reading the encyclopedia Idaho4 before the show. It's like, hey, look at this, we got all the receipts. Turn, just throw it up like confetti. I mean, it happens while we're doing it. You figure shit out with your brain hole, you know. Thank you for being here, everybody. I appreciate you joining in. If you're watching on the replay, make sure that you send Lori Celeste a pecan pie. She likes pecan pies from the South. Made $400 a day working for UHC, running credit cards over the phone for 100. You know what? Another thing I think I heard was that they were reporting any death as COVID. If you were in a car accident, if you know whatever, because they got paid that state money for each COVID death. Here's the thing: that was the horror of that thing was nobody was first of all allowed to visit or even contact with the person that had passed, their loved one, and so now you can't verify that was it, and also nobody wanted to, and it leveled up like the sex offender thing, because I've always said, like, ever since Hillary Clinton, that at least if they want to take you down, they can just be like, oh yeah, put some porn on it, you know, sprinkle some crack on him, send some porn on his computer. We'll go serve a search warrant for something else, find that, and he's gone forever. So there you go. If they want to get you taken down, they're going to take you down. With the COVID now, they don't have to fuck around with Mr. In Between. You're you know, shot in the head. You died of COVID. You know, natural causes. It's like that is like, you know, they can take out whoever they want, you know. About ran over me with the gross. That's wild. Is that in the Northeast or the Kane? Check out this live fire, California. Again? Exploding. Holy shit, hold on. Let me read these chats. Big, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, it was an American and French-owned bioweapon thing that they just gave over to the Chinese. They're like, it's like when Biden left all the military technology over to Afghanistan. Like, wow. There was other reports of stuff where they stumbled upon a COVID-making lab right on the streets in the Tenderloin of San Francisco. And it was never, like, stuff like that wasn't even reported, but they were making it right here. You know, it's amazing that the population has endured as much as it has. And I've always felt like we would fight for our country and all these things and all this. But you have a huge portion of and actual intelligent people that would rather burn it down, you know, than even have a discussion about anything. It's just, no, we're going to, you know, they're convinced there's going to be some, how the fuck are we going to have a civil war here? We're going to just start shooting each other like, oh, you look like a liberal or whatever, you know what I mean? We're too intertwined, you know, because your family and my, you know, it's delusional. Everybody went hysterical over this, and they're loving it. I think, you know, divide and conquer is happening big time right now. But I mean, you have people that are completely mental. You can't fix that. Let me see. Click over to this.
Kids, ladies, just move back. Just be very careful. I just care out of love and respect. I'm not trying to upset nobody. I'm really not.
Social engineering.
Try to take care of yourself. It is very toxic. They're even telling people it's toxic. They even have to move back. Look at that. Look at that. They're
it's
not
a helicopter.
stupid. Exactly.
It looks like
They know. They're
horse
not
cart.
playing. They're not playing.
All right, does it?
Look at that.
What is that? Is that a water? That's a water treatment
Oh, they're moving
facility,
it back
isn't it?
now. What did I say? What the?
Transformers blowing up? Okay, dude, real quick, since you brought that to me, during the hurricane, I was right here. No lie. That window. And I had my new cell phone, right? And the wind at that window was blowing about 90-something miles an hour for hours and hours and hours. So I was sleeping right here. I have all my electronics, guitars and stuff. I was holding that window because it was convexing in or concaving in. You could feel it. It's a thick window. It's a good front window. So I'm literally with one hand trying to keep the window from breaking, and if the wind was blowing this way, so everything would have come in and ruined everything. I would have probably gotten swept away to sea. But at the same time, I'm like, I got to capture this, because what was happening is all of the transformers, the big ones, the pole ones, were all blowing up all the time. Like, they don't just blow up once, I guess. They just keep going. And so when you looked out my window, this whole sky was green. And it was like literally bombs over Baghdad. You know, and I was like, oh, I'm going to film this. And this is, nobody's seeing this. I've never seen this before. And so I'm like, it was a panic situation. And I filmed for like an hour. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be great. Whatever, if anybody wants to watch it. When I go to watch the footage, I had the camera either on the other side, facing the other, whatever it was facing like a wall. And so I filmed darkness for an hour I was like, But, no, yeah, that was one of the most scary situations. Here's the thing, is the trailer here, it goes this way, right? And the wind stayed mostly out of the north. So it was streamlined, like the way you would drive a trailer or a truck. Had it gone, and I'll tell you, had it gone from the west, I was sitting right here, I would be dead. Because we had the largest pine tree dead right next to me that was this close already from falling on me because the grounds were saturated for months before the storm. And we had like 4 trees in the neighborhood that were just saturated roots, got ripped up, fell on the houses. For some reason, I had an angel holding that tree up. When they took it out, they said you were that far away from getting on your house. And I'm like, what? Crazy. I have pictures and videos and stuff like that. But this is apocalyptic, I guess, looking anyway so far. This is LA, you said, or just Cali? What the?
Exactly.
No, I still, and JJ does too. We feel the same way about this country. We love this country. And finally strides are being made to bring it, to get it. So I just want it at least to have some kind of believability, that we have some type of loyalty to something that matters, and then it's something that makes a difference. Whatever it may be, the actual history of it, it is what it is. But I just can't let it go. I just can't see it slip away. And we're almost at, I think this year is 200, guys, 250 years of the United States. 250 years. I remember the centennial, 1976, big deal, at 100 years. I was 7 years old. Star Wars, Evel Knievel, Elvis, you had all that stuff. And then you had, now it's like this. Boom, 50 years, gone. Where did it go? And it'll be an interesting 4th of July for us. And I think we have things to celebrate. I think we have a lot to celebrate, that we've been through a lot, we've lost a lot, but we're here and ready to make a change. And I think, I don't know, we're supposed to get $1,000. Now, the latest I heard is many people will get $1,000 from the, I don't know if it's from the Doge or the tariff, for their taxes. Click here if you're eligible. I've been reading pieces in here and there about the what's going to happen. It changes, but at this point, I believe he doesn't need congressional approval to do $2,000. And I think he's trying to make it his legacy, where he's the guy that gave everybody $2,000 that pulled them out of the thing. So we'll see. Everybody bought TVs with the last one we got there. That was a whole different world, you know. You had Dollar Trees that were $1, you know, and you had 24-hour Walmarts and $1.99 gas. You know, it's a whole different world now. So I don't even. People are like, oh, the inflation is like, I don't think 2G's to everybody's gonna make, you know, the Fed go crazy on anything. I wonder how many people do know that. Yeah. It's weird that people don't know, and I think that a lot of it too is just wanting to be different. And so, what was somebody saying, that they want to feel like they're changing things, and so they'll just go along with it. Definitely come to see. You got the room. Whatever. Bring your kids, boyfriend, husband. I'll check out of the house. I'll go stay at Rockford's for a week. You're 15 minutes from the beach here. You'll have a blast. God, the beach is so beautiful here now. I mean, the beach is probably completely gone, but the houses and hotels on it are just like, I mean, it's like, okay, like Vegas is gross, right? This place down here, it just used to be this podunk little beach with these mom and pop hotels and then a Holiday Inn Surfside and some nice condos. Bro, I mean, they have some in the few of the areas that you can't get a hotel room for under $800,000 a night. You know, like the Wyndham and the Sheraton and all that stuff. And you know, all the other places kind of follow in suit, and the $1 million condos with $1 million maintenance fees. You know, and people are paying it. I'm like, how do you get this? Where do the people get this kind of money? You know what I mean? Where's it coming from? Doing something. You taking off, Charm Free? Thank you for coming in. Good to see you. And yeah, I'm probably shut it down here. I'm at the end of my my claimed tickets from the internet. Close to anyway. So we got some more still Suzanne B shit we're gonna roll. So hopefully we didn't bore your pants off towards the end here. Yeah, and well, the thing is the tariffs brought in billions, right? And I feel like they could have even got more. But the insurance things across all these states has lost us trillion, or has been losing us trillions. Bro, you can never just, you know, when can you just wake up and you're like, yeah, today was pretty cool. Today was a good day. Nobody got shot. I used to love a little shithole called Honeymoon Island. I've actually. Oh, let me show you here. Hold on. Are you taking off? That's Suzanne. Check this out. I found. I lost a lot of my photos at the studio because I took some of my best ones and hung them on the wall there. I lost my recording studio because I didn't pay my rent, and he just closed it on me. Yeah, it's a monster. Anyway. But I managed to come across a couple that made it for the move. And one of them is wild. This is a wild story. Let me make myself bigger. How big I am. It's as in my career of surfing, not that I had a professional career with it, but in the time that I did it, getting a surf photographer or getting a picture of yourself is not easy. You know, not everybody had camcorders and 1,000mm telephoto lenses and shit. When I lived in California, to get a good shot of you on a wave, and also catch you on a day when it's good, which is really difficult. I happened to go out before work to Honeymoon Island one day because here we had a hurricane swell, and I live 10 minutes down the road, and so I ended up surfing for an hour, and I wanted to document it, so I took some pictures. Here's the thing. Okay, so the parking lot flooded that day, and Honeymoon Island is just this little island, like it's a barrier island, and so it's got this little parking lot. I don't know if you can even see. Hold on, I can't see what I see. Do you see what I see? I'm not even big. I want to be big. Okay. So this is the parking lot, right there, right? And I was trying to just get like a, flood shots and this type of things. There's they have like a little hot dog stand out there, It's not like it's out in a remote area or anything. But you can see that this is one of the few times anybody has seen it break there, because if you look, there's all these rocks right here. And the Gulf is famous for being very shallow. If you have a shallow bottom, the power of the wave diminishes quicker because it's constantly expending energy to get to the shore. When you have a deep water wave, nothing's fighting it. When it hits the reef, boom, it jacks up. So you had, these small waves were a Category 5 Katrina or something like that. These tiny little waves going by. And it's the soft end of the storm, like we usually get. But, it was better when I first got there. The wind kind of blows it out as it gets warmer, usually. But I got a couple of decent shots of people. No big barrels or anything. Yeah, that's the pastime we have here. Glorious, we're famous for that. But anyway, I just happened to take these parking lot pictures. I had, just because it was flooded, I didn't really have a reason to take them. And let me show you what's a trip. And I gave him one of the pictures. Whatever. But look at this shot. Right here. Let me see if you can see where my finger is. Darn it, wrong finger. That white truck ended up being my roommate 20 years later. I happened to be showing him these pictures. He's like, dude, that's my truck. I was like, what? What are the chances of that being my roommate's truck was in a shot in the parking lot? Hilarious. So I thought that was funny. Let me see if there's any other pictures. This is Bel Air Beach. And as you go, like Indian Rocks Beach where I live now, and then on further down to Sarasota, Bradenton, it's deeper water and it's cleaner beaches, man. And I've had some honestly world-class double overhead waves there, just where I was like, oh my god, because the sandbars sit quietly for long periods of time, and they just build up this perfect little mound. And some areas are just prone, because of the way the beach erosion goes and the bend of the beach, to build up the sand so that the wave breaks perfectly, and you could literally push a dog on a surfboard into it, and it's this giant wave, and I'm like, holy crap. So it's a lot of fun, and that'll last. Here's another time. There's more. There's this truck, I think, again. Another weird story is I lived in a townhouse on Tampa Road in Palm Harbor. And it was my first house. My mom bought it in her name and stuff like that. And it was great. I only had a $300 mortgage a month, low maintenance. And I lived there for a few years, right? And I had this neighbor that worked at Dan Marino's restaurant. He used to work at Chili's. He was the manager at Dan Marino's. He had a wife and kids. I was just a single guy. And he'd come over after work and smoke out or whatever, and then the wife wouldn't know he was home. He had a little window of time, and we would play Madden every night, the football game on the videos. And it was a big competitive thing. He'd be like, here, we'd play a game of Madden, got a little bit of weed. And one day, we had a storm, and the lady who was the head of the association worked for Auto Trader. So somehow she was real good at business stuff. The money came in, and none of us had any damage directly from the storm, but we had shitty roofs. Like, his side of it was townhouses, like a big house, but he had one side, I had the other. We had a garage. We got $7,000, fixed the roofs. And so he's like, yeah, I'm going to put the house in the market. I'm thinking about putting the house in the market or something. And then all of a sudden, he won the lottery or something like that. But we also play Kelly Slater Pro Surf. And you could see if you hang out with me for long enough, I will tell you a million surf stories. He was in his 40s, and he was so gung-ho on learning how to surf. But he's here in Clearwater, and you have to drive 5 hours to do it. And so, it wasn't an option really with kids. Anyway, they won all this money. He didn't tell me about it. Just disappeared. My best friend, dude. One of the best friends I ever had in my life. Victor Allgood. One day I ran into him on the East Coast. There he is now. He's got some big house in Melbourne Beach. And look at the smile on his face. This day was crazy. This was a hurricane day. The first day I was over there, I couldn't even get to the surf all day. And I've been surfing long. The second day, I'd been surfing all day, couldn't get out because it was just breaking, like pounding in one spot. Impossible. Barely anybody was getting out. I'm on a bodyboard with fins. Couldn't get out. I go down to Melbourne, run into him out of the blue, and I get out. As soon as I get out, I am exhausted. It was like literally fighting the Irish Army. I didn't have an ounce of energy left in me. And I looked back at this surfer, and he's like, look. And I turn, I'm like, what? I didn't see anything. He's like, dude, a shark just breached right behind you. I just gotten out there. And I'm like, if it had tried to do anything, I have pictures of me. I have video of me surfing somewhere. I've lost it. Like I said, it's very difficult. I do plan. I've paid people to go over there and videotape. And I have video of me surfing. I have the tapes. I used to do a show for a surfing website in the early 2000s. It was called Kane's Garden. And I used to just take trips over there. I'd surf in the morning, film in the afternoon. And that was going to be my ticket. But it turns out surfers don't have any money to buy the footage. Guess what, though? I've been sitting on it all this time. Now it's worth some money. There is one video of me out there. I got there at 5 in the morning at Sebastian Inlet. And I knew it was going to be good, so I didn't know how good. Nobody was out yet. And I waited right till sunrise. Because Sebastian Inlet is adjacent to a surf spot that only breaks when it's like 20 plus, called Monster Hole, which is a shark breeding ground. So that tells you a little bit something about the bull sharks that live there. I got there and parked my car. You pay $5, you go to Sebastian Inlet State Park. Go there, wait for the sun to come up. Perfect glass, just peeling down the line. Once in a lifetime, Sebastian Inlet. I got probably 20 waves, just having a blast, fun, not even thinking about it. And Sebastian Inlet breaks on a pier. So it's a brick pier, and it goes all windy out. And I was on the north side of it, which is the only side that breaks. The other side's the inlet. And I'm having the time of my life. And I look up, and there's a fucking news camera right at the shore filming the whole time. But it wasn't like a news guy, I don't think, but it was actual 1-inch film camera filming me the whole time. And I'm just popping into barrel after barrel right there on the shore. So it's like my big smiling face, nobody else around, getting every wave. And I'm like, of course I'm going to, wait till the swell dies to go back in, but I'm also going to catch this motherfucking videographer before he, well, guess what? They got 2 more waves and he's still out there. He must have gotten what he wanted. I was like, okay, 1 more. And the difference in time was probably a minute. I paddle back out, catch the waves in, and he is ghost town me, dude. So out there, unless he's erased it, is at one of the best surfing days in Florida ever of me just owning it. But I've got some good stuff for me. This is Callie. Some of the few pictures that I have. of when I lived there. This is one picture of my dog, one of the few I have left. Aki, his name was Aki. He was the best dog you could ever have. That's him grown up a little bit. He liked to play and run and catch frisbees and stuff like that. He was Red Dobie and Pit. He was the one I was saying walked by the Rottweilers, 200-pound Rottweilers. And then, well, this was my girlfriend when I moved back. I was telling you guys about the other day. And then that was it. Okay. And then this is my buddy Eric. I tried to skate. I could not skate. He was a great skateboarder. And so we did one day where we're like going to be skateboard photographers. We went to the middle school and did some shit. I actually was able to board slide a rail, and I couldn't even ollie. I couldn't land an ollie, but I ollied up to the thing and I slid all the way down. He's like, turn. When I was coming off it, but I was like, what do you mean? And I just jumped off. But it was so cool. Like I learned in that one day. And then this was my closet back in the day. This was a big deal. And I gotten some fluorescent lamps from Home Depot, and with my girlfriend and I put this in my closet, and they weren't very strong. So you can see, I was using like whatever we had, phone wires and stuff like that to hold the tops up, but we ended up getting a little bit out of it, and so that was fun. And then I don't have a whole lot of pictures of Callie. Let me see. Yeah, these are all empty. This was my Arizona girlfriend. Oh my gosh, she was so amazing. She was just going down the boardwalk one night, and I worked at the liquor store near the La Jolla Shores, and this was the night that we met. And I was riding that bike, and her best friend were visiting. They call them zoners, but they had a nice little cottage with their family right there in La Jolla Shores. They were just out walking the boardwalk, and I was sitting there with my buddy, and we had just gone on a long bike ride. I stopped right there, and she walked by, and I was like, oh my God, it's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. And I had to say something. I'm like, hey. And they snapped and turned around and came back to us, and that was us 15 minutes later. We were inseparable. She's the one who taught me how to surf. They had all the stuff. It was so cool. They'd feed me and shit. It was amazing. Here's me again at SeaWorld with that girl. This is in Florida, though. I was in pretty good shape. I was like running 5 miles a day and working out and drinking milk and stuff like that. These are kind of lame pictures, but they're just random. This is my brother's wedding 30 years ago in Boca Raton. That's me in the front. That's me in the corner. No, in the front right there was me. I still had hair. That's my cousin Derek from Aruba, the middle one. And then Jerry is in the back. He was the funniest dude I ever knew. That was my brother's best friend. Unfortunately, he passed away. Jerry's right behind me. Tom is the last one. And he was hilarious. He was totally hilarious. But this was my roommate. I was telling you, banged my girlfriend. But he was still my best friend no matter what. Sean. Yeah, and he was one of these true California surfer guys. For real, for real. We had this freaking condo on Pacific Beach, which at the time was a $1 million condo, 3-story. I had the basement, it wasn't really a basement. There was a laundry room right outside a hallway where you parked the car, and it was one of these you had to park the car and you walked up, and you had this big beautiful living room and kitchen and stuff like that, But I was in a band, so when he heard that the basement thing was for rent, like it had no windows, nothing, but it was this huge room as big as this place is now. And it was only $300 a month right on the beach. And so he got me that, and we just ended up hanging out for years. You go through shit together. And if you can stick through it, you'll have some happy times. You don't have to take everything to, I'm gonna kill you kind of shit. It doesn't have to be all or nothing with everything. So that's just a quick history of the Kane there. Let me see if I have anything else interesting here except for this one. I have more somewhere, but I'll show you The other pictures, half the audience is like, I can't get out of here. Checked out, probably. I never look at how many people are here. I just like to see the people when they're chatting and stuff. Yeah. It's Nut Splitters. I think there's a bar called Nut Splitters. You bring the Irish into it. Or gee. I'm kind of wearing torn camo pants because they're so comfortable. This is my dad. And this is the lady that I told you he left my mom with. We had like his midlife crisis. And she is one of these very influential, powerful yacht club people. I guess he chased... my whole life, never chased money. And I worked since I was 14. But it wasn't an obsession like with some people in my family. Which I guess in the long run, may have been a better reward. I've just never panicked and stressed over everything. And so, but like I said, I'm proud of where I am now. I'm able to maintain myself independently, which is great. It's just for some reason up till this point, I've never had to worry about it. So, it was my first place. What we did was we bought condos and flipped them, and then ended up with a great house. And then 2008, everything crashed, and so it was like starting from scratch. We were for us, what was the pinnacle, and then boom, my sister ended up having to sell the house, and the problem was I broke my arm and I couldn't finish the epoxy shit I was doing. I just asked her to have somebody come help me finish the epoxy. They ended up doing the whole house and selling it all in a day or a week. With that, I'd been working on the house for a year, and it was on this preserve. It was beautiful. It's worth $800,000 now, and so we paid $2. And I was like, man, I would be sitting on that money right now. So it was like it just got yanked. No harm, no foul, nobody. She was helping me, and she's done amazing stuff for me. She's been an amazing sister, way above my brother too. But it was tough to see it go, Where was I? How did I even get on that? Yeah, that's it's so important. More important than anything else, and it's never enough. That's the problem. It's never enough. So how like one drink is too many, and one is never enough at the same time. And that's why people wonder, like, how come these wealthy people don't help more people? You see people starving in the street. They want more money. It's not. They look at the people that have a $7 million Balenciaga piece of paper and think, I can't afford that. Why are they so wealthy? We're on a budget. Oh, we only have one 500-foot yacht. I don't know. It's disgusting because, it could be a lot different. But with the way I see it is the people that are so greedily wealthy, that have so much excess and don't do anything but fight to not pay taxes and not share it and keep, if you earned it, you earned it. But pay your share of what, because I'm paying my share of taxes. Our tax rate at this low income, which is the most fucked up thing, is a billion, like 100% higher than billionaires pay. Unbelievable, right? But it's only fair that if I'm paying, you pay too. So, but they instead work a corrupt system, like Trump says. You know what I mean? But hopefully, they said they were. Income tax was never supposed to be permanent, and he's trying to eliminate it, which seems completely like fantasy, but it makes sense. Here's the irony: is I've got this place. I paid taxes. I came in halfway through the year, and with the trailers, the trick of it is it technically is on a trailer. It has wheels. It could be moved if you want to. It couldn't be moved, but so you pay your taxes to the DMV, but you still pay property tax. Last year I paid $400. It was half of what was due for the year. This year it's in my name. It's my purchase. It's my first home, so I don't have to pay property taxes. Well, guess what? As soon as I got the letter that says you have the homestead exempt or the first time buyer, DeSantis said, I'm eliminating property taxes. Just gonna get rid of it. I'm like, why couldn't they just waited a year so I got to enjoy it or whatever, you know? And because we bought so many houses, but they were all my mom's name because I didn't have any credit. But I did the work fixing them up, painting, and all that stuff. Learned how to remodel houses pretty good. The guy behind me though is my new hero. Because forget whatever I did. He took a trailer that looked like it was out of the dirt lot of a Western and turned it into fucking straight up pimp fucking house with the diner booth and the kitchen and the whole. He built rooms. He built a walk-in shower. There was nothing. It was just open space. Built everything all by himself. And I was like, dude, I didn't even know. You don't even see him. He's just always in the house. I've only been here a year, but anyway, let's get back to it. Are we at 3 in the morning yet? I can't. I took the clock away so I don't stare at it. 8 o'clock. I can still get some money at work here. I guess, right? Gotta pull in some. It's going to be a very rewarding weekend with the Super Bowl, and I try to pace myself with it, but I went all out on New Year's. I think I started at 5. I waited till about 5, and I'm like, I'm not kissing anybody anyway. I gotta get out there and work and try to build some. So I right away it started $10, which was about cool. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I twisted before. I had the mic and the mouse on the same thing, and I do this a lot. I pick up the mouse and go. I slam it down. I don't know what the habit is, and also it's an optical mic, and so I'm scraping across the little footstool here, and the mic, it's a condenser mic, and so it really just picks up all the sounds or whatever. And so I listened back to some of my lives a few MK Ultras ago, and I was like, oh my god, I didn't realize I was doing that. And you throw that in there. Sorry, I do have restless foot syndrome. All right, we still got some Kane B shit here, I think. Yeah, I got news articles. Let's read some of those. It keeps trying to group. Look at Twiz. Please, Twiz. I know I see your text right now. I'm going to ask you a question. I've done everything under the sun. This is in all my internet browsers. I have Brave. I have Edge. I have Chrome. I have Firefox. I don't know if you can tell. You can tell right now that the what it's called, the toolbar border, which, if you can see my mouse, is ridiculously wide, and the height, and so it makes it so that the border, you can see it perfectly, but when you play a video, they won't even put the full screen button on the video, and you can't see the video. It's only like half. And I've done a registry edit cleaner. I went in and I went to the values of the control panel and reduced the size of Windows Explorer windows, and it doesn't change a thing. I've changed the resolution. I've changed the magnification, and this is Windows 10. I don't know if you have an answer for me. I've asked you 20 times directly if you have any idea what I can do, but it's been fucking up my shows because I'm like, well, I play a lot of videos and stuff and I can't see them. So I finally found a workaround where I put Explorer down on the bottom and I put OBS on, or I switched them around. That's the only way I can make it work, but I'm sitting here like squinting my way to 2020 to get anything to play. And now when I read a news article, it's like, fuck my shit. Kids go to bed. Let's see here. I got one. Where did those go? Let's look at it. It's hovering. It does weird shit. Look at that tab. Look at the browser tab. They're stuck together. They're 85 feet wide, and I can't separate them. And I don't want to close it. Let's see. It says, let's read what they are, because I did read some of them. Inmate. Oh, I don't know if you caught that one. I think it was before you jumped into it. Look, inmate walks away from job site in Lewiston. Like what? You know, that's how the Skylar Mead thing went down. I don't know. Okay, so I have read these ones. I don't want to do repeats, but okay. Opinion. Here's where we go back to the families, and I think was it Leslie and Billy or Noel brought in the when they dismissed the lawsuit with vengeance or whatever. Kind of expected that outcome. It says, opinion, enough with Idaho student crime scene pics. We get it. Okay? Many Idahoans might have gotten word of or seen for themselves the fresh batch of University of Idaho student murder crime scene photos released by state police. Now, remember that it was released by the state police, the ISP, that had very little or nothing to do with the investigation after the initial call. Remember that they accidentally leaked these photos. I think that speaks volumes. There was a reason they weren't in the investigation, and there was a reason that you don't accidentally release that as a law enforcement. It doesn't happen. Oops, it got mixed in there with the other ones. I went to the photo hut. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, no. Former Washington State criminology student Brian Hoover remains. Most doggers in the early stages of investigation, most of us saw the same footage of bullshit, and then they had cow shit and rooster shit. And now, nearly 40 months after the terrible night, information keeps pouring in, and interior photographs keep getting released for visual public consumption. People recently published a story where it was shared that Kohberger may have stabbed these students more than 150 times. I'm just going to not comment on that right now. And then, all right, overkill. I could have gone without knowing that. Or you could question, can one person stab 4 people 150 times within this period of time and not be completely exhausted and fall over dead? Also, while it's on my mind, you have these photographs that are coming out from the ISP and being leaked and all these things. And who is the main character of that family angry at and vehementing online at them at this moment? The actress that is playing her sister. Not the ISP that released the bloody crime scene photos. No, she's not coming out and doing TikTok videos of how she's going to sue them and whatever threats that she made. Veiled threats. It's wild, dude. I mean, like, I'm waiting for her to attack a banana. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she's going to do a live, and she's like, you banana, you're the one who caused all of this, and start peeling it and throwing it. Oh my God, it's a plantain. It's not even a banana. You know, like, what the fuck? It wasn't an accident or anything. Absolutely. There's no way in a million years you could waterboard me into saying it was a fucking accident. Then, same as the trouble that somebody went to get Kohberger in prison and make sure that got out to the press. Sorry, I don't believe it. They had to honor my ISP FOIA because the court order from Megan Marshall didn't apply to ISP, as ISP was not named a defendant. The pics will be released again. Okay. We have all the pics though, right? Don't we? I feel like I have big, thick eyebrows with these glasses on where you see this thing like out of the corner of your eye. I could be on Dylan Mortensen's wall of brow. If you look at it right. Legally, I could have got them fully unredacted. I told them if they chose to abide by a court order that doesn't apply to them, they can't charge me that caught. Oh, did they try to do the whole man and burden me with it? They agreed. That's cool that you had that at least. Most recently, they released numerous images of the bedrooms of the victims that showed pools of blood and stained crimson carpeting. Talk about twisting the knife. Is this the place for humor? Like, not even. It's not even a dad joke. I mean, I think my dad had a joke of like, what's OJ gonna do after he finishes the trial? Is he going to go back into football? He's going to take a stab at it, something like that. Like, that's almost an attempt at a joke. This is a talk about twisted. It's like you're not. Just the whole thing bothers me, just structurally as a joke and as offensive as that is. They're mad at us though. It's no wonder parents of the victims have threatened legal activities in this matter. Cardiologist warns. Oh, never mind. And there, wow, he's aging. He's aging rapidly through this, and he's gonna have. It's gonna be a bad ride for him. Oh man, keep getting back on the case, dude. Do I have to scroll any further for you just to be like flipping out, knowing what her angry, ugly bitch face allegedly is gonna provide? Full of bullshit to you? Hell pics. That just sounds like something straight out of her mouth. Horror photos. Idaho murders. Koberger right there at the front. I mean, imagine she was a prosecutor. She was a part of this whole fucking wacky system. For how many people that were just because they were in the system and she'll never back down, she's always going to win, went to prison or died because of her. And now she's the creme de la creme of the reporters. She doesn't report. She doesn't do any work. She reads copy and then screams at a lens. Yeah, fight for America, though. I'm telling you. All the other places are even worse. These were... I mean, there's some nice places out there, though. I could live in Tuscany for a while if I knew America had my back. America. My first live experience was when I was 11. My mom was from the island of Aruba, right? Most of her family still lived there after she moved to the United States, married my dad, had the family here. One summer, I don't know if it was because of whatever she was going through, or maybe I was being a brat, or maybe it was a reward, I don't know. But one summer, I got sent basically, oh, you're going on vacation. As soon as I got out of school, I'm going on vacation to Aruba. And we used to go every year, so it wasn't like a treat. I would get to see my family. Like I said, I'm not a go to the beach kind of guy unless there's surf overhead and whatever. I'm not going to come back in and drink beers with you all day either. I'm out. I don't want sand. I don't want sun. I don't want any of that shit. But I'll get barreled all day long, as long as it's good. I got sent by myself to live with my uncle, which is her brother, who ran the family business that we had. And I know him as my uncle. That was it. He was my uncle in Aruba. And my first cousin used to come visit us. They used to stay with us, and we'd go to Disney World. And, when I was down there, I'd see them and stay at their house. One year, I get to go there. I was there the whole summer. The first day I'm there, we're at breakfast, and it's my Uncle Albert. And he had gone to Duke University. So he is very familiar with the United States. And I had just taken civics classes and whatever you take in before you go to high school. And I was gung-ho America. I think I just graduated 8th grade or 6th grade, one of the two. And I had this teacher who was just oh man, not Humphreys. What was it? Mrs. Shelley? I forgot her name. Caroline something. She was gung-ho America history teacher. I mean, she had resting bitch face. She looked like Susan Boyle. Her class, you studied, you read the book word for word. If you missed a word in the chapter, you got to beat one word. You know what I mean? Like, it was like that all year. I got an A in the class. I loved history. I could never do math. I was great in English. Science, fuck you. That class, and I was like, and at the end of it, she became this fucking amazing lady. Like, we had fun as long as you knew the material. And we had reports like every week. At the end of it, if you guys all get this certain grade, if everybody gets the A's and whatever, we take a week off and we learn all the songs, like over there, that they sung for World War II for the propaganda bullshit to fire up Americans. And we get to annoy the rest of the school and not do any work for a week. And I was coming off the high of that class. And I get sent down to Aruba for whatever reason. And that morning, I wake up and my aunt's cooking me steak and eggs and toast. And I'm like, orange juice, all right. We're going to go to the pool and have a fun time. My uncle, and you know, island people, they don't wear deodorant. They wear those Cuban shirts, you know, the see-through, and it's down to here. Right? They're comfortable. This is his house. This is his house. He comes from the bedroom. And he sits down next to me at the table. No breakfast. Now, he's already had his breakfast, ready to go to work. And he puts his elbow on the table. And he goes, this. And I've never had a problem. We'd gotten along, Uncle Albert. And asks me what I think of where I live. And I'm like, I just got done with learning history, and I love our country, and America, America, and America. And he let me talk and answer him. And it was a loaded question. Because he's like, you don't live in America. It's the United States. And in his accent, not mad, not like angry, like it sounds like I. And I was just like mid egg and cheese pie. I just, that was the first fucking day he set the tone like that. And I'm like, so I'm like, okay, so basically I sleep here and then I'm never here, right? So another night, weird thing. I'm a night owl, always have been. And so they're like, hey, yeah, Derek and Luanchi had a very rigorous schedule for going to sleep. And I'm like, you fools, I'll be there later. I'm going to have a cup of coffee with the old folks. We had Aunt Tiana, we had Aunt Annie, we had Uncle Albert. Oh, yeah, well, come on, Kane. You know, it was before Blockbuster days, but you still had VCR rental. And, yeah, we're just going to watch some movies. I'm like, cool, all right, party. I'm like, okay, so the credits come on, play the thing. Space Alien, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Nudie fuck film. I get up. Good night, everybody. And my uncle started laughing his ass off. He's like, oh, you couldn't take 5 minutes of it, huh? Oh, man, that was a wild summer. Fuck. All right, what else have we got? I'm just going on a tangent. I don't even know how many hours. I'm delirious. I've been on live. Holy shit. What is this? Doors to body? I hate these commercials. The YouTube is just... I mean, you think Minnesota's bad. I mean, look who's owning and running this shit, though. Breaking news. WSU removes... Because, would you guys mind if I played that again? I'd like to hear that again. Just while you're here. Because if I hang up now, I am not going to watch it.
Karen Laramie, Jeffrey Kernodle,
Just hear the play of it.
Stacy Chapin versus Washington State University. The defendant, Washington State University, has now removed the state case to federal court. Repeat, a notice of removal was filed.
If anybody is better at legalese than I, which is not an accomplishment, well, it seems confusing language because it's being removed. So what is it, to state? Is that an elevation? Is that a pass? I don't. Isn't that?
In the
weird.
state proceeding initiated in Saget County earlier this month, January 2026, the notice of removal to federal court has now initiated an action in the United States District Court, Western District of Washington at Seattle. What this means
Oh no!
is
What?
that
Wait,
the
what?
state proceedings are now concluded.
Did you say Bruce Springsteen died? Oh well. Passed away about the same time as Rob Reiner, huh? I don't think Trump's comments were fitting on that at all. I can't say that it wasn't true. I definitely don't think it was appropriate. That was a callous one. But they weren't friends or... I think Bruce Springsteen was more of a drunk, and his political shit, he had a lot of great music regardless. That band is great. I bought my brother, when he first moved to Boca and he got married, the box record set of Bruce Springsteen, just because I didn't know what he had a lot of great records. Thank God I got to listen to some stuff. Like, there was no music in my house. You had TV, and basically I guess it had replaced whatever, so you didn't have jokes either. There was my mom, she loves humor. She loves jokes, but you could tell her a joke, she doesn't get it, because her first language was Dutch and Papiamento and Spanish. And so for her to she never made the connection. But one connection that we had was, I don't know if anybody remembers it, is in our kitchen, and she always kept them stocked, is you had the Dixie cups. The little Dixie cups, and they came in a little dispenser, like if you were at a restaurant. And I swear, every time we pulled the Dixie cup, we would tell each other the joke, why do firemen wear suspenders? To keep their pants up. What did one wall say to the other? Meet you at the corner. Why was, those stupid jokes on the cup, and then you would throw the cup away. Because it was the 70s. And that's what you do today, I guess, anyway. She loved the silly humor like that. She's still alive. She still loves it. Now, though, I can make her laugh, like, at a funeral on Sunday, Christmas Day. Because she's slowly come along. Her whole post-divorce thing, raising 3 kids. My brother, very high up at IBM. My sister, her own businesses and real estate and all this stuff. And then beautiful me with this giant YouTube channel. And all these wonderful friends. I'm very lucky and blessed to have it in our place. At first was hurt, and then also I think she had assimilated some of my dad had a lot of negative energy, and most of my life, both of them, no matter what I told them, I'm going to go to California, I'm going to be a rock star. No, you're not. You're going to work. They never told me, but the only one who supported me was my dad, ironically enough. He bought me my first guitar amp. And it shocked me, actually, really bad. It was an Ampeg old amp. But damn it, he bought me he supported. Nobody in my family, any of my ever life, gave me so much as a guitar pick. Because they didn't want me to think. My sister would tell my mom about, even back in the day, she's like, oh, it's devil stuff and sex and drugs in the rock and roll. And that's what he wants to do. And, you know, I was like, at some point my sister we were best buddies, and then she was my mom, and it was a kind of about, how did I get started in that? Oh, because I was telling Puss this whole fucking story. Now I'm even going further. What was I saying? But anyway, my mom supported me like, oh my God. Where would I be without the mom? More than any mom ever. Put herself and sacrificed for herself for me. And, like, unbelievable. I can't even fathom. I don't even know half the shit she did for me. But when I talked to her, from the time I was in kindergarten, I never lived up to my potential. It was always the catchphrase. I would always have, like, this positive goal or whatever, going to this. And unless it was going to school, there was nothing but negative shade thrown on it. And I was able to, because, like, they say, oh, you need to get the negative people. I mean, she was somebody who helped me, but at the same time would kind of crush me with, you know, be like, whoa, no, that's, you know, this because of this and that. And I don't know. At some point, it changed where she just is now very positive person, totally different at 95 years old. It's amazing. You know, unfortunately, you know, I never really got there, and the way it wound up with my dad, you know, he had the whole thing, and then he kind of wound up alone at the end of it. He was in real estate and stuff like that, and he had a lot to do with the revitalization, I guess. He always claimed that what it was going to be, and he used to drive me places and say, oh, this is going to be that, now it is. And it's unbelievable here. But, you know, he was from New York, so he planned it out just like they do there. But he started getting hard times. And there was one time in my whole life I asked him for money. I called him, and he just, like, flipped that. And so I didn't talk to him for years after that. And I got a job as manager at the guitar store, which is like, this is a dream job. I can't believe I'm going to call my dad. So I called my dad. And he was at the office. And I was like, dude, Dad, I just got a job as manager at my first manager job at the Guitar Center. And I didn't even, he picked up the phone and said, what do you want now? After I hadn't even talked to him for years. And I was like, damn. That one, I just went silent. I didn't even know how to respond to that shit. And that was the last time I talked to him. And he passed probably 5 years later, maybe. And I guess the last thing he asked is Kane married. Because his advice to me when I was 12 years old, don't ever get married. You know, I was like, okay, so what do you know at 12 years old? But that was, am I bringing you guys down? I'm the negative guy now. My dad pushed me hard into music. Oh, that's cool. Since birth, but I don't like the attention of being on stage. He had stage fright, and I just hate people looking at me, I guess. So you have musical talent in buckets, but you don't like getting up there for mass groups of people. That's why, because I have zero, and I proved it, zero musical talent whatsoever. I'm the tablature guy. I don't know what rhythms are. I can barely tune the fucking thing. But I played for so long that it's like I am great. I feel like I'm great at guitar anyway. And I got good at singing. But at the same time, I'm terrible. So there'll be days where I can't even, like, what the hell am I? I can't even play, like, Cotton Eye or fucking dueling banjos or anything like that, you know? And then there's times where I'll sit down with somebody, like, just jamming with somebody, like, perfect pitch, that's trained music, and just do some melodies over their chord changes, stuff like that. And they'll start at the end, it'll be like, you have the best ear I've ever heard. I have not even close to relative pitch. I couldn't even, it takes me like sometimes 5 minutes to find a note. You know what I mean? But sometimes when I'm on. So music is really rewarding to me for that reason, because it's something that I feel like I'm cheating at. And so I decided okay, I can play the guitar and everybody can do a guitar solo, but all the real suave dudes are up there just playing a couple chords and singing for the ladies and getting all the babes. And so I was like, all right, well, I'll try to, because it's like you have to try and try and try to get the Carnegie Hall, right? You have to try and try and try to be able to get the coordination to sing and play. And after you start these simple songs, after a minute, you can do anything. And so I just sat down there with a bunch of songs one summer, and the next thing I know, I could do it. And so I was like, oh, okay. And I feel like I kind of squandered it because things don't work out. The band doesn't work out or whatever. And so now I just rely on myself to do it. And I'm going to take one little push at it and try to get, if I can do a dive bar tour where I get a round of applause, I'll be happy, Because I played at bars before, for a few hundred people that standing ovation, like, wow, you did great. And I thought I killed it. But it's never been my act where I'm getting paid or, So that's all I want. And we got plenty of dive bars here I can go around and not get paid to play at. So, we'll see. My ultimate goal would be like to have one. Is my mic on? Yeah. Song that has some kind of accommodation. Whether not that a Grammy or a Oscar award would mean anything to me, but some type of like other people enjoy it. Yeah, it's like you see people like Doug, man. He works so hard, has great songs, and you try to get out there on YouTube. I tried to put my songs on SoundCloud with the band I was telling you about, the guy I had the stroke with, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna put it up there, and it's gonna be huge in Japan. I'll wake up to 10,000 views tomorrow. Yeah, it's not the case, right? So I was like, okay, well, I'll do this, and then and so you always have that dream. Since you're 12 years old, you're gonna be a rock star. That would be my rock star moment at this point. I mean, I'm not gonna have big fat mansion and drive big fast cars. I guess, but do you play classical or what instrument do you play, Laura? I'm just interested to know. Didn't Keith Moon get so obliterated to deal with stage right? Think about the person I think is the most awkward and simultaneously most talented and most tragic was the guy, I forgot his name, from Joy Division in England. If you guys ever heard of that band before, it was kind of when the whole new wave thing started. He wrote all these songs, guitar and piano. Wow, that's great. Do you play keyboard, synth, and stuff too? Are you into the sequencing too? I mean, I'm not. When I say sequencing, I'm not talking about e music or anything like that. I'm talking about like the guy from New Order. The band turned into New Order was Joy Division originally, and the guy who wrote the songs, he wrote all the songs, wrote the lyrics. Here's the thing about what New Order is they were that electronic music to the ultimate degree, beyond anything people are capable of today with synthesizers. And it had the fucking lyrics were just like mind blowing, and the melodies and shit. So it was like real music, but it bring it on a whole new genre. Anyway, the band was starting to get popularity in England. He had a wife and kid, but he had, what was it? Seizures. He had like epilepsy. And they were just playing their first gig, and he had a seizure on stage. And they had all this catalog that they knew was just amazingly great. And they had Peter, I think, at that point, the bass player, who was the one who carried it on. And it was a big embarrassment for him because he wanted to be, he didn't want to be seen as that. He wanted to be Morrissey. He wanted to be Ozzy Osbourne. But he had, disabilities. So they got signed to do a tour of the United States. And he killed himself that day, and he never got to see any of it. It's so wild of a story because if you ever listen to that music, it's not for everybody. I get it, and I'm not a big fan of electronic music, but if you listen, it's such a dichotomy because with Joy Division, It's just the acoustic versions of the songs. No synth, nothing. Maybe a little piano, whatever. And then you got New Order takes the same songs with a different singer and blows them up into the fucking Walt Disney World electric show, you know. I started to play cello, and then I sold my cello because I didn't money. I love cello. I'm gonna get another cello. Actually, if you look behind me, I have a cello right now. I had a nice cello. It was cool. But my mom knew I was sad about selling my cello, and she got me this cello. And the first day I had it, I broke the neck on it. But I was able to fix it. It's just a Christmas ornament. But this is her sense of humor. She got a real kick out of it. She was laughing like Lucy at one of her own jokes. You know what I mean? So yeah, no. So I can't play mandolin, but I have a mandolin that I plan on. I don't know if it's Lorien or not. Just kidding. But I think it's a mandolin, or maybe it's a bouzouki. Is the Greek mandolin? I don't know if you can see it in the corner. But they had a broken neck, and I fixed it. And then I play a little bit of bass. I don't like playing bass. I think talented bass players are the most important part of any band. But when I play it, I feel like I'm being limited, and that the rest of the band gets to express themselves, and I'm being taken advantage of. Don't know why. It's the weirdest thing. Because I could be playing bass right now in a band, but I don't. And I don't get the whole, like, it's like I can surf good. Me no skateboard for shit. I can play guitar. I know I practice hard. On drums, I suck at drums still, no matter what. I suck at drums. And I get to points where I'm okay, I think. And then I play for other people, like, you suck. Like, what the fuck, dude? And that's the same way with the bass, because with the bass, there's little, you have to be there with the drummer in the pocket, and I don't even get the concept. I guess, I don't know. It's weird. The meat whistle. Yeah, a lot of people they're so fond of, if you know Sofonda Cox, they will put their hairy balls on you. But that, it depends on the situation. The skin flute can be tough to play. Meat was, I've been in a few bands. One of them, one of the most recent ones, was called Meat Drapes. Our drummer came up with that. I thought it was the most ridiculous one. And then we had another one that was a really good band, and I got the name from Chris Pratt in Parks and Recreation. It was Just the Tip. We just watched Parks and Rec. I'm like, Just the Tip. He's like, okay, yeah, that sounds good. So we had that one. I forgot what the name. Oh, and then we changed, and then it became a different band, and it became, shit. What did we call it after that? I don't know. But it was always weird names, like, for our bands, but some of them were pretty good. Meat whistle. All right, guys. I have been rambling on. I don't know that I have even more. I know I have something in here somewhere. I always feel like I leave one dangling metaphor that I'll save that one for the next time. You guys missed out, because I honestly think that I'm the only one that kind of incorporates not only current events and other stuff, not even necessarily crime shit, but like the news of like anything but our side of it. It's like I always try to show what the rest of the world is seeing. You know what I mean? As far as this case goes, it's like, because we're in this little bubble, and there's the rest of the world, 350, 700 million people, whatever it is. Do they call it dick tips? I would not be surprised, dude. Arby's. I don't even know what Arby's is. I honestly, I did go there on one of my bike ride lives, and remember that trip? I got 2 wraps for $5, and one of them filled me up. I was like, damn, that's pretty good. But now I won't go to Arby's even for DoorDash, because I was there another one where I get there and it's fucking Arby's, dude. 35 minutes for curly fries, literally for the curly fries, because the roast beef was ready right away. And I'm like, what the fuck? What's wrong with your fryer, bro? Because it's every time I'm there, so I don't even go back. But they, Arby's has new dick tips. That's what you said. It literally says dick tips on the menu. That I'm not even surprised. That's wild, though. Woodwinds. There's a bunch. Oh my god. The kicker to my music thing was I was going to be Eddie Van Halen, but what I wanted to do, I'm like, okay, you have to think practically. And I literally played from 12 to whatever. And I'm like, well, there's Steve Lukather. He's a studio musician. He just goes around and plays on other people's records. I can do that. So I was determined, to be as good as Eddie Van Halen, but also be able to do the changes and write the chords and understand it. So as a guitar player, a heavy metal kid, 16 years old, my high school, I decided I'm going to take the music theory classes. So my high school had the band room, which was this brand new band room. I'm like, cool, all right, I'll take a music theory class. I take the music theory class. It's my first class of the day. And I was, I just got in my car, and I had a buddy or two, and we would drive around and maybe puff one. So there was a lot of mornings I didn't make it to the class in time. Comes, as time, I made a lot of friends do it. It was great. But it comes out that our teacher, who was this wild, crazy guy, like he would come, he was manic. He'd be like, one day, he'd be like, fuck you, I'm the band leader, Jerry was his name, and the kids called him Jerry, so it was a very, you know what I mean, and this is back in the 80s. And he has a little office back there. Well, one day, one of the students walked in, he was banging one of the students on his desk with a giant line of cocaine all over the place, just nuts. And they just transferred him to another school. They didn't arrest him. It wasn't in the paper. Nothing like that. And that's how they did it back then. That's what they do with the cops right now. So yeah, I didn't get to finish my music theory thing, despite missing all the classes that I did. Is it going? I always forget which one is the one to go. Is it this guy?
The all-new dip tips from Arby's. Tender, fire-seared steak tips bursting with our signature salty white sauce. No bun, no fuss, just rich, juicy flavor in every bite.
People would gobble it up, dude. That would be just amazing. Look at
the all-new
look
dip
at
tips
the
from
Arby's logo.
Tender, fire-seared steak
That
tips
is
bursting with our signature salty white
gross,
sauce.
bro.
No bun, no fuss, just rich, juicy flavor in every bite.
I guess when you've seen one, you haven't seen them all. That's
the all-new dip
nuts,
tips
bro.
from Arby's. Tender, fire-seared steak tips bursting with our signature salty white sauce. No bun, no...
That's fucking hilarious, Suzanne. What else have we got here? I want to look for that missing tab. Look at these are all grouped together, and it's not highlighting any of them. It's driving me nuts. What is all this? Okay, that's it. I don't know how many. Did I play this one? Is this the city's still burning down, huh? Breaking massive fire in South El Monte? Is that up by like Calabasas, like Kim Kardashian area or something? That area may need a little downsizing or something. Just downsize Oprah's house. It puts the meat in my mouth, or else it gets the hose. I'm getting hungry with all this Arby's talk. I will tell you, I'll stand by the horsey sauce. It's not as good as it used to be, I think. But they gave me, sometimes these restaurants, they'll give you free stuff they have, whatever, when you're dashing around. And if I ask for a drink, most places just hand me a drink, whatever. Or they'll ask me if I want one, especially where it's hot. No big deal. But totally unrelated to that story, we in Rockford a few days ago were literally just talking about how candy is not the same, because I'm like, it's $4.50 for a regular sized Reese's at the gas station. I saw Walmart had them for $1.50 finally, but every place. It's normal to see it $4.50 for a little candy that was 50 cents or a quarter when I was a kid. I used to get the king size Musketeer, which contributed to a lot of my troubles later in life, was 75 cents, and that was an extravagant order at Pickwick or a 7-Eleven, you know. But he was like, dude, and he made the point. He's like, they just don't taste the same. I can't eat them anymore. I challenge you, empty stomach or no, to eat a Reese's peanut butter cups, the both of them. It makes you feel like shit. It's disgusting. And when I was a kid, I could wipe out a whole Halloween candy and be like, yeah, more, right? It tasted great. And it's not, and so the next day or 2 days later, they come out with the whole arsenic in the Jolly Rancher, if you guys didn't hear. Reese's peanut butter cups, Kit Kat, which I'd been trying to eat. Now is Rockford's example of it's nothing like it used to be. You know, and so it's like any corner that they cut, they will. They don't care about the product. Ice cream, you know, I'm sure you guys have all seen the ice cream shit where the ice cream isn't Breyer's ice cream. That used to be the pinnacle of fresh ingredients and shit like that, all natural. They can't even put ice cream on the box. It's not ice cream. If you leave it on the counter, it doesn't melt or something like that. It doesn't even mold ever. It's like a McDonald's burger 30 years later. Like, what have we been fucking doing? I knew when Good Humor bought Breyer's that it was over, because the first box I bought was disgusting. It went from delicious, because my buddy's dad, same one that was had the uncle that was head of the FBI or whatever, we were kids, used to buy that. That was his shit. Mint chocolate chip Breyers. I mean, and you got a cup of that, you were stoked. Just this little shit. It was like the richest thing. Now it's like literally a dog treat or something like that. You know, completely. How do you guys get me on this tangent? I don't even know. Hopefully JJ's probably pulling into. Is that a voice? Do I hear voices in my head and talking? My dad used to give me $1 to buy a pack of Winston's, a Clark bar. Oh, I love cream soda. I didn't figure that one out till later. And I'd have 8 cents left for penny candy. Oh, you'd clean up with the Smarties. And well, that's one of the ones that are the worst. Is I've never really liked any hard candies. No, they've always given me like heartburn and something wasn't right. So I think those always naturally had it in there. They changed something with Reese's, Hershey, Kit Kat, anything like that, because I felt those were healthy vitamin snacks when I was a kid. I'll get some vitamin M with my Musketeer. You know what I mean? Like, and you felt great. But now it's like fucking that shit's killing you rapidly. And I went on a bender the other night. I was like, oh, you got $1 Kit Kats, and it was the double size. I was over in Tampa on my way back. I'm like, oh, I want a little snack for the road. And I bought those literally a week ago before this comes out, and I'm like, probably gonna die. Who knows? Chico sticks were the shit. Oh my god, I forgot about those. They were really good. And then they sucked. Like, they would literally, they changed the formula, and they would melt into some completely useless lump of plastic or some shit. It was nuts. Hold on, something else. Yeah. I hear you call my name. Alright, that might be it for me tonight. I'm gonna work on my guitar and go to bed. Ow, shit, my toe. Chico sticks, yeah. No, Snickers, we're good. The one that I kept having at when I was working at Dollar Tree was the Snicker ice cream bar. And I knew it wasn't ice cream, but it was still, you know, like, okay, a little peanut in there, you have something. But that's the only. I like the Bluebell if you can afford it. Apparently Blue Bunny, like Curly Whirlies. I've heard it. I don't think I've ever had one. Soda was more than liquor the other day. Wow. Yeah, that makes sense, though. If you, God forbid, want one of those fancy name brand sodas, what really slays me is the Coca-Cola at McDonald's. It is way better at McDonald's, and it turns out they keep it cold the whole time. It comes in a different container and all these little extra things that they do for McDonald's. And I'm like, damn, you have these other companies that are doing just as much business or more than McDonald's. Chick-fil-A. If I was the Chick-fil-A people, I would be up in arms. Why am I not getting this better Coca-Cola? You know what I mean? I don't know. It's a good thing I'm not a billionaire. I want to be a billionaire so fucking bad. I wanted to play some tunes for you guys tonight and chill. But we'll do it maybe next time. I had the ground wire break on my thing because the thing was loose. So, yeah, I'm excited to use all this gear and record stuff and put it and start playing out. And so that'll be another cool thing to do. As long as I'm doing my own songs, I can do live feeds of playing over here. And then they have that other place. I don't know if you remember that I filmed that band. They had a concert there the other day, the Kava shop, and they were kids, but they were a fucking kick-ass band, dude. And so I'd like to play there. I don't know, that one, that's not my crowd. Like, it's a Kava. I don't know what that crowd is, but it's, you know, if you bring your own people, then it is whatever you make it. But there's no entertainment beyond the band. So anyway. All right, well, there's that. And JJ, thank you for being on. We had Tom Cruise on, John Travolta. I appreciate you guys stopping by, taking the time. Next week, Danny DeVito and Conan O'Brien up. And Marissa Tomei will be staying the night. So stay tuned for that. Make sure you come in. And Twizzlestick will, of course, be here. So I'm going to check out on my cello. And we'll go. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you in the next couple days with JH again.